"What's wrong with you?" said Balaban, throwing up his hands in exasperation. "Fall on your knees and thank Allah. Why are you always asking questions? When you are drowning, you grab onto a snake. You don't say, 'Are you a good snake or a bad one? Let me take a look at you first.'" Shortly before dawn, Jahan heard footsteps, then the key turned in the lock to his cell. 2 guards entered. They took off his chains, helped him to his feet. Despite what he had heard from Balaban, the first and only thing that came to his mind was that they were going to execute him. Seeing his reluctance, they pushed him, though more gently than they had on other days. Their compassion confirmed his fear. "Are you going to hang me?" "Nay, imbecile. You're free to leave." In disbelief, Jahan walked towards Balaban's cell. The gypsies were asleep. It upset him to go without saying goodbye. He took off the handkerchief the chieftain had wrapped round his head and tied it to the iron bars. He glanced at Kamak, who just then muttered something inaudible. Lying nearby, Abdullah was sleeping peacefully, seemingly incapable of the violence that was within him. They strode along the corridors, up the stairs. As they ascended the floors, all Jahan could think about was who had saved him and why. Outside there was a carriage waiting for him. "Where are we going?" he asked the coachman. "I've been ordered to take you to my lady Mirama." Thus he discovered who had rescued him. From the coach window he stared at the haze over the sea, the dark green of the pine trees, the kites with their forked tails soaring high on a breeze. Everything was as he had left it. At the same time nothing was the same. When one underwent a sudden change, one expected the world, to somehow have become different. Poking out his head, he called to the coachman, "I can't go in this state. I beg you, take me to a hammam." "No, I've got orders to take you to my sultana straight away." "Effendi, have mercy. How can I let her see me like this?" The coachman shrugged. He didn't care. "You should have thought of that earlier," he said harshly. At these words Jahan was incensed. He no longer had any patience for heartless people. "Now you listen to me. I have just walked out of a dungeon. If need be, I'll walk back into it. But before that I'll kill you." The coachman grumbled. Even so, fearing an ex-convict, he stopped the carriage at the next square and swerved into a side street, looking for the nearest hammam. The hammam owner did not want to let Jahan in and did so only after being bribed by the coachman. The moment the hot water touched his skin, Jahan winced with pain. The warmth of the marble against his toes felt like walking on clouds. He shaved for the first time in 6 weeks. The telek, a hulky Kurd, was either irate at an injustice he had suffered just that morning or had consumed too much spice, for he scrubbed too hard, his fingers working swiftly, scarlet rings forming around his wrists from the exertion. When he was done, Jahan's skin was as red as poppies. The odor and filth of the dungeon seeped out of his skin in black specks. Dizzy, he stood up and tottered through the mist towards the dais outside. It felt cool and fresh after the steaming hot inner chamber. They offered him wild strawberry sherbet. While sipping his drink, for want of anything better to do, he glanced around. There was a stout man with a ruddy complexion, a merchant probably, half asleep. Another man with darting eyes and a scar that ran down his cheekbone was sitting on the edge, dangling his legs, which were covered, for the most part, with a peshtamal. The Kazakh next to him scrutinized Jahan and, not finding him of interest, turned his back. In a while 2 boys appeared, their faces devoid of hair, their eyes big and bright. It was the stocky man who had summoned them. Jahan knew what was going on. In the private rooms boys performed services for chosen customers. Jahan thought of Kamak and Abdullah. His back tightened, his mouth twisted into a grimace. A voice muttered in his ear, "You don't like boys." A man had plumped himself down on the marble beside Jahan. His chest, arms, legs, even his shoulders were covered by dark tufts of hair. "I don't like what's happening," Jahan said. Though he nodded as if in agreement, the man responded with a grin. "You know what they say, boys in the summer, wives in the winter to keep you warm. I'd rather get a thin blanket in the summer and a quilt in the winter." The man chuckled but said no more. Before he left the hammam, Jahan put on the robes the coachman had arranged. He saw the 2 boys outside, whispering. One of them holding an axe as though it were the key to a secret world. That same afternoon, as he entered Mirama's mansion on the shores of the Bosphorus, he was engulfed by a nervous excitement. So it hadn't gone numb. His heart. Taking short breaths to steady himself, he knelt before her. "Look at you." Her hand flew to her mouth. "You are all bones." Jahan dared to glance up at her. Around her neck was a rope of pearls that caught the sun every time she moved. Her dress was of pure sarcenet, the color of an evergreen. A married woman, she carried herself differently now. Behind her light veil she was beautiful, and sad. Never had anyone's sorrow been so sweet. She was worried for him. Perhaps she even loved him. He felt as if his heart would break. Ordering dish after dish, she urged him to taste everything. Stewed mutton, stuffed vine leaves, prunes in syrup, sugared almonds of various colors. There was something on a tiny plate Jahan had never had before, caviar. Fate was odd. The day before he was drawing designs on the floor with shit. Now he was perched on silk cushions, eating caviar from the hand of his beloved. And as he closed his eyes for a moment, he could not tell which was real and which someone else's life. "You used to tell me stories," Mirama said, in a voice that barely rose above a whisper. "Do you remember?" "How could I forget, Your Highness? Everything was different back then. We were only children. One needs to be a child to revel fully in a tale, don't you think? Still, even as adults we can." She was about to say more when her words were interrupted by the sound of footsteps on the great staircase. Jahan's back straightened, as it occurred to him that it could be her husband, Rustem Pasha. When he turned his head he saw Hesna Khatun with a little girl by her side. The child made a deep obeisance before her mother and fixed her large brown eyes on Jahan. "Aisha, my delight, I want you to greet our guest. He is a talented architect. He and Master Sinan made those beautiful mosques that we always talk about." "Yes, mother," the child said without a trace of interest. "He has also taken care of the white elephant," Mirama added. Aisha's face lit up. "Are you the one who helped the elephant to drink his mama's milk?" Jahan drew in a breath. The stories he had once told Mirama, she must have recounted to her daughter. The realization made him smile, as if he had penetrated the intimacy of this house and become a part of its bedtime conversations without even knowing. Over the child's head his eyes met Mirama's. An understanding passed between them, like a soft rustle of wind. "Would Your Excellency like to come to see the elephant someday, Jahan?" asked the girl. Aisha pursed her lips, as if to say she might or she might not. Instead of looking at her mother for permission, She glanced up at Hesnakatun, who had been in the background, silently watching them. Jahan's eyes moved to the nursemaid. She had aged, her cheeks had shriveled up like withered leaves. But even the unmistakable sternness of her gaze didn't disrupt Jahan's line of thinking. This was what his life could have been like if only he had been fortunate enough to be in Rustem Pasha's shoes. This girl would be his daughter, these walls his shield against the world, this splendid view from the window the reality he woke up to every morning, and the princess he secretly loved, his official wife. Never before, not even in his darkest hours in the dungeon, had he wished for another man's death the way he did now. He caught a blur of movement. Hesnakatun was staring at him with unblinking eyes, her lips moving fast, as if she were talking to someone. Jahan's skin turned to goose flesh. He knew she had read his mind, though he couldn't explain how, and that she would find some way of using this against him. The day after he was released from prison, Jahan woke up with heaviness in his heart. He blinked a few times, unable to grasp where he was. The tamers were up and about, and, from behind the closed door, he could hear the growl of a leopard. Dragging himself out of the bed, he lurched into the courtyard and splashed water on his face from the fountain. A drizzle fell on the heather, pearly drops like dew. There was a fresh smell in the breeze, and the animals paced lazily in their cages. Though he had spent time with Chota the preceding evening, he was eager to see him again. Later on in the day he would visit his master. He was both exuberant and nervous. He would ask Sinan why he had not come to visit him in the dungeon, and if, for some reason, he was not able to, why had he not sent a letter? By midday he reached his master's house. His melancholy oozed away as soon as he saw Sinan and the affection in his gaze. He wondered if the father he had lost had ever regarded him like that. He stooped to kiss his master's hand. But Sinan pulled him towards himself and held him in his arms. His voice breaking, he said, "Let me look at you. You are so thin, son." In a little while the blind Kaya entered the room. Her son was now being taught all of his mother's duties, and Jahan knew that one day very soon the man would be called upon to take her place. The apprentice felt a harrowing sadness, and hoped he would be able to say farewell to the old servant when the time came and ask for her blessing. "He needs to eat," Sinan said from his seat to the Kaya. "The poor boy," the old woman exclaimed, and, moving as quickly as she could, went to give orders for the meal. The servants bustled in, carrying a low table, towels, and wooden spoons. They placed in front of him bowls of honey, butter, cream, flattened bread, sour grape molasses, halva, and a jar of yogurt drink with mint and raisins. "Eat. Drink," Sinan ordered. Jahan complied, though he felt no hunger. When he could not take another bite, Sinan, who had been watching him, said quietly, "They punished you in order to get at me. Everybody knows that." Jahan was lost for words. Unaware of the bitterness fermenting in his apprentice's heart, Sinan carried on. "His Majesty wishes to reconsider the water design. I'd like you to come with me to the palace. We need to clear your name." "I don't even know what I've been accused of," said Jahan. A pause. Treachery. It wasn't horror Jahan felt in that moment, only a deep sadness. "Will Rustem Pasha be there?" he asked. Seeing the Grand Vizier's ugly face was the last thing he wanted. "No doubt. You'll have to kiss his hand, ask his forgiveness." "Can you do that?" Jahan could not answer. Instead he inquired, "I don't understand this sudden clemency. What has changed?" "That's what I've been wondering myself." There must be a reason, but I can't fathom it. All I know is that our Sultan has expressed his wish to see me. Jahan remained silent. It must have been Mirama. She must have talked to her husband and pleaded with her father, begging him to listen to the architects one last time. Hints delicate as tufts of dandelions in the wind. Everything suggested that she cared for him. Jahan lowered his head for fear his master could read his thoughts. On the day of their visit, Jahan put on new robes, light cotton chalwar, linen shirt, leather shoes, pointed at the toes. His master had bought them to help him look his best. Sinan, too, had carefully dressed in a russet kaftan and bulbous turban. The Kaya muttered the prayers she had learned from her mother almost a century ago and sprinkled rosewater blessed by 7 imams on their heads. They had been sent a royal carriage, a propitious sign, no doubt, indicating that the Sultan had some regard for them. Inside they sat, the master and the apprentice, scrolls in between them. Their stomachs tied in knots, they found it hard to talk. It was in this mood that Sinan and Jahan entered the palace. Sultan Sulayman welcomed them. On one side of him stood the hefty figure of the Grand Vizier. On the other, the Shaykh al-Islam and the Chief Janissary Aga. Their hands tightly clasped, they eyed them with a coldness they felt no need to mask. The Sultan said, "Chief Royal Architect, each of these honorable men has questions for you. Are you willing to answer?" Sinan bowed. "I'm honored, Your Felicitous Majesty." The Shaykh al-Islam, Abu Su'ud Effendi, his face as unreadable as a faded manuscript, spoke first. "In our glorious city there are bridges from the time of the infidels that have not survived. They collapsed because they were built without true faith. Do you agree?" Sinan took a breath. "God gave us a mind and told us to use it well. Many ancient bridges are in ruins because they were not built upon firm ground. When we raise a bridge we make sure the water is shallow, the earth is solid, the tides favorable. Bridges are built with faith, true, but also with knowledge." Sultan Sulayman made a gesture to his left, the signal for the Chief Janissary Aga to speak. "Majesty, your vassal Sinan seems to think he can predict how much water there is 7 layers under the ground. How is that possible? We thought he was an architect, not a necromancer. Does he also profess mastery of the occult?" Jahan blenched at the innuendo, aware of the implications of being accused of black magic. Sinan replied, "I have no experience in divination. The amount of water under the earth can be measured through the right use of instruments. These instruments he mentions, do they come from Allah? Or from Shaitan?" said the Chief Janissary Aga. "Surely from God," replied Sinan. "He wants us to expand our knowledge." The Shaykh al-Islam interjected, "Al-Qadr, may he rest in paradise, discovered water. Do you claim to be a holy man like him?" "I'm not worthy of the fingernail of a holy man," Sinan said. "Al-Qadr traveled with the prophet Moses and unraveled the secrets of the universe. Next to his knowledge, mine is a droplet of water. But I believe, using the right measurements, we can locate the invisible sources." The Sultan turned to the Grand Vizier. "What do you say, Pasha?" Rustem gave a dry cough. "I'd like to learn how much the Chief Royal Architect is planning to spend. Our treasury cannot be emptied." Expecting this question, Sinan said, "There are 2 choices. The spending will differ, depending on the wishes of my Sultan." Sulayman was intrigued. "What do you mean, architect?" "Majesty, our aim is to bring fresh water to the city. We need laborers. Hundreds of them. If you prefer, we will employ galley slaves. Then you won't have to pay them. You'll have no end of vassals. What is the second way? We hire skilled craftsmen. They'll be paid, according to their ability and service to His Majesty. In return they will give their sweat and their prayers. So he thinks he can fill the coffers with sweat and prayers. Rustem said. Ignoring the remark, the Sultan asked Sinan, which would you suggest? I believe we should pay them and get their blessings. The treasury might not be all that it was, but it's better for the throne and for the people. Jahan went pale, expecting the worst. At last, after a long, awkward silence, the Sultan raised his hand and said, the chief royal architect is right. Water is a charity and must be distributed generously. I shall give water to the people and I shall pay my workers. But with the next breath Suleiman said to Sinan, even so, I'm not allowing you to build a new bridge. Renovate the aqueducts, that's enough. The chamber stirred as each man reflected on who, if anyone, had won the argument. Sinan said, my lord, with your permission, my Indian apprentice will help me with the renovation. The Sultan ran a finger through his beard as his eyes took in Jahan. I remember him. It's good you have such a dedicated apprentice. He paused. What do you say, Pasha, shall we forgive him? The Grand Vizier, a sparkle in his eyes, extended his arm. Sinan nodded encouragingly at Jahan. Showing more determination than he felt, Jahan took a step forward as through a mist and kissed the plump hand with rings, put it on his forehead. He would have loved to swipe one of those rings, he thought. A recompense for his sufferings. May God bless your efforts, said Rustem, his icy glare at variance with the sweetness in his voice. On the way back they passed through marble corridors, the master and the apprentice. The elation that came over them was so intense that they found it hard to stay silent. Jahan knew that not only his heart had been pounding, his master, too, had been scared. Once again, Sinan had found himself in a tight spot, when all he wanted to do was his work. Once again, as though aided by an obscure well-wisher, he had been reprieved. Perhaps he had a protector, Jahan thought, a mysterious patron who interfered on his behalf each time things got too thorny, an invisible guardian angel always by his side. Back in the menagerie, Jahan found the animal tamers waiting for him with a smirk on their faces. Come with me, said Olaf, folding his arms over his chest. Where are we going, said Jahan. Don't ask, said Olaf and pulled him by the elbow. A man who's just come out of prison is a man in need of joy. To Jahan's surprise, Olaf led him towards the stables of the favored horses. Here they kept the best thoroughbreds, each of which wore round its neck a blue amulet against the evil eye. Upon seeing them approach, the chief white eunuch's beloved stallion, Tempest, neighed softly. Noble, majestic, alone. Olaf patted the animal, speaking sweet words in his ear. Will somebody tell me what's going on? Inquired Jahan nervously. You always wanted to ride this horse, didn't you? This is our gift to you. But Camel Aga. Olaf cut short his words with a raise of his hand. Don't worry, it's all arranged. He's not in the palace tonight. He's out visiting the Hammam of Sorrows. Don't ask me where that place may be, I cannot tell. But what do you expect me to do with the horse? Nothing, Olaf responded, giving a wink. Just go and ride down the hill. A little while later, a shadow shot out of the stable gates, Jahan, lying so low. His body was level with the horse's back, riding Tempest into the dark. The two guards by the gates, having been bribed beforehand, couldn't care less. He galloped in the direction Olaf had mentioned, enjoying the wind on his face. Feeling free and reckless for once. After a bit he slowed down. There, in the near distance, was a cart, and huddled together on it were the gypsies. "What on earth?" Johan exclaimed. "When did you get out of prison?" "Oh, we'd all been released about a month before you. We just waited with you until you were pardoned," said Balaban. "What? Why didn't you tell me?" stammered Johan. "What are you doing here at this hour?" "The Lion Man sent us word," Balaban said, as he tethered Tempest's reins to the back of the cart. "Your friends had a chat about you, it seems. They think it's time for you to have a bit of pleasure. You deserve it." "What does that mean?" Johan said suspiciously. The glance that the gypsies exchanged was one of amusement. "You'll see," said Balaban, and before Johan could object he whipped the donkey. The cart set off, followed by Tempest. The cart rattled along, passing through the country lanes and the field tracks. Though it was a crisp autumn evening, with the sky a velvety black, patches of mist were rolling up northwards, edging towards the outer ends of the city. A blanket of fog swallowed the winding streets and arching bridges, and Istanbul swallowed them. They passed through alleyways, many of which were so narrow, with wooden houses on both sides buckled like saplings bent in a gale, that their axles scraped the walls as they rode by. Each neighborhood they left behind seemed quieter, mustier, and more doleful than the last. Balaban fell silent. All they heard for a long time, other than the occasional squawk from a seagull, was the clatter of hooves and wheels on the cobblestones. The wagon came to a halt and they climbed off. Taking a breath to steady himself, Johan jumped down from the horse, looked around for a familiar sight, and found none. "Come on," Balaban said, nudging him. "Movement is a blessing." Putting his right hand on his heart, the chieftain turned to his men. "You go, God go with you." Johan trod behind Balaban. At each step the street smells intensified, traces of jasmine mingling with the tang of the sea and the whiffs of food, briny and garlicky. Tamers learned a lot from their animals, and there was one thing Chota had hammered into him: how to sniff better. So he paid more attention to these scents in the breeze, and after a while he caught a hint of perfumed oils from a house nearby. "What is this place?" whispered Johan. Balaban chuckled. "Don't you get it? We brought you to the bawdy house." Johan paled. "I refuse to go." "What? You afraid of the wenches?" "We'll just go in and take a look. If you don't like what you see, we'll leave. May my blood redden the soil under your feet if I lie. Come on, Indian. After all we've gone through in the jail, listen to me." Johan dithered. He could neither accept nor refuse. Balaban pushed him, ceaselessly talking to assuage his fear. He explained that a brothel in Istanbul was a bit like the beginning of a Turkish tale: once there was, once there wasn't. Several harlots could dwell under the same roof for months, and, just when you thought they would be there forever, they'd vanish into thin air, the house an empty shell. Then there were the wives, as poor as a mouse in a looted larder, their husbands gone to war or good for nothing, who would become strumpets, though only on certain occasions, few and far between. In most neighborhoods the women who were thought to be of easy virtue were pelted with curses and stones. Often they woke up with tar rubbed on the thresholds of their homes, slanders scrawled on their walls. At times these women could be arrested, even imprisoned. Strumpets were made to sit backwards on mules and to ride through the streets so that everybody could see what was due to the likes of them. But the Kadis were a varied bunch and just as confused as everyone else. Balaban said. As much as they loathed the harlots, they saw the trade as an evil bound to happen and a boon for the treasury, since it was taxed. The only time it was strictly forbidden was in the month of Ramadan. During the rest of the year, whoredom was the only transgression that both was and wasn't a crime. The district of Ayup had, a little while back, become strict and issued a number of decrees. Taverns were closed, as were whorehouses and coffee houses that allowed gambling. All ladies of ill repute were banished, even those who had given up the life and married. To avoid the same fate, the painted women moved from one place to another, depending on the weather. Harlotry is like the wind, said Balaban, if you try to clap it in irons, it will slip away through the holes. With that they reached the door. It was opened by a black man. Upon seeing Balaban, he bowed and said, Master, welcome. You own this place? Jahan muttered in surprise. Balaban gave the servant a frosty glance. He turned to Jahan and, raising both hands, he said, I'm a poor Romani. Do you think this a house on wheels? How can I own it? Come, let's not waste time. They were ushered upstairs, where an elderly woman, her face as wrinkled as a walnut, greeted Balaban with much esteem. Next to her was a basket, inside of which was a mother cat with 6 kittens, curled in balls, all with the same thick smoke grey coat. They were born here, she said. Each named after one of my girls. Those girls, Jahan learned, were, Arab Fatima, Nefis the Venetian, Kurd Kamer, Nairan the Circassian, Zarif the Turk, Leah the Jewess, and Ani the Armenian. To their left and right, there were closed doors, from behind which Jahan could hear an occasional murmur. Balaban pushed Jahan into one of the rooms, made him sit on cushions, said he'd better go to check on the musicians and disappeared. A maid appeared carrying a tray. She had flaming hair and sad scars on both sides of her face. Her eyes had a distant look, as if in search of other, long ago evenings. She brought him water, wine and plates piled with goat's cheese, sweetened figs, roasted almonds, pickles. Placing them on a low table, she asked if there was anything else he would like. Jahan shook his head, fixing his stare on the patterns of the carpet. As soon as the maid left, 2 women walked into the room on each other's heels. One was so fat she had 3 chins. Her cheeks were round and bright red. It occurred to Jahan that if Chota had been there he would have gulped them down for apples. The thought made him smile. She beamed. You like me? No, Jahan exclaimed. Not wanting to appear rude, he added hastily, well, yes, but not like that. They giggled, she more than the other. The flesh on her belly bounced up and down. Smacking her lips, she leaned forward. I've 3 breasts and there's a monster in my belly that comes out when I'm hungry. I eat men. Jahan looked at her in horror. They broke into another peal of laughter. Could one of you call Balaban? Jahan said. I need to see him. They exchanged glances, fearing their teasing might have gone too far. The room felt hot, fusty. Rising to his feet, Jahan mumbled an apology and, like an arrow, shot out of the room. At the last moment he noticed that the women, too, had stood up and were following him. Swiftly, he closed the door and slipped the bolt on it. Outside, by the stairs, he careened into the maid, who had been carrying the tray. Are you all right? She said. You going? Yes, Choda's waiting. Is that your wife? Despite himself Jahan smiled. Nay, he's my elephant. Huge animal. Her dark eyes brightened. I know what an elephant is. All at once the women locked in the room began to pound on the door. Jahan paled. The last thing he wanted was to be caught. He looked around in panic. Come with me, the maid said, taking him by the hand. Through a hatch at the back they reached a flight of creaky stairs. She led him to her room in the attic, where the ceiling was so low they had to stoop. Yet, under the half-moon, the view out of the window was charming, a forest of tall pine trees and, beyond that, the sea in stripes of black. From up here the water seemed like something else, soft and solid, a massive silk shawl spread round the shoulders of the city. Jahan told her what had happened downstairs, which amused her greatly. She said her name was Perry. She'd been a camp follower in times past, but not any more. After her face had been marred, by a soldier who had seen such things on the battlefield that he had become sick in the head and took out his anger on harlots, no one desired her. It's not true no man will want you, said Jahan. You're prettier than those women downstairs. She kissed him and he kissed her back, the taste of her tongue lingering in his mouth. She caressed his hair, her fingertips soft and warm against his forehead, which was creased with worry. You have never done it, have you? She asked. The deep blush on his face was enough of an answer for her. She made him lie down and slowly took off his clothes. At the touch of her lips on his skin, desire surged through him. Jahan had never known that such a kingdom of pleasure existed. Only years later would he understand how lucky he had been for having someone like her to show him the way. In the dark, while he slept next to Perry, he saw himself in an unknown land, riding Chota. They pranced on top of mansions, hopping from one roof to another. Then he saw Mirama in the distance, wearing a dress of white linen, her hair fluttering in the wind. Wait, he yelled. She did not hear. He shouted again. Every time he opened his mouth it was yet another lost scream. SHH, wake up. It took Jahan a moment to remember where he was, and when he did he was drenched in cold sweat. Dressing fast, he mumbled, I ought to go. He stopped, noticing that her face was clouding over. I'm sorry. I don't know this, I pay you. Perry turned her head. You don't owe me anything. Jahan went close, caressed her hair. Inside him confusion was fermenting, soon to turn into the sharpest guilt. He knew he had to leave before that occurred. He didn't want Perry to witness what had happened between them, changing into regret. You've been talking in your sleep, Perry said as she opened the door. Did I disturb you? Perry ignored the question. She dwells in your heart, clearly. Whoever she is. Does she know you love her? Dazed, discomfited, Jahan left the house. He would never have dared to call this thing he felt for Mirama love, and yet when it was uttered, unveiled, by someone else, he carefully picked up the word and hugged it to his chest, not willing to let go. 130 hands were hired for the repair of the aqueducts. They worked in two teams, the first on the west wing, the second on the middle part, where the decay had been most severe. In the meantime the four apprentices, with the help of an astrolabe, measured the depths of valleys and the heights of peaks. As was his wont, Sinan ordered them to research the methods undertaken by the craftsmen of the past. They needed to understand how the Byzantines had succeeded and how they had failed if they wished to do better themselves. Davud and Yusuf, adept at the science of geometry, took the measurements of the waterways. Nicola and Jahan, trudging up and down the hills, logged all the broken canals and the clogged runnels. In some places the water rushed through a gorge because the conduits had fallen into disrepair. Water was dispersed amid green meadows, returned to the earth without having been of use to human beings. In other parts they had to find the source of the stream and excavate the conduits. They dammed the water to make it flow in a single direction, towards the city. Then, with the aid of a new ditch, they made it run the length of the dale. At every stage they measured the quantity, using brass spouts attached to tanks with sluices, calculating how much water had accumulated along the way. A week later Jahan began to notice something strange. The laborers were giving them a wide berth, reluctant to carry out the orders. The more he observed them, the more he was convinced that they were looking for excuses not to hammer a nail, carry a plank, or do the slightest thing, which, when added together, was enough to hold everything back. He pulled aside one of the draftsmen, a Kurd named Salahaddin. His wife had recently given birth to twin boys. Knowing him to be an honest man, Jahan expected him to tell the truth. "What's going on? Why's everyone slow?" Salahaddin averted his gaze. "We're workin', Effendi." "You are falling behind, why?" A little blush crept into his cheeks. "You didn't tell us there was a saint here." "Who says that?" The man shrugged, refusing to give names. Jahan tried another question. "How do they know there's a saint?" "They have seen an apparition," Salahaddin replied, glancing at Jahan, as if for confirmation. "It was the ghost of a martyr, a meddlesome Muslim soldier who had met his end while fighting the infidels. An arrow had pierced his chest and entered his heart, yet he had kept on fighting relentlessly for 2 more days. On the 3rd morning he had fallen and was buried in this area. Now his soul, disturbed by the hustle and bustle of the construction, was appearing to the laborers, who fretted that the ghost would put a curse on them." "Nonsense. Whoever is spreading this story wants to harm Master Sinan." "It's true, Effendi," said Salahaddin. "People have seen it." "Where?" Jahan said, throwing up his hands in exasperation. "Show me." To his surprise, the man pointed with his chin at the scaffolding. "Has the ghost set up home there?" Jahan asked teasingly. But Salahaddin was solemn. "That's where he was seen." During the rest of the afternoon Jahan prowled around the scaffolding, checking the planks, tightening the ropes, making sure it was safe, scowling at every man who so much as threw a glance at him. "You are not paying attention," said Davud, when they were studying the measurements the next day. "I'm sorry." "My mind," said Jahan and gasped. In that moment something had caught his eye, on the raised wooden platform, down along the 3rd tier. A few laborers were working there, one of them carrying a bucket. He watched the man sway on his feet, as if pushed by an invisible hand, then regain his balance. The hairs on the back of Jahan's neck stiffened. In the past, whenever timber was scarce, they had used platforms dangling from abutments above to save wood. But this one rose from the ground and was attached to the walls, supported by struts and trusses. For it to move to and fro, the ropes must have come loose and a part of the edifice must have been hanging free, a part or all. "Are you all right?" asked Davud, following his gaze. A scream of panic shattered the hum of work. They watched a board flip in the air, whirling as though it were a leaf in the wind, and plummet to the ground. Another board hit a mason, landing on his head with a sickening thud. People ran left and right as timber and metal rained from above. "Qiyamit, Qiyamit," Someone wailed. Oxen bellowed in pain, a horse with a broken leg lay on its side, its body twitching, its nostrils flaring. Jahan could not see Chota in the commotion. In the blink of an eye, the scaffolding they had proudly put up only weeks before had come tumbling down. The workers on the higher tiers in the middle section suffered the worst falls, along with those down below who had been hit by the planks. Of these, 8 would not survive. Among them was Salahaddin. Sinan and the 4 apprentices approached the Gassel. May we stay next to you while you wash him? The man hesitated. Then, either because he had recognized the chief royal architect or because he had confused him with a bereaved relative, he said, "That's fine, Effendi." Turning to his apprentices, Sinan asked, "Would any of you like to join me?" Yusuf avoided his gaze, a light blush rising to his cheeks. Nicola, who wasn't a Muslim, said the man might not have wished him to be present at the washing. Davud, suddenly waxen, said he had still not forgotten the corpses he had seen as a child and did not wish to encounter another until the day he died. Being the only one left, Jahan nodded. "I'll come." Lying on cold marble was Salahaddin's naked body. Bruises of various sizes and shades covered the left side of his head and chest where he had been hit by the falling timbers. Even so, Jahan had the strange sensation that the injuries had been painted on rather than etched into Salahaddin's frame, and that if they washed them off, he could, at any moment, show signs of life. "God has built the palace of our body and entrusted to us its key," Sinan said in a voice so quiet that the Gassel, standing behind, bowed his head, assuming he was praying. "The palace of our body." What a peculiar thing to say, Jahan thought. All he saw was a pile of wounded flesh. As if he had read his thoughts, Sinan asked Jahan to come closer. "Man is made in the image of God. At its center there's order, balance. See the circles and the squares. See how proportionately they have been arranged. There are 4 humors: blood, yellow bile, black bile, and phlegm. We work with 4 elements: wood, marble, glass, metal." Jahan and the Gassel exchanged a glance. Jahan knew what the man was thinking, for he'd had similar thoughts himself. He feared that his master, out of sorrow or weariness, had lost his mind. The face is the facade, the eyes are the windows, the mouth is the door that opens into the universe. The legs and the arms are the staircases. Then Sinan poured water from a ewer, and, by drawing circles with his hands, began to wash the body with such tenderness that the Gassel dared not move. That's why when you see a human being, slave or vizier, Mohammedan or heathen, you ought to respect him. Remember, even a beggar owns a palace. Jahan said, with much respect, "Master, I don't see perfection. I see the missing teeth. This crooked bone. All of us, I mean, some are hunchbacked. Others cracks on the surface. But the building is flawless." The Gassel, craning his neck over their shoulders, bowed his head in assent. Perhaps convinced more by the lull of Sinan's voice than by his views. After that, they were silent. They washed the deceased twice, once with warm water, once with tepid. Then they wrapped him head to toe in a milky white shroud, leaving his right hand outside. This they held, gently, and placed on his heart, as though he were saying his goodbyes to this world and his salams to the next. The funeral prayer was led by an imam with a goitra so large that it pressed on his windpipe, making his breath come out in raspy gasps. He said it was of great consolation that they had died on a construction site. The men had not been Lecheing after women of ill repute, or imbibing or gambling or uttering blasphemies. Death had found them in an hour of honest, hard work. When the day of judgment arrived, which it was sure to do, God would take this into account. He said Saladin had departed this mortal life while building a bridge for the Sultan. No one dared to say that it was in fact while repairing an aqueduct. In return, in the other world, when it was his turn to cross the bridge of Sirat, thinner than a hair, slimier than 1,000 eels, a pair of angels would assist him. They would hold him by his hands and not let him fall into the flames of hell underneath. The casket was transported to the cemetery amid wailing and keening. Saladin's family were poor, so Sinan had paid for his tombstone. The father of the deceased, brought low by age and grief, trudged towards them. Touched and honored that a man like Sinan should attend his son's funeral, he thanked each of them. Saladin's brother, meanwhile, kept his distance. It wasn't hard to see he was holding them responsible for his loss, this lad who was no more than 14. One glance at him and Jahan knew they had made themselves yet another enemy. When, after throwing spadefuls of earth on to his brother's coffin, he moved towards the back of the crowd, Jahan followed him. "May God welcome your brother into paradise," Jahan said as soon as he caught up with him. No response. An awkward moment passed between them, as each waited for the other to speak. In the end, it was the lad who broke the silence. "Were you with him when he died?" "I was nearby." The ghost pushed them. "Did you see it happen?" "Nobody pushed them." "It was an accident," Jahan said nervously. Even he couldn't deny the bizarreness of the incident. "The ghost wants you to stop. There'll be no end to disaster if you disturb him. But your master doesn't care. He has no respect for the dead." "That's not true. Master is a good man," said Jahan. The boy's face darkened with rage. "Your friend was right. You are befouling a sacred place. What with your hammers and donkeys? You are all condemned to hell." The crowd began to disperse. Amid the mourners inching towards the gate, Jahan noticed Sinan moving listlessly, as though pulled by invisible strings. Against his will. Jahan said weakly, "Don't blame my master." As they left the cemetery, the wind blustered, tufts of dust and dirt rolling in their direction. Later, much later, it would dawn on Jahan that in the commotion, he had not asked Saladin's brother who this friend he had talked with was, and why he had uttered premonitions so dire. The next day only half of the laborers turned up for work. "So much for paid workmen," Davud exclaimed. "Had we hired chained galley slaves, none of this would have happened. See where kindness gets us." "Master will find extra hands," Nicholas said. He was right. Determined to complete what he had started, Sinan took on new laborers. It wasn't hard to obtain them. There were many in need of a job in this city. The misery of hunger prevailed over the fear of a saint's curse. For a while, things seemed to improve. The work proceeded without incident. Autumn drew in, the air chilled. Then came the flood. Sweeping down houses, taverns, shrines, and sheds, it gushed through the valleys. Because they had not been able to fully unclog the channels leading to the aqueduct, the waters washed away the scaffolding and crumbled the watercourse as if it had been a wafer. The flood had caught them unprepared. No one was injured. But they lost weeks of work and materials of value. The disaster gave credence to the gossip-mongers' rumors, and even those who had previously been unsure now became convinced that Sinan and his apprentices were accursed. Their spirits sank. Until this point their master had overcome every obstacle, no matter how great or daunting. Yet this was different. How could Sinan possibly defeat a ghost? The renovation work stopped. Hard as Sinan tried, he could not convince a single soul to keep on working. The laborers accused the chief royal architect of putting them in danger in order to win the Sultan's favor. Who needed water when the water was jinxed? The aqueducts dated from the days of the infidels. Why repair them if not to spread idolatry? Jahan was surprised to hear they had already forgotten about the ghost of the Muslim martyr. They had found new fears to cling to, and cling they did. Silent and compliant on the surface, they whispered malicious gossip as soon as the apprentices turned their backs. After a week of the Sinan appeared with a small, wiry visitor by his side. The two of them climbed up onto the newly built scaffolding. Workmen. Foreman. We are fortunate to have a respectable Hajjah * with us. Sinan extended his hand to the stranger. The man took a step forward, ashen and drawn, unused to heights. Closing his eyes, he chanted verses from the Quran. He was called the Nightingale Hajjah, they learned. Born in Bosnia, he could commune with God in 7 languages and knew the ways of many creeds and sects. There was something in the voice of this man, who otherwise looked very ordinary, that enchanted the laborers. He told them to move on and never speak evil of others, for if Shaitan could fly so high, it was thanks to 2 wings: sloth and slander. The Hajjah came every day, stood with them from dawn to dusk, dust in his hair, mud on his shoes. He sprinkled blessed water and uttered the prayer of Sevzan, which he said the Archangel Gabriel had revealed when the Prophet Mohammed was afraid and in need of protection, for prophets, just like common men, could be frightened of the dangers of this world, and he sanctified the aqueducts, calming the fears of Jews, Christians, and Muslims alike. Then he concluded, "It's clean now. This site is as pure as your mother's milk. Go back to work." So they did. Little by little, they finished the renovation so perfectly that even those who hated Sinan more than any soul on earth could not raise objections. Sultan Sulayman was pleased. He honored his architect with gifts and praises, calling him Al-Insan al-Kamil *. It was after this incident that Jahan understood his master's secret resided not in his toughness, for he was not tough, nor in his indestructibility, for he was not indestructible, but in his ability to adapt to change and calamity, and to rebuild himself, again and again, out of the ruins. While Jahan was made of wood, and Davud of metal, and Nicola of stone, and Yusuf of glass, Sinan was made of flowing water. When anything blocked his course, he would flow under, around. Above it, however he found his way through the cracks, and kept flowing forward. What an awful night it was! Chota was in pain. Roaring, bellowing, growling till the first light of the day, he swayed his trunk this way and that, exhausted. Such was his discomfort that Jahan had to sleep next to him, if sleep he could. 1. Peek into the animal's mouth and he saw the reason for his torment. The molar at the back of his left lower jaw was a nasty black color and the gum had become swollen with pus. Jahan recalled how the summer before he had had a terrible toothache himself, and the barber who shaved the overseer of the royal stables had taken pity on him. Amid wailing and groaning, the man had pulled and pulled, ending Jahan's suffering. Even so, Jahan could not think of a single soul in Istanbul brave enough to remove an elephant's molar. "What's the matter?" Taraz asked as soon as he entered the stable and saw his face. A head on a pike looks happier than you. It's Chota. His tooth is killing him. If we were only in the taiga, said Taras with a sigh. I know of a shrub that can mend him in an instant. Grandma is fond of it? Jahan gaped at him in astonishment. Is your granny still alive? She's one of the damned, said Taras. Seeing Jahan's surprise, he added. Drilly, no worse curse than to bury all your loved ones and still keep breathing. Years later Jahan would remember this moment, but now the words whizzed by him like a current of air. Get garlic, lots, fennel, oil of clove, a tad of anise, no more. Mix them. Jahan obtained the ingredients from the kitchen and pounded them in a mortar until they turned into a gooey, green paste. When he showed him the concoction, Taras was pleased. Now rub it on the beast's gums. This will give him comfort. For now, the tooth needs to be pulled out. Jahan rushed back to the barn. The elephant resisted his attempts with such fierceness he could apply only half the paste, and he wasn't sure he had swabbed the right molar anyway. Chota's mouth reeked of an unpleasant odor. He had not been able to eat anything, and hunger, as always, made his blood boil. Stitching together 2 mufflers, Jahan placed the remaining ointment inside and tied it around the animal's head, against the inflamed skin. Chota looked so funny he would have laughed had the poor thing not been in such agony. Out on the streets, Jahan searched for an itinerant tooth drawer or barber. The first man he asked burst out laughing upon learning the identity of the patient. The next was a fellow with such a menacing aspect that Jahan did not dare to take him to the menagerie. He was about to give up when he recalled the one soul in this city who knew everything about everything, Simeon the bookseller. The quarter around the Galata Tower was swarming with people. Merchants walked in tandem with pedlars, emissaries and dragomen moved aside to let ox carts pass. An ambassador in a tatiravan breezed along, carried by black slaves. Dogs roamed in packs. He saw men going to classes at the yeshiva, the elderly chatting in corners, a woman pulling her son by the hand. Words in Spanish, French and Arabic swirled in the wind. Rounding a corner, thinking of Chota, he was rushing when he stopped in his tracks. Ahead of him, merely a few steps away from Simeon's house, was the traveler he had drunk with at the roadside inn. Next to him was Yusuf, the mute apprentice, his eyes on the ground. The man said something, after which Yusuf nodded and walked away. In a burst of memory, Jahan remembered how they had been robbed on the way back from Rome. Suddenly, he suspected that the man in front of his eyes had had something to do with it. Hey, Tommaso! The Italian turned round. His eyes grew small as he caught sight of Jahan. Sprinting fast as an arrow, he disappeared into the crowd. Jahan gave chase for a while, though it was clear he would not be able to catch him. Dispirited, he strode back, knocked on Simeon's door. You all right? The bookseller asked. Was Yusuf here a moment ago? With a blond man. What blond man? I haven't seen Yusuf in weeks. Never mind, Jahan said with a sigh. I need your help. Good timing, a ship's arrived. There are new books from Spain. I'll look at them later. I need to help the elephant first. When Jahan told him his problem, Simeon's mouth twisted into a grimace. I'm a man of ideas, never operated on an animal. Do you know of anyone? None better than you. Tell you what, I'll see if there's anything in one of the books. Then you can do it yourself. Fine, said Jahan weakly. You'll need to sedate him. Get lots of boza. Better yet, sleeping draught. Simeon said that, in the past, physicians had used hemlock, which had killed many a mortal and saved a few. Nowadays they preferred nightshade and mandragora, the latter a plant that unleashed an awful shriek when torn out of the soil. But the best was opium. Galen recommended it for jaundice, dropsy, leprosy, headache, coughs and melancholy. For a man Jahan's age and size, 2 spoonfuls was the right amount. Since an elephant weighed as much as a mountain and was as tall as a tree. Simeon's eyebrows arched as he made a calculation. You are going to need a cask. Where am I going to find that? Simeon said, the chief white eunuch. There's no miracle he cannot perform. Jahan returned to the palace with a book under his arm and misgivings in his head. Nobody messed with Carnation Camel Aga. He hadn't forgotten the scolding he had received from him when he had first arrived. Even so, mustering courage, Jahan went to see him. To his surprise, the man was agreeable, kind. Even a cask of opium was provided at a stroke. Jahan did not inquire how it was acquired. Years in the palace had instilled in him the code of silence. 2 tamers hoisted up Chota's upper jaw, 2 others held down his lower one. The elephant, in pain and tired, did not put up much of a fight. For good measure, with the help of a funnel, they poured a jug of mulled red wine into his listless mouth. Little by little, Chota's breathing slackened off, his face melted like wax, his eyes glazed over. His legs gave way under his enormous weight and he tumbled down. They tied him with hawsers and chains and ropes, in case he woke up and attacked them in a fit of delirium. In this state Jahan started to operate on him. He began with a chisel, quickly moved to a hammer. Dara the giraffe tamer, Cato the crocodile tamer and Olef the lion tamer took turns pounding, thumping, clouting, then pulling, yanking, wrenching. After what felt like an eternity, Jahan rooted out a tooth, like the fang of a giant snake from a tail. A Medda would tell in a coffee house somewhere. Give it to me, ordered the chief white eunuch, his eyes glinting. Jahan now grasped why the man had been so nice to him from the start. Having appropriated the cabinet of curiosities that had once belonged to Hurrem Sultana, he wanted to add Chota's tooth to it. Jahan felt a shudder as he wondered where he kept this cabinet and what else it might contain. Upon learning that Rustem Pasha had passed away, Jahan felt many things at once, but sorrow wasn't among them. Princess Miramah's husband, the father of her 3 children, the royal favorite who had touched her every night. The Devsherm who had risen too fast, the great Grand Vizier, much respected and much feared. The man who had sent Jahan to the dungeon and expected him to kiss his hand upon release, had gone the way of all flesh. He had been suffering from dropsy for a while, that much Jahan knew. For no matter how he had tried to keep the man away from his thoughts, every passing day Jahan had heard something new about him and hated him more. A month later Miramah summoned Sinan, sending word that he should bring along his Indian apprentice. Chief Royal Architect, I want you to build an exquisite mosque for my late lamented spouse, may heaven be his abode. She was wearing somber colors, befitting a widow. Jahan waited behind his master, his hands clasped, his gaze fixed on the carpet, and he thought to himself he would be in charge of this mosque and put a sign in it, somewhere, subtle but obvious to the knowing eye. He would etch his dislike of Rustem Pasha into the very monument dedicated to him. If it were a sin to think such things, he was sinful, for sure. Unaware of his thoughts, Miramah kept talking. There was no need to fret about the sums, as she would cover all the costs. She demanded a spacious courtyard and a row of vaulted shops to provide revenue for the mosque. She was keen to make generous use of the best Iznik tiles, sage green, sapphire blue, and a red as dark as yesterday's blood. "It shall be as you wish, your highness," said Sinan. "I want it to be glorious," said Miramah. "Worthy of my late husband's noble name." Jahan sighed inwardly. Resentment coiled inside him like a serpent. He lamented, almost against his will, having accompanied his master into this house of riches. But then, as if she had noticed his discomfort, Miramah turned to him. "I haven't seen the elephant in a while. How is the beast doing?" "Chota missed you, your highness," said Jahan quietly. She inspected him, taking in the marks of time. "How can you tell?" "Many a day I found him waiting with his eyes fixed on the path your highness had graced." Miramah raised her hand, as if to touch the air between them. "Well, tell Chota that I was away, trapped in another life, but I shall come back and visit him, for I have never known a white elephant like him. He will be happy to hear this, your highness. Tell him that none of this was in my hands." Jahan's eyes slid to the sky. A kite hovered above, soaring on an updraft. "Beautiful and free," he said. "I am sure he understands, your highness. And I am sure he still awaits your return. Elephants never forget." She nodded slowly. "You may go now. May God guide you." As the master and the apprentice were taking their leave, Miramah murmured, "You said elephants never forget. What about elephant tamers?" Jahan paled. He felt the gaze of his master, who was startled by the informality of the conversation he had just heard. But for once he didn't want to hide. He didn't want to pretend. Bowing his head, he said, "Neither do they, your highness. Neither do they." Istanbul, the seat of the throne, weary of fires and earthquakes though it was, bulged at the seams. A honeysuckle of a city, it drew from near and far people of every kind, bustling, seeking, yearning. There were far too many souls under the same sky, outnumbering the stars at which they gazed, Muslims, Christians, Jews, believers and heretics of each faith, talking to God all at once, their pleas and prayers for succor and good fortune carried on the wind, mingling with the cries of seagulls. Jahan wondered how the Almighty could hear any of them over the commotion. Towards the end of the summer, the Shaykh al-Islam, Abu Su'ud Effendi, railed against Sinan. He declared that the marble plagues the architect had moved from the Hagia Sophia during a reconstruction were damned, and had brought one calamity after another upon the Istanbulites. In the end, not knowing where to place the cursed stones of the old church, Sinan and the apprentices used them in the tomb of Hurrem Sultana, trusting she wouldn't mind. In 1566, the first day of May it was, war was waged to conquer the fortress of Zajitvar, and the elephant's services were required. Miserable as he was to hear this, Jahan complied. He might have been training as Sinan's apprentice, but he was, and would remain so long as Chota was alive, the Sultan's mahout. They reached Belgrade in June. The Danube River ran as far as the eye could see, rowdy, alluring, grand. Sultan Suleiman, who up to then had been riding in front of them, slowed down his horse, a sorrel mare, to a trot. Little did Jahan know that this was because the Sultan's gout had become so painful that he had difficulty keeping his seat on the mount. His Grand Vizier, Sokolo, an astute man with a measured voice and an earnest expression, a devsherm from a Bosnian village called Hawk's Nest, had considered having him carried in a litter but ultimately rejected the idea. Such a move would only dishearten the troops, who would rather see tadpoles raining from the sky than their Commander frail and fading. That was when a solution was found, Chota. Jahan was instructed to ready the elephant for carrying the Lord of East and West. Make sure your animal knows who's riding him, he had been forewarned. The next morning Jahan saw the Sultan up close for the first time in several years. His skin, drained of color, reminded him of the cold ashes that gathered in a fireplace, the flames long gone. His high forehead, which he had passed on to Miramah, was lined with wrinkles, and obscure calligraphy inked by time. Bowing low, Jahan kissed the hem of his kaftan, a robe of no fine cloth, since Suleiman still shunned opulence. His guards helped him up into the howdah. Once he was settled, Jahan took his seat on Chota's neck. In this manner, they carried on. They arrived at Zajitvar on the 5th day of August. It was a sweltering afternoon, the fields flecked with dandelions. They set up camp and brought over the siege cannons, pulled by dozens of oxen. Then they erected the Sultan's tent, with its 7 white horsetails, atop a hill from where the sovereign could gaze at the fortress they had sworn to capture. Inside the castle, the Count Nicola Subik-Zierensky was in command. His people had hung enormous cloths, the color of blood, from the ramparts. What does that mean? Jahan asked a foot soldier. It means they'll not come out of that damn castle. They'd rather die. Stubborn and staunch, the count and his soldiers defended their citadel. Days turned into weeks. A month passed. The heat became unbearable. For food, they had roasted millet, nuts, dried meat, and a piece of hard mare's milk cheese each. The flocks of sheep and goats that they had brought from Istanbul were waiting, ready to be slaughtered. How the enemy withstood the hunger and their diminishing numbers, Jahan could not say. The Sultan's army would charge, the fortress would hold out. Many fell on both sides, more from the Ottoman than from the enemy lines. But where the defenders had hundreds, the Ottomans had thousands. They buried their dead in pits deeper than the deepest wells and prepared themselves for another charge. Time and again they sent emissaries, asking the count to surrender, promising safety should he do so. Sultan Suleiman offered to let him become the ruler of Croatia under Ottoman direction. Every messenger returned with the same answer: they would fight. The sounds of the Ottoman cannonades echoed through the rolling hills. The enemy's resistance was unshakable. The holes in the defenses opened during the day were repaired at night by men, women, and children. They used everything. They had to fortify the walls: timber, fabric, carpets. Nothing was spared. Not even an exquisite silk tapestry that must have belonged to a wealthy family. Water nymphs danced on its surface, holding lyres, their hair shimmering like moonlight on dark waves. Jahan could not take his eyes off it. Nor could the Janissaries. There was something enchanting in the image of this lustrous paradise, its brightness and softness so alluring that the commanders, suspecting sorcery, ordered the tapestry to be bombarded. They attacked that part of the wall ceaselessly, until all the lustrous colors disappeared into a dull rag of soot and slag. One clear afternoon in September, Jahan was riding Chota, bringing the Sultan back to his tent, when they heard a blast that would ring in their ears for days on end. The ground shook, billows of smoke rose above the clouds. The elephant jerked, almost throwing them down. Jahan yelled orders at Chota, trying to soothe him while he gaped at the pitch-dark sky. "Mahout, what's going on?" the Sultan demanded from where he lay on cushions inside the howdah. "My lord, they have blown up their arsenal, and themselves." "What did you say?" The Sultan sat up, leaning forward for a better look. So they have, he murmured. So they have. For a long, horrified moment the sovereign and the mahout watched the blaze. Chota swung his trunk and flapped his ears in a frenzy. Oblivious to the animals. Unease, the Sultan ordered, "Go near. I want to see." Jahan obeyed, hoping that, midway, the elephant would not become overwrought. But when they reached the scene it would be he who would be shaken. The ground was strewn with shattered weapons and severed limbs. It was impossible to say which were the enemies and which were theirs. Jahan's breath came in gasps as his gorge rose. Bile filled his mouth and nearly caused him to vomit. He hid his face with his hands. "Don't cry," the Sultan said. "Pray." Ashamed of his weakness, Jahan straightened his shoulders. "I shall pray for our soldiers, my lord." "No," he said. "Pray for them all. There's no difference any more." This man who had, throughout the 46 years of his rule, relentlessly fought one war after another, who had ordered his brightest Grand Vizier and perhaps his only friend to be killed, who had watched his eldest son being strangled, caused another son to die of sorrow and arranged for a third to be murdered far away in Iran, who had made himself the strongest of all the Ottoman sultans, this man had just said, in a field of dandelions and death, that in the end there was no difference between the soldier inside and the soldier outside the enemy stronghold, the Christian and the Muslim, leaving Jahan with a riddle that he would not solve for many years to come. The next morning, the smell of burning flesh still canopied the battlefield, a stench so thick no wind could carry it away. Jahan felt as if the smell had lodged in the back of his throat, making it hard to breathe, let alone swallow. Still, like any other day, he made Chota ready for the sovereign, and they waited in front of his tent. Yet it was Sokala who walked out after a while, saying, in a whisper, that he wished to have a word with the mahout. By now, Jahan had lived in the seraglio for long enough to know that if a Grand Vizier wished to speak with a common servant, something terrible must have happened. Or was about to. Jahan followed him, his heart in his mouth. Inside the Sultan's tent, though there was plenty of daylight, a lamp glowed dimly in one corner. Across from it, on a velvet sofa, was the Sultan, lying perfectly still. "Listen, son," said the Vizier. "What you see, no one knows. Do you understand?" "Is he?" Jahan faltered. "That's right, sadly. Our Sultan has passed away, may he dwell in paradise. We will mourn later. You and I have an important duty." Not knowing where to look, Jahan stared, wide-eyed with woe, at his feet. Sultan Suleiman, aged 72, had not lived long enough to glory in their triumph. "It's essential that we hide the truth from the army." Sokolo spoke carefully. Haltingly, a man who believed that words, like money, should be used sparingly. "Our Sultan will sit on the elephant as if it were any other day. You shall take him around." Jahan winced as it dawned on him that he would have to place a corpse on Chota. He asked, "What if somebody wants to speak to the Sultan?" "Make sure the elephant does not go near anyone. If the Janissaries see the Sultan from afar, that'll be enough. They don't need to hear his voice. All they need to know is that he's alive." Suddenly they heard footsteps. The guards were bringing someone in. Sokolo, having ensured only the most trustworthy could pass through the threshold, craned his head to check who was entering. It was a short, bull-necked Tatar. "Oh, it's you. Come forward." The Grand Vizier took out a scroll from his robe, kissed it and put it on his forehead. "Take this to Prince Salim." The man bowed low. "Be fast as the wind. Do not stop anywhere on the way. Eat mounted. Don't sleep. Don't waste time. The fate of the empire depends upon you. Jahan wondered how long it would take to gallop from Zajidvar to Kudahaya, where the prince was serving as governor. It was not enough that the news of his father's death should reach him without delay, he, too, had to arrive at Istanbul in time. An empty throne was an ominous sign. Anything could happen in the gap between the father's death and the son's ascension to the throne. So Khalid brought out a Quran from a mother-of-pearl box. I need you to swear on the holy book. Both of you. They did as told. Nevertheless the Grand Vizier didn't seem satisfied. He inquired where they were from. Hindustan, Jahan said. Kazan, the messenger replied. So Kala took out a dagger, gilded and bejeweled. Give me your hands. He made a cut on the messenger's forefinger, then on Jahan's. Blood trickled from their hands onto the sheath of the dagger. If one of you gives the secret away, I shall kill you both. Jahan did not understand why his life should depend on a stranger, and the messenger must have felt the same way, for he turned to him with a frown. Still, neither dared to protest. So Kala gave them 2 silk handkerchiefs to wrap around their fingers. Now go, my son, he said to the messenger, may Allah guide you. Jahan took a last look at the man whose loyalty he now counted on. They nodded at one another in silent farewell. Jahan would not know that years later it was this same messenger who would bring Master Sinan to the palace on the night when Sultan Sulayman's grandson killed his 5 brothers to secure the throne. No sooner had the messenger left than the physician came in. An ex-converso from Salamanca who had fully returned to his religion. He spoke Ottoman with a lilting accent. He, too, was sworn to secrecy, though without a holy script, since the 5 books of Moses were not present, and, for some reason, his finger was spared. Can he help me? The physician asked, nodding towards Jahan. So Kala, his back now turned to them, was absorbed in forging the Sultan's signature, sending out letters and orders in the sovereign's name. He waved dismissively, saying over his shoulder, go help. The physician opened a jar that filled the tent with a pungent smell. A mixture of myrrh, cassia, and other spices. They undressed the Sultan and anointed his entire body. What Jahan saw next he would not be able to tell anyone, no matter how badly he might want to. It would penetrate his dreams, time and again. The chief physician cut open the left side of the Sultan's chest and pulled out the heart. It resembled a red bird in his palms, and, even though it lay motionless, for a second Jahan feared it was still beating. Holding it with both hands the physician placed it on a silver basin. Then he sewed the wound with 12 perfect stitches. Jahan glanced up at the man in horror. Effendi, why did we do this? The heart is the center of our very being. It was our Sultan's last wish. Should he die here, he wanted his heart to be buried on the battleground. Choosing the best kaftan they could find in the trunks, they dressed the corpse. Finally, they combed his beard, lined his eyes with soot and colored his cheeks with a rosy powder. When they were done, Sultan Sulayman looked healthier than he had while he was alive. Take off that robe, so Kalu remarked as soon as he saw what they had done. Too glamorous. He wouldn't wear that. They settled on a plain robe and readied the corpse. At dusk, 3 elite guards, having finished inspecting the camp, arrived to report that all was quiet. With their help the elephant was brought to the entrance. Chota was anxious, sensing something was wrong. What's the matter? So Kalu asked, irritated. "My lord, give me time with the beast, I beg." Jahan spoke sweetly to Chota, telling him that he would be carrying a dead man. Just for a few days, he assured him. After much cajoling and many apples, the animal calmed down, allowing them to place the Sultan into the howdah. Jahan took his usual place on the elephant's neck and rode on, his eyes fixed on the circling vultures in the distance. When he saw a few of them descend upon the bodies strewn about far down below, he had to turn away. 20,000 men were lost during the siege of Zajidvar. On the way back, they learned that Prince Salim had made it to the city. The messenger had succeeded. So Kala was immensely relieved. There being no more need to pretend, he ordered his guards to reveal the truth. The Sultan's body was brought down from the howdah and placed in a litter, which was then pulled by 2 white stallions. In this way they reached the capital. The people of Istanbul were waiting for them. Thousands had gathered on both sides of the road, tearing their hair and their garments, beating their chests. Jahan saw fearless warriors break into tears, men sob like boys. On the heels of the father's burial came the son's enthronement. Salim wanted the people to celebrate as they had never done before. Earthquakes, diseases, death, calamities had fallen so thick and fast that there had not been any joy left, much less hope. They had had enough of mourning. Now it was time to rejoice. The ulama were appalled. Even so, Kala was frightened of their reaction. It was his advisor Faridun Beg who convinced him that it was fine to let the multitude have a bit of fun. He said, "Can a body be constipated all the time? The world needs to empty its bowels. Let them make merry, my vizier." On the day Salim ascended the throne, Chota was arrayed in a magnificent headdress and a silver mantle decorated with gems. The elephant led the royal procession through the streets of Istanbul. People waved, cheered, sang loudly. And, once again, Jahan could not believe how suddenly the public mood changed from sorrow to rejoicing, how quickly their river of tears ran dry. If they moved between gloom and glee with such ease, did this mean they could pass from love to hatred just as effortlessly? Once the new sultan had been enthroned, Chota and Jahan went back to work on the construction sites. In the mornings they would leave the menagerie, always through the same path. In the evenings they would return, tired and thirsty, smelling of dust and mud. At or about this time Master Sinan started to build a bridge over the bar that connected the Bayuk Sekmes lake to the sea, long, arched and graceful. On a night in December, having finished the bulk of the construction, they were returning to the city, the master and the 3 apprentices in a carriage. Jahan ahead of them, riding Chota. As soon as they turned round a bend they heard a noise, far off from the city, and somewhere in the midst of it a scream, sharp and blood-curdling. When Jahan lifted his head skywards he saw a cascade of orange, yellow and red, the colors so bright they hurt his eyes. He shouted, "Fire!" The carriage came to a stop and they got out. Sinan looked devastated. He said, "We ought to go to help. Why don't we go with Chota?" Jahan said, "It'll be faster." They all climbed up into the howdah while Jahan planted himself on the elephant's neck. They trudged along the streets, following the shouts that pierced the air like splintered glass. As they went, the wind blew stronger, hotter, scattering the firestorm from one wooden house to the next. Jahan blinked repeatedly, dazzled as much by the glow as by the commotion. The flames licked the night sky in swirls of color so vivid that it felt almost solid. Every now and then a blaze went up, trees glaring like Murano chandeliers. Each corner they turned displayed a sight more harrowing than the previous. 1. Animals trotted around, lost, dazed. Families tried to save what little they had, men lugging baskets and barrels, women pale with fright, babies crying their hearts out. Children, only they, remained dauntless, scampering about as if in the midst of a game the grown ups had invented for them to play. In front of their eyes entire neighborhoods went up in smoke. Rooms in which mothers had given birth, where circumcisions were celebrated, life was conceived and the sickly drew their last breaths, these places with the memories they held turned to cinders. Nothing remained except a lingering warmth and strewn about on the ground, clothes, shoes, trifles, a piece of a brick that was once a wall. They came to a halt at a thoroughfare where the fire had hit the worst. Sinan, taken aback, asked to be brought down. As the chief royal architect he had worked hard to prevent this calamity, having the streets paved, checking the buildings. All for naught. There were Janissaries idling, humping cases, talking to people, but with leaden steps, almost reluctant. Sinan marched up to one of them, a man sitting on a piece of timber, gazing around dully. "Why aren't you doing something?" The Janissary, not expecting to be questioned and not recognizing the architect, snapped out of his reverie. "What? Why are you not helping the people?" "I am," said the man morosely. Another Janissary edged nearer. He said they had not been quenching the flames because they were waiting to hear from their Aga, who was sick in bed. At this Sinan's face darkened. "What orders do you need to hear? How can you hold off when the city is in flames?" While Sinan was talking with the Janissaries, the Mahout and the elephant, distracted by a sound, veered into a side street. Further down the road Jahan saw two women screaming at each other, beside themselves. From neighbors he learned they were the wives of a merchant who was away traveling. When the fire broke out, the women had run out of the house, grabbing their children, each assuming that the other had snatched the newborn baby. Jahan looked at the burning building and at the crying women. "You wait for me here. I'm going in," he said to Chota. He wouldn't dream of taking the elephant with him, knowing how scared he was of the flames. Slowly, Jahan made his way towards the smoldering house. He took every step with the utmost care, listening out for the slightest sound. Once he crossed the threshold, the flames assaulted him from all sides. The upper story above the front rooms had collapsed, but the building was still intact at the back. Jahan saw a brass candle holder and snatched it out of habit, even though it was of little worth. A few steps ahead he got luckier, an empty inkpot of gold and emerald. Coughing and rasping, Jahan fumbled through curtains of smoke, his eyes watering so much he could barely see where he was going. He dodged a burning timber that fell right down in front of him. The wood hit his shoulder, knocking him down. There was no way he could go any further. Suddenly, a soft coil of flesh grabbed him by the waist and lifted him up. "Chota! How did you get here?" Jahan exclaimed. In lieu of a response, the elephant led him towards the depths of the house, or what was left of it. Chota moved his ears as though catching an imperceptible sound. The animal's sensitive feet must have been burning, but the Mahout would not think of that until later. Jahan could not open his mouth for fear of swallowing more smoke. Every breath hurt. Taking off his jacket, he wrapped it around his face. Chota shoved him from behind, gently but firmly. Hedged in by flames, Jahan lurched forward into the second room, then steadied himself. The elephant waited behind him. There it was, the cradle. Its gauzy tulle covering must have helped the baby to breathe. Jahan grabbed the bundle, without checking whether the child was alive. With one hand the baby, clinging to life, clutched at Jahan. It had cried so much its voice was gone, its rosebud mouth was closed. Yet its strength was surprising, and it must have been contagious, too, for both Chota and Jahan were calmer now. By the time Chota and Jahan emerged, the number of people watching on the street had tripled. Sinan and the apprentices, too, were there, having heard the story of the beast that had plotted into a burning house. The mother of the baby dashed towards them and plucked the baby away from Jahan. Then she began praying, laughing, thanking, crying, trying to kiss Jahan's hand, Chota's skin, all at once, with no fear of being trampled by the elephant. Jahan tottered towards Sinan, who was greeting him with open arms. "I am furious at you," he said, "but proud, son, so proud." The apprentices embraced him. Even so, Jahan could feel a coldness exuding from them. He had outshone them, and this they hadn't liked. It turned out the chief Janissary Aga had really been ill. Yet that was not the reason why he had delayed sending instructions to the soldiers. The army, demanding an increase in their pay, had seen the fire as an opportunity to prove how essential they were. As the Grand Vizier had been slow in granting the rise, the Aga had been slow in giving the command to his Janissaries to put out the flames. The Mahout and the elephant headed to the master's home, smothered in soot and reeking of cinders. Jahan wrapped Chota's feet. 2 of his nails were broken, bleeding. He had patches of burned skin all over. The scars from that night would remain and never heal. Later on, from Sinan's garden, Jahan stood gazing at the city below, wraiths of smoke whirling here and there. At dawn there were no birds chirping, no hearths crackling, no seagulls swooping, everything had plunged into silence. It had become nippy, the cold felt strange following the heat of the night. After the fire died out, the extent of the devastation was clear. With the exception of the Jewish quarter, which was built of stone, street after street had been razed. "The fire was our teacher," Sinan said when they all gathered again. "He taught us a lesson." That same week Sinan went to the palace and obtained the permissions that he needed. Sleeping little, he drew plans. Streets would be enlarged by half a cubit. On each side, there would be no house taller than 2 stories. More brick and stone, instead of wood, would be used, he decided. No sooner were the new rules introduced, however, than people began to defy them. The fire had been a teacher, true. But Istanbul, where forgetting was easier than remembering, never learned its lesson. One evening Sangram came to see Jahan with a bowl of sutlach, just as he had done so many moons ago. He was very old and frail, and every now and then he shook his head uncontrollably, as if arguing with some invisible companion. Jahan took the treat, thanking him. As he watched him eat, Sangram asked, "Did you hear what Captain Crazyhead has done this time?" Jahan almost dropped his spoon. "What?" "Captain Garrett's fleet had run into an armada. In the ensuing combat the seaman bit the hand that had fed him all these years and turned traitor. Starting on the side of the Ottomans, he had ended toasting the Pope. Knowing he would be gutted alive if caught, he had fled the Ottoman territory. He could not return to Istanbul. Not that he minded. Having been given sanctuary by the papacy, he was quite content with his new banner, hunting for Ottoman sailors. When Jahan heard this he was dumbstruck, flooded with disturbing memories. Captain Gareth was the sole reason he had ended up in the royal menagerie. It had been the man's plan to disguise him as an animal tamer and place him a stone's throw away from the riches in the seraglio. A plan that had worked seamlessly once the sailors in his command had got rid of the real Mahout. Hurled into cold waters, just like that. Never liked the chap's wits, the captain had said by way of explanation, though Jahan never understood how he could have disliked this man, who spoke not a word of Turkish or English and stared at the waves all day long. Inside the hold they carried merchandise from Hindustan, and a white elephant on the brink of death. Jahan was only a cabin boy, escaping his stepfather. He was a mere youngster from a town in Anatolia. What did he know about elephants? As he stood there, remembering all of this, another thought occurred to Jahan. Why was Sangram suddenly telling him about Captain Gareth? So you knew, Jahan whispered. How could I not? Sangram said. You told me you were from Hindustan. You spoke not a word of any of our languages and the stories you told made no sense. Why didn't you inform on me? You could have told everyone, this boy is an impostor, he is lying. Sangram smiled. I was going to, but then I changed my mind. I didn't want you to suffer. You seemed like you'd had your share of hardships, why bring more pain? Jahan stood up, kissed the man's bony hand. You were only a lad, now look at you, Sangram said, overwhelmed with tenderness. Jahan bit his lip. How bizarre it was. While he had been running after things that were never going to happen and resenting life for the gifts it had denied him, there had been people supporting him without drawing attention to themselves. They had given and expected nothing in return. Sultan Selim was determined to enjoy, revive, and expand the menagerie. Unlike his father, who had barely acknowledged the existence of his animal subjects, the new sovereign took an interest in their lives. He often visited the wild beasts. Sometimes on his own, mostly in the company of his courtiers. In particular, he was enthralled by the big cats, tigers, cheetahs, and lions, and, for a reason unbeknown to anyone, had taken a shine to the ostrich. The apes aroused his curiosity with their arcane sounds and gestures. Yet it was Chota he loved best. He was fond of rides atop the elephant. To this end he had ordered a larger howdah with a foldable ladder to be supplied. Chota had been presented with a new headdress, bright turquoise, lined with golden tassels and adorned with peacock feathers. To Jahan's dismay there was an equally and ridiculously showy outfit for him, a shimmering silvery jerkin with embroidered blue tulips, and a white turban. The Sultan had a penchant for ornateness, both in himself and in those around him. He liked spending time with dwarves, mutes, buffoons, preferring their company to that of his viziers and advisers with their dreary talk. A poet and an archer, Selim was a sad, troubled man, with a neck so short as to be almost non-existent, a florid complexion and shoulders rounded as though crushed under an invisible weight. He became sultan at the age of 42, no longer in his springtime. All his life he had been waiting, praying and plotting for the Ottoman throne, yet when the moment came, he was not ready. Jahan thought of him as a flickering candlelight, nervous, erratic, awaiting the wind that would one day put him out. His brother Bayezid, his biggest rival, had been executed in Iran, leaving Selim the sole heir. That must have gratified him, one would expect. Instead, it had turned him fretful. If princes could be killed so easily, and without any remorse or recriminations, whom could he trust in this world? He drank amply. He ate voraciously. He slept with the prettiest women. He went hunting, deer, duck, partridge, wild boar. Nothing quenched his thirst. One glance at his dress was enough to see the difference between him and his father. In his passion for opulence he adorned himself with rare gems, wore refined brocade, heady perfumes. He lined his eyes with kohl, which gave his gaze a hardness that didn't quite match his personality. That his turbans, decorated with plumes in garish colors, were taller than Sultan Sulayman's did not escape anyone's notice. His many women had many children. But there was one concubine who surpassed all others and became his wife, Nurbanu the Venetian, the enchantress. The name her mother had given her was Cecilia. She said she came from a family of high standing and would have lived as a noblewoman had she not been taken as a slave by the corsairs at the age of 12. Unfriendly mouths completed the parts of the story she left out, that though fathered by a patrician, she was born out of wedlock. Nurbanu never gave up sending letters to her relatives in Corfu and Venice. She also wrote to the Bailo, the Doge, the Senate. In response she not only received a round of correspondence but also gifts. Like Selim himself, Nurbanu cherished splendor. Recently, upon her request, she had been sent a pair of lapdogs from Venice, with clipped, creamy coats that never left her side. Funny creatures they were, barking at every moving thing, unmindful of their size. Before each meal their food was tried by a taster, in case some wicked soul attempted to poison them. There were quite a few who would have liked to do so. At nights, around the fireplace, the tamers talked about her, exchanging rumors and tall tales. The code that required everyone to be silent was still observed, but not as strictly as before. Though they were careful with their choice of words and used a secret tongue, they gossiped to their heart's content. Other things changed, too. From the courtyard of the eunuchs to the tower of the chief physician, from the chambers of the princes to the dormitories of the Zuluflu Baltasiler, the halberdiers of the tresses, the seraglio rang with sound. Every noise that had been suppressed during the reign of Sulayman was now set free, eddying round the corridors. On days when the weather was balmy the Sultan delighted in boating with his companions, eating and drinking as they glided round the Golden Horn, sucking on musk lozenges to sweeten their breath. Selim believed that as long as his Grand Vizier Sokalu held the reins the empire would run just fine. Although he was not capable of absorbing the intricacies of the state, there was a part of him that would rather have remained a poet, or an itinerant bard, had he not been confined to the throne. The ulama hated his ways and accused him of being a sinner. The Janissaries berated him for not leading the army from battlefield to battlefield. The people compared him with his father, finding him weak and cursing the ghost of Hurrem, which still roamed the marble halls, for giving birth to no better. Selim placated them, making endowments, distributing riches, just so they would leave him alone. Thanks to his generosity, the nasty things that were said about him were washed away like writing on wet sand, only to be written all over again a short time afterwards. Among Selim's closest courtiers were poets, elegists, and musicians. There was a poetess called Hubai Hatun. She could recite for hours, her eyes closed, her voice rising and falling like a seagull in the gust. There were balladeers who knew songs from all corners of the empire and could sing in a dozen languages, sending their audience from bliss to despair, from despair to bliss. There was a painter who, when he got a bit tipsy, said someday he would use his own blood for the color red. Jahan knew them all. They strolled through the rose gardens in their easygoing fashion, after which they would stop by the menagerie, watching and feeding the animals. They were a raucous bunch that loved to feast and roister as much as their patron did. Their visits were sudden, random. It could be at any hour of the afternoon or the evening. One Thursday, in the dead of night, the tamers woke up to the sound of music and laughter. They blinked at each other through sleepy eyes, struggling to fathom what was going on. "Where are the damn servants?" a voice boomed in the dark. Donning their garments, they rushed out, lined up. The Sultan and 3 guests were there, sprightly and, by the look of things, heavily drunk. Salim bellowed, "Where's the mahout?" Jahan took a step forward, bowed low. "We've been looking for you. We wish to ride the elephant." "Now, my sultan." The question was met with bursts of tittering while the sultan glowered. Jahan mumbled his apologies and hurried to the barn. Chota grumbled, not willing to abandon the land of dreams where he was stomping merrily. Half pleading, half threatening, Jahan was able to bring him out and put on the howdah. The sultan, the musician, the poet, and the minstrel climbed up. Jahan noticed the sultan had gained weight. He puffed as he made his way. The servants who had come with them were carrying baskets loaded with food and drink. With ropes each basket was hoisted into the howdah. Chota lifted Jahan with his trunk and placed him on his neck. In this state they began their nighttime promenade. Jahan thought they would stay inside the imperial gardens, but, as they reached the outer gate, he heard Salim say, "Keep going, mahout." "Where, my lord?" "Go, don't stop until I tell you." The guards, their eyes wide with astonishment, moved aside to let them pass. Chota, still sleepy and in an ill mood, plodded at a snail's pace, refusing to speed up despite Jahan's prodding. Inside the howdah, they didn't seem to mind. They were singing. The sound of a lute filled the air. They passed through the winding streets where nothing, not even a leaf or a shadow, stirred. "Mahout, stop," ordered the sultan. Jahan did as told. "Jump down." This, too, Jahan did. "Now catch." Giggling like children, they lowered a basket. Inside there was a wine bottle and a cup. The sultan said, "Drink." "My lord." "Come on. Do you have any idea how annoying the sober are to the merry?" Jahan filled the cup and downed it. A peal of laughter followed. The sultan, clearly amused, said, "Drink another." So it went. Before he knew it he had consumed the whole bottle. He asked Chota to pull him up, and, as the animal did so, Jahan's head spun like a cartwheel. He sat there, his face blotchy, his anguish hidden, until he heard the sultan say, "Tell me, mahout, have you ever been in love?" Jahan said, a little uncertainly, "All I know about love is that it brings heartache, your highness." From the howdah came the saddest melody, fluttering in the breeze like a feather from a bird long gone. The poet recited, "Behold the beauty that expands the heart within the mirror of the rose." In that moment Jahan thought that God, who must be watching them, would understand the pain and the fear that they felt for being so small, so perishable. He clapped heartily. His forwardness, which any other time would have brought trouble, was met with laughter and joy. All at once a howling voice pierced the air. "What the hell is goin' on?" In front of their eyes was a man, tottering. He had the raw look of someone who had just woken up. The doorway where they had stopped was his bed. Apparently too drunk to find his way home, he had dozed off there. Jahan tried to warn the poor fellow. He leaned over and whispered, "It's the sultan sitting here." "I," the man barked. He pointed at Selim. That's the Sultan. He pointed at the courtiers. These are the archangels. He pointed at Chota. This beast is the Zebani in hell. And I am dead. The Sultan broke in. What are you doing on the streets at this hour? Nothing, said the man. You can barely stand, but you are searching for more drink, right? Don't lie. Have you no shame? Dazed, lost, the man leaned forward as if he wanted to kiss Chota's trunk. Searching, yes. But not wine. He patted his chest. I am looking for love. The courtiers chortled, and so did the Sultan, despite his irritation. At this hour, on empty streets. You're hopeless. The drunk lifted his head, his arms folded over his chest. Maybe I am. But how about you? Jahan was worried sick. He dared not glance at the Sultan, fearing the punishment he would now inflict on this insolent subject. Yet when Selim spoke again, he sounded calm, almost compassionate. Catch. Something rattled on the cobblestones. The man picked it up and stared quizzically at the ring in his hand. The Sultan said, if you find what you're looking for, come to the palace and show my seal. Tell them you have a message for the Lord of the Empire. The drunk, only now realizing this really was the Sultan, lurched forward to kiss his hand or his hem or his feet, but, being unable to reach any of those, hugged Chota's leg instead. Stay away, Jahan said. You're going to get trampled. The man took a step back, lost for words, shaking, sweating, mumbling his gratitude, flummoxed and glad to be alive. Selim ordered, let's go, Mahout. On the way back they were silent and suddenly somber. Since they had arrived in the Ottoman palace, there were times when Chota had been neglected, even mistreated, but he had always been the one and only. There was no other elephant in the menagerie. No other royal elephant in the empire. Everything changed the day a carrack moored in the port of Galata. The month of April it was. The Judas trees were in full bloom, the city wrapped in perfume, when the ship dropped anchor. Among its cargo were 3 animals, a zebra, a giraffe, and an African bush elephant. They were brought to the palace on carts, wretched and ailing, after a harrowing voyage. The giraffe, with its black tongue and peaceful eyes, sadly did not survive for long. The zebra was sent off to the lion house. As for the elephant, a 20-year-old male that was named Mahmud, he recovered and stayed. Along with him came an unfriendly face, Buziba. By this time Chota had reached 30 years of age. Though not at all doddering in elephant years, he no longer had the agility of his heyday. Nonetheless, with each passing summer he had become smarter, sharper. Jahan now understood why battle-scarred warriors preferred aged elephants to young ones. Sound in body and limb as they might be, the youths tended to be foolhardy, like human beings. Mahmud was placed in the same barn as Chota while Buziba joined the other tamers in the shed. Initially, Jahan tried to give him a wide berth, but it was impossible. Every evening they supped together, every afternoon they attended to their elephants side by side. Had Buziba heard what a hammam was, he gave no indication of it. He seldom bathed, if at all, and never cleaned his surroundings. Contrary to the custom in the palace, he ate noisily. At meal times Jahan avoided the seat beside him to avoid the crumbs he spewed left and right. Jahan wasn't the only one who was vexed by the newcomers. Chota, too, was perturbed, incensed. He resented Mahmud munching his hay, drinking his water, getting his treats. On occasion he would knock over the other's bucket or filch his food. An angry elephant was a dedicated avenger. One morning, when Jahan entered the barn, he found Chota stamping on the mantle that Buziba would throw upon Mahmud whenever they went out for a walk. "Shame on you!" Jahan hissed, keeping his voice level so as not to be heard by anyone else. "Get off that thing." Too late. The mantle was ground with grime. "What's the matter?" came Buziba's voice from behind. There was no point in denying Chota's misbehavior, and Jahan didn't try. "I shall clean it, I swear." Buziba picked up the cloth, but not before muttering under his breath something that Jahan took to be a curse. "You think I'm stupid? I know what's happening," he said, his voice not so much upset as satisfied. "You and your beast are jealous." "That's not true." "It is, for a reason. Soon you're going to be shown the door, the two of you. Anyone can see which elephant's better." Jahan opened and closed his mouth, unable to object. Someone had seen his innermost fear and said it out loud, and the universe had heard it. The next day the Sultan appeared accompanied by his courtiers. Just as Jahan moved to get Chota ready for a ride, Salim said, "Let's try the new elephant." Buziba threw himself to the ground, declaring that he and the animal would happily serve the sovereign of the House of Osman, the commander of the faithful and the successor of the Prophet, the shadow of God on earth, the most generous and the most virtuous and the most righteous of all rulers who had come to the throne and were yet to come. Jahan had never heard so many honeyed words, dripping with thick, sticky syrup. Even so, the Sultan seemed pleased. Like lightning, Chota's howdah was placed on Mahmud. Jahan's jacket was handed to Buziba, that awful jacket that Jahan had hated with his entire being but now thought the world of. While Jahan gnawed his lips and Chota swung his trunk back and forth, Mahmud and his mahout replaced them, just like that. Off they went. Even after they vanished from sight, the wind carried their sounds, or so Jahan thought in his misery. He caressed Chota, who coiled his trunk around Jahan's waist. They stayed like that for a good while, seeking refuge in each other's company. The next morning all hell broke loose. There was a pond behind the barn, surrounded by moss like a green, furry carpet. The water was no more than a puddle with fish, but Chota loved to spend time there. Jahan had obtained permission for him to take a dip every now and then, since Salim found the sight of an elephant splashing water rather endearing. When Chota and Jahan reached the pond, they found Mahmud settled in Chota's usual place. Next to him was Buziba, dangling his bare feet into the water, basking in the sunshine with his eyes closed, his mouth half open. Jahan considered his options. There was no point in starting a fight, which would reach the ears of the chief white eunuch and get him in trouble. Yet he could not let this pass. Chota stood beside him, quiet as a mouse, as though he, too, was considering his options. Gingerly, Jahan walked towards Buziba and tapped him on the shoulder. Yanked out of his reverie, he flinched. "What do you want? This spot belongs to Chota." Not a single emotion on his wooden face. Closing his eyes again, Buziba yawned and went back to swinging his feet lazily, as if Jahan and Chota weren't standing there waiting for a response. Jahan said grudgingly, "Let's go, Chota. We'll come back some other time." Jahan had barely taken a step when he heard a splash. Chota, that blessed soul, had done what he hadn't dared to do. Buziba, now in the pond, unleashed a curse, coughing, waving his hands. He clearly didn't know how to swim, and Jahan ran to him. "Take my hand, I'll pull you out." Buziba stopped, having just realized how shallow the pond was. Standing up, dripping water, he got out by himself and marched past them in a ball of fury. So it began. Their war. Every day they found a new excuse to be at each other's throats. Jahan could barely focus on work for Sinan, for fear that while he was away Buziba might harm Chota. He lost sleep, ate little. He recalled what Sinan, with a touch of compassion in his voice, had once said, balance is what keeps us upright. Same with buildings. Same with people. Jahan had lost his balance. Chota, too. The elephant spent the days staring ahead with fixed eyes. As though he wished, with all his being, to be beyond the walls of the barn he shared with his enemy. 2 weeks into this torment, Jahan came up with a plan. By then the weather had become colder, and the summer was drifting away. Balaban's gypsies, recently back from Thrace, would soon be heading southwards. Jahan decided to visit them before they left. They welcomed him like a long-lost brother. Tamarind sherbets were served. Mouth-watering aromas surrounded them, sour grape molasses, goat's cheese, spinach pied, roasted meat. Children ran about, women smoked, grannies laughed toothless laughs. As they stuffed themselves, they inquired about the Sultan, eager to hear the latest palace gossip. Jahan explained how he'd had to give the guards a backhander in order to sneak out and that he had to return before the evening patrol. So what brings you here? Balaban wanted to know. I need help, Jahan said. Can we talk alone? No need. This is family, Balaban said, opening both hands. Leaning closer, Jahan dropped his voice to a whisper. Is there something that would make a male burn for a female? Balaban grinned. It's called love. Not like that. For mating. A powder or a drink that makes one desire. Balaban stopped chewing and regarded Jahan. You sick? Not for me. For an elephant. That beast needs no boost. What do you have against poor Gulbahar? Oh, it's not for Chota. Jahan told him everything, how he had lost his peace of mind because of another elephant and another mahout. He expected Balaban to make a wise crack at his expense, but when he finished the gypsy nodded solemnly and said, Don't sorrow. We'll help. Jahan took out the pouch he had brought and put it on the table. Is that from the Sultan or from you? Balaban inquired. The Sultan knows nothing about this. He shouldn't. Then keep it, Balaban said in his crisp, jovial way. Now go. We'll find you. Jahan returned to the menagerie. In his head a witch's brew fermented. Shame, hope, guilt. 2 days later a boy came looking for him, carrying a jar. Somebody sent you this. Jahan studied him, the bright black eyes, the dimpled smile, the olive skin. No doubt he was related to Balaban. Inside the jar there was a powder the color of turmeric. He dipped in the tip of his finger and tasted it. It had a mild flavor. A bit salty. It could blend into anything. Smuggling pomegranate sherbet from the kitchen, he mixed it with a spoonful of powder. The moment Buziba left he gave the drink to his elephant, who guzzled it happily. Not a thing happened. Next day he tried again, increasing the dose. Again, naught. He poured the entire powder into Mahmud's rice gruel and watched the elephant cram it all down. As luck would have it, that night Sultan Salim appeared with his companions, eager for another session of merrymaking. Mahout, the Sultan exclaimed. Jahan bowed. Yes, my Sultan. Where is the other Mahout? Buziba came running, his face drenched in sweat. Your Majesty, the elephant is unwell. I beg you to forgive us for tonight. What's wrong with the beast? The Sultan demanded. As though in response, a terrible sound came from the barn, followed by a crash. The Sultan headed towards the noise, the others following. It was the strangest sight. Mahmud, in his frenzy, had rammed into the wooden panel on the side of his stall, and one of his tusks had got jammed in the plank. He could move neither forward nor backward. His male organ was swollen, dripping. He bellowed, more with rage than with exasperation. No one dared to go near, including Buziba. That was the end of Mahmud. Though he was released from the wooden plank, his fury and frustration did not subside. Eventually he had to be fettered. He broke his chains, knocked down the walls, charged into trees. Worse were the sounds he made, trumpeting, wailing, bawling. Before the month was over, Mahmud and Buziba were sent to the old church near the Hagia Sophia. No one suspected anything, save Olef. "It was you, right?" he asked, his eyebrows moving together. When Jahan, already filled with remorse, did not respond, Olef went on, "I remember the day you arrived. Your elephant was an infant, so were you. I remember watching you and thinking to myself, how will he survive in the palace, a lad so good-hearted and gullible? Whereas now, look at you. You've become one of us, more's the pity." Jahan glanced up. "What does that mean?" "It means you fight battles that aren't needed," said Olef. "You are stronger. Beware, though. If you carry a sword, you obey the sword, not the other way round. Nobody can hold a weapon and keep their hands clear of blood at the same time." "I can, don't you worry for me," said Jahan. But as soon as he said this, he felt a sharp pang of regret, fearing that he may have tempted fate. Since the day Selim had ascended the throne, whenever Istanbul crushed his spirits, which happened often, he took off for Adrianople, the city where he had spent part of his youth. There he could hunt, loaf and drink to his heart's content, away from judging eyes and wagging tongues. Like every man who was aware of being widely disliked, the Sultan felt beholden to those who supported him. And the people of Adrianople always had. So several years into his reign, Selim decided to reward this loyalty by commissioning a mosque, not in the capital, as expected, but in his sanctuary town. The moment it was announced that the sovereign would pay for a splendid mosque, the backbiting began. They said there was a reason why Istanbul had not been chosen. Having never commanded the army on a battlefield, the Sultan lacked the face to order so grand a monument in the seat of the throne. How could Selim's mosque be within close proximity to Suleiman's mosque, when the son could not hold a candle to the father? That is why, they said, the new construction could only have been in Adrianople. Words like black bile. Regardless, Sinan, and the 4 apprentices, laid the foundations for the Selimiye in April. The Sultan awarded his architect a robe of gold and silver, showing how much he trusted him. Everyone on the site, from woodworkers to the galley slaves, watched in anticipation, neither sanguine nor gloomy. Somehow they seemed to sense they were bringing into existence something unique. They labored with this knowledge, and this fear. It was a sin to create anything this lofty, as though to rival the Creator. The imams and the priests and the rabbis might not like to hear it, but deep inside they suspected that, sometimes, even God got jealous. The idea for a mosque had come to the Sultan in a dream. He beheld the Prophet Muhammad, recognizing him not from his face, since no earthling could see that, but from his aura. Selim promised him that should he conquer the island of Cyprus, he would build a fabulous Friday mosque with its spoils. The prophet gestured to the angels waiting by his side. Gliding in the air, glowing like fireflies, they disappeared and returned with a scroll. On it was the design of the Salimi-yi. Enchanted and excited, the next morning the Sultan did not want to wake up. When he ultimately did, he told what he had seen to his Grand Vizier. So Kala, shrewd and sharp as he was, believed that a ruler's dreams could be of two sorts. Those he should not share with anyone, not even with his Grand Vizier, and those he should ensure were made known to everyone. This, he deduced, was of the second kind. By midday, Sokala broached the subject with the Nishan, the head of the Chancery. A man with a sweet tooth, he mentioned it to the head halva chef, who, in turn, related it to the merchant responsible for the nuts used in the royal kitchens. In the afternoon, the story left the palace in a pistachio cart, reaching the outskirts of Istanbul. From there it reached the streets of wool dyers and leather tanners. By the time the evening prayer was filling the air, hundreds had heard about it. Before the week was over, the whole city, including the Venetian bailo, had come to know that the Prophet had demanded that the Sultan save Cyprus from the Christian infidels. Selim visited the tombs of his ancestors and the grave of Ayyub the martyr. The spirits gave him their blessing to wage a war. Yet, when the time came to embark, he did not go with the navy. The conquest would be made not by the Sultan's sword but by the Sultan's dream. The rewards would be huge. Nicosia was conquered and sacked until little remained of the town it once was. Famagusta, after being pummeled for months, was taken next, along with hundreds of captives. In the meantime, back in Adrianople, the chief royal architect and his apprentices were working their fingers to the bone. Sinan regarded each task as a cocoon in which to take shelter from storms of all kinds. Once he was within, he shunned the outside world. He had no interest in wars, much less in triumphs. Nevertheless, it was only after the capture of the island that the works gathered momentum. Tribute money poured in, bringing more workers, more materials. Oddly, as the mosque built in his name rose higher and higher, the Sultan descended lower and lower. The two of them, the man and the building, were inextricably linked in a profound yet inverted way, like night and day. For one to exist, the other had to perish. With every nail hammered, with each stone added onto the edifice, something was taken away from Selim: health, happiness, power and, ultimately, kismet. While working on one of the 8 massive piers of the Salimi-yi Mosque, one autumn afternoon, the master sent word to his apprentices that he wished to see them. Upon arriving at his tent, Jahan saw the others lingering by the entrance. He perched on a bench beside them, waiting for Sinan to end his meeting with some glassmakers. Davud looked dour and distrustful, as was his wont. He whispered, "Master would never tear the 4 of us away from work. There must be something gravely wrong." Thankfully, the glassmakers soon left, saving them from making foolish guesses. They found the master sitting on a carpet decorated with blossoming trees in the middle and a procession of deer, gazelles, tigers, and lions along the borders, woven in the city of Herat in Khorasan and presented to Sinan by a Kurdish beg for whom he had built an almshouse. In his right hand, propped up against cushions, Sinan held a rosary, which he thumbed slowly. Jahan knew that he carried a different one for each of his moods: the azure opal when he was immersed in thoughts, the yellow amber when blithe, the black onyx when eager to start a new project. Today it was the pale green beryl, which he took when preoccupied. On the low table in front of him was a cup of coffee and a glass of water. Next to them lay a sketch Jahan recognized, the Hagia Sophia. One by one they sat down on the carpet, facing the master. He was silent until they had settled. The sound of the beads, now moving faster, filled the air. Then he told them what had been preying on his mind. The area around the Hagia Sophia, over the years, had been packed with hovels, every one of which had been built unlawfully. Several complaints had been made to the chief Cadi of Istanbul, to no avail. At long last, seeing how desperate things were becoming, Sinan had sent a petition to the Sultan. In his letter he had criticized the ignorant men who, taking the cubit rule in their hands, had raised structures without any knowledge of the craft or care for the environs. Our Sultan considered his humble servant's request, Sinan said. A committee had been formed. The chief Cadi, the mosque's imam, religious scholars and the doyens of draftsmen and masons would get together to inspect the damage and report their findings. After that, provided the Sultan agreed to it, Sinan would repair the Hagia Sophia. For this I need to go back to Istanbul, and I'd like you to accompany me. Jahan bowed his head, glowing with excitement. What an honor it would be to renovate this pearl of architecture, once a beloved basilica, now a grand mosque. The building that had goaded Justinian to exclaim with pride, "Solomon, I have surpassed thee." Yet, at the same time, Jahan had the distinct sensation that there was more to it than they had been told. He said, "Should our Sultan give permission for the mosque to be restored, what will happen to the surrounding houses?" A shadow crossed Sinan's face. "They will be demolished." Jahan took a breath, understanding Sinan's conundrum. His master had to make a choice between the people and the building, and he had clearly chosen the latter. Back in Istanbul, on the day of the meeting, much to their astonishment, they were joined by the sovereign and his entourage. Eager to see the situation with his own eyes, Sultan Selim had decided to come, attended by his grandees and viziers. Thus they walked around the Hagia Sophia. What they beheld was distressing beyond words. Gutters ran alongside the mosque's outer walls, leaking a murky water that left those who came into contact with it dirtier than before. On its edges frogs croaked, rats scampered, and faces piled up, of animals and humans alike. Around a bend they saw the carcass of a dog, its jaw missing, its eyes open wide as though still in horror. All the people living around the mosque had recently moved to Istanbul. Leaving their villages behind, they had migrated to the seat of the throne without a shelter awaiting them, kinsfolk to trust or land to till. Having heard from others that the area around the Hagia Sophia was unoccupied and within easy reach, they had put down roots there. It wasn't only sheds of all sizes that encroached on the ancient building. There were ateliers, stables, sheep pens, milking parlors, chicken coops, latrines. Together, they leaned against the mosque, pushing into it from four sides. Such had been the pressure that the western walls of the Hagia Sophia, where the settlement was the most dense, had begun to tilt inwards. The entourage entered a cobbler's workshop. The artisan, wild-eyed with fear and dumbfounded at the sight of the Sultan, trembled and stuttered, unable to answer a single question. Mercifully, he did not faint. Down the street, in a lean-to, they saw huge cauldrons in which the intestines of animals were boiled to make candles. So horrible was the stench that the Sultan, holding a silk handkerchief to his nose, bolted out. The rest followed in haste. One of the residents of this motley neighborhood had built a cattle shed and a 3-story house, renting the spare rooms to students and pilgrims. Another, in an attempt to open up a well in his back garden, had excavated deep into the ground, damaging the foundations of the Hagia Sophia. A third had raised a house that collapsed, miraculously without hurting anyone. After this he put up a second, this time succeeding in keeping it upright. Now a pile of rubble lay in his garden, where children played and dogs roamed. When the tour was over, the Sultan called from atop his stallion, "Chief Royal Architect, step forward." Sinan did so, bowing low. "This is outrageous. It's my wish to have the mosque restored." Sinan bowed again, closing his eyes in gratitude. "I give you my blessing. Start the restoration without delay. Set up buttresses where needed. Demolish the sheds. None of them were built with my permission." The Sultan waved a ring-bedecked hand, at which two servants came forward. One leading the way, the other carrying a kaftan of pure silk trimmed with ermine. The Grand Vizier took this and turned to Sinan, who was still kneeling, and asked him, in a gentle voice, to stand up. In this way, the architect was presented with the robe of honor. Davad, Yusuf, Nicola, and Jahan cast furtive glances at one another, unable to suppress their smiles. "Well, then, you may begin the work," the Sultan declared, pulling the reins of his horse, ready to leave. "Your Majesty, one of the unlawful buildings is a storehouse that belongs to the palace," said Sinan. "Are we permitted to knock it down along with everything else?" Sultan Selim hesitated, though briefly. "Do what you need to do." The next day, they inspected the neighborhoods of Zarek and Kalenderhain. Here, too, they found unlicensed constructions aplenty. Sinan decided to carve a space 35 cubits wide around the holy mosque and level everything within that area. He made his apprentices write down the plan for the work in detail. Not once, but twice. One copy for the approval of the Sultan, one for the archives of the architects in Vifa. They put on record their pledge to fix up the parts of the Hagia Sophia, inside and outside, that had fallen into disrepair, bring fresh water to the mosque by means of new canals, cover the leaking roofs with lead, replace the wooden base of the minaret, dilapidated and crumbling, with a strong brick one, open up a 3-cubit wide strip around the madrasa by dismantling the sheds, leave a clear space 35 cubits wide both left and right of the Hagia Sophia and knock down every unlawful structure, use the stones, bricks, and planks obtained from the demolitions in the repair of the Hagia Sophia. Shortly after he had received the list, the Sultan not only sent his approval but also issued a decree to the chief Qadi of the city of Istanbul and the head of the endowment of the Hagia Sophia Mosque. "This is my order to you and it ought to be followed at once and in its entirety." When it was reported to me that the great mosque suffered from the wear of time and the tear of people, and begged to be mended, I personally inspected the area in the company of the Master of Royal Architects and other experts, may God increase their wisdom, and have come to the conclusion that the restoration is essential and, as such, ought to be executed, since the repair of revered sanctuaries is the behest of God the Almighty and a noble responsibility for the Sultan. Therefore, I command you to help the chief royal architect and his draftsmen, and to make sure that whatever they need is provided so that they can excel in their task. Buoyed by the decree, Sinan and the apprentices embarked on the work. With them were 85 laborers equipped with mallets and sledgehammers, as well as a great quantity of gunpowder. Animals, too, oxen, camels, mules and chota. When they reached the Hagia Sophia, they found a throng of people waiting. They stood in the way, a wall of flesh and bone, not letting the laborers pass. Dark, hollow eyes squinted with exasperation, mouths drawn tight. The anger in the air was palpable. Unused to hatred of this kind, the apprentices were taken aback. So was their master, his face drained of blood, and suddenly looking very old. "What's going on?" asked Sinan. "We are destroying their homes," said Nicola. "Master, allow me to talk to them." It was Davud who said this. "They come from where I come. I know my people. We don't want to turn them into enemies." "He's right," Jahan said. "We ought to persuade them before we start." Pulling his cloak around him, as though exposed to a draft, Sinan conceded. "Davud, go, speak with them. Make sure you tell them we shall compensate them for their losses." Our Sultan gave his word. Then he turned to the laborers. "We shan't do anything today." The next morning when they arrived, the street was empty and things seemed calm. That is until the foreman came running, his face flushed crimson, and said, without offering so much as a greeting, "Effendi, pray. What is it?" Sinan asked. "They have stolen our tools, broken our carts. They are not letting us work. Wicked people." A crowd, larger and angrier than the one from the day before, had gathered on the other side of the mosque. He explained. "What do they want?" "They say this is an infidel's temple," explained Snowy Gabriel. "The nerve of them. They spread mean rumors about you, forgive me for saying so, master." "What do they say?" asked Sinan. Snowy Gabriel lowered his gaze. "They say since you are a Christian convert, you want to destroy the homes of good Muslims for the sake of a church." Sinan said, his brow puckered in concern. "Mosques, churches, synagogues are built to honor God. How can they be disrespected?" The mob heard none of this. In the ensuing days, the apprentices dealt with one trouble after another. The laborers were intimidated. 2 animals were found dead, poisoned. Fearing something might happen to Chota, Jahan stopped bringing him to the site. Not a nail could be hammered, not a stone removed. A week later Sinan sent his apprentices to the chief Cuddy to get help. He was a grey-bearded man with sunken eyes and a cautious mien. Jahan had expected him to be angry at the squatters. Instead, he was furious at Sinan. "Your master wrote to the Sultan, and our Sultan, benevolent as he is, took his plea seriously. Look where it has brought us now." "Effendi, aren't these people to blame?" Jahan asked. "They have unlawfully built around the Hagia Sophia and—" "Right," the chief Cuddy cut him off. "I'll see what I can do. Don't expect miracles." The apprentices left the Cuddy's place demoralized. Jahan understood that the people who could help them would refrain from doing so, out of bitterness or laziness or jealousy of Sinan's success. Things might never have improved had it not been for the fatwa that was issued soon after. The Grand Mufti's words rained on the city like hailstones, quenching all fires, small and large. Question: there are those who say, on the subject of the repair of a holy mosque that was formerly a church, we are not leaving because an infidel's building is bound to collapse, and it is not important if it collapses, and there are those who support them, saying that anyone who renovates an infidel's temple is an infidel. What shall be done about such people and those who follow them? Answer: anyone who says such erroneous things is an infidel himself and shall be executed. Those who prevent the work will be punished. The restoration of the mosque shall proceed steadily, as befits the righteous Sharia. From then on, things simmered down. There were no more mobs on the streets, though minor incidents occurred here and there, pilfering of equipment. Mostly. Sinan returned to Adrianople with Yusuf to complete the Salimi Mosque. Jahan didn't like this. He would rather keep an eye on Yusuf. He still had not been able to question him about his secret meetings with Tommaso, and seeing him alone with the master made him uneasy. Davud, Nicola, and Jahan were left in charge of the work around the Hagia Sophia. Every few days they were to send their master a letter to keep him apprised of what they had accomplished. Gradually the letters dwindled away, a guilty silence filling the distance between the master and the apprentices. This they never confessed to Sinan, but the apprentices who stayed in Istanbul were ill at ease. Every day they tried to forewarn the inhabitants of the hovels. They were going to demolish, tried to give them enough time to remove their belongings. But the people were either too slow or reluctant, so time and again the same sorrowful scene erupted, entire families, amid tears and curses, dragging away what little they had, kitchen utensils, lamps, mats, toys, a cradle, a kilim, a bird in its cage. Jahan began to wander around the quarter to clear his head, sometimes with another apprentice, more often alone. One such day, he and Nicola were passing through a grimy alley cramped with half-emptied ateliers when they saw two children coming towards them. A girl and a boy, sister and brother, given the resemblance, with sage-green eyes glittering over dark freckles, which gave them a look of mischief. They had close-cut hair, a precaution against lice. Both were barefoot. Bending his knees, Jahan said, "Hey, little ones. You should not be here on your own. Where do you live?" The girl pointed to a shed at the end of the alley. Nicola and Jahan exchanged a guilty glance. It was one of the places they would raise the next morning. The boy grabbed his hand and began to pull with all his might. From under his large, frayed shirt sleeves, his wrists showed two white sticks. Jahan understood with terror that the child wanted them to follow him to his house. He said, louder than he intended, "No, I can't come with you." The children were adamant, while the boy beseeched with his large, liquid eyes. The girl tugged at Nicola. In the end the apprentices could not resist them. A fusty odor of mildew and decay hit Jahan and Nicola as they stepped into the hovel the children called home. Inside the first room, a sick man lay on the floor. He was attended by a woman covered from head to toe. When she saw them she left the room in a hurry. "My father," said the girl. At the sound of her voice, the patient, who until then had been listless, turned his head. The stare he gave Jahan was one of pain. When he opened his mouth, only a sibilant whisper came out. The girl, unshaken, leaned towards him, listened, nodded, and said, "He asks if your name is Azrael." Jahan shuddered. The man was clearly having hallucinations, confusing him with the angel of death. A voice inside his head told him to leave. Instead he wished the man good health and followed quietly behind the children into the bowels of the house. Nicola limped alongside him. In the second room they saw twin babies sleeping in the same cradle, their mouths open, a sliver of sunlight over them. One of the babies had a malformed lip. Identical twins who would never look alike. The children urged them to keep walking. Passing through a low-ceilinged, dim corridor they stepped into the backyard. The two apprentices were surprised to see how close they were to the Hagia Sophia. There was an empty chicken coop on one side. A rickety wooden door opened onto a patch of soil used as a toilet, its stench sharp. Beside that door was a brindled mother cat, her teats swollen, sprawled in a basket with 5 kittens of the same color. The girl took one of the kittens by the neck and pressed its nose against her skinny chest. The animal made no noise, smothered by love. Then, brusquely, she held the delicate creature up, and said, "Take it." "Oh, no. I can't do that." "Yours," she repeated. Jahan was equally stern. "I don't want a kitten." Her face collapsed. "They will die here." Seeing his sister's distress, the boy snatched the kitten and shoved it towards Jahan. The kitten, now panicking, scratched Jahan's thumb. Jahan flinched, but suppressed a yelp, and said, "I'm sorry. It's not in my hands to save your kitten." Shaken, the apprentices retraced their steps through the house and into the street, where a number of neighbors had gathered, having heard of their presence. Someone threw a stone, striking Nicola on his shoulder. The apprentices started to run. In their confusion they took a wrong turn, dashing into a field, brambles tearing at their ankles. Their chests were heaving. Their senses on the alert, waiting for someone to leap at them from behind the bushes. When they slowed down, Nicola gasped, "I don't want to do this." "Nor I," Jahan said. Back on the construction site they found Davud working. When he saw them, a look of concern came over his face. "You well?" Jahan told him what had happened. "The sick man, the children, the babies." "Don't let it affect you," said Davud. "They had no right to build that shed. But they had nowhere else to go. They'll be compensated. Our Sultan said so." Jahan said, "You know as well as I do that it won't be enough." "What can we do?" Davud murmured, running his fingers down his beard. "Our master entrusted us with the task." "Yes, and where is he now?" "Building the Sultan's mosque while we have to deal with this mess." No sooner had the words left him than Jahan halted, shaken by his own anger. "Forgive me." "I already have," said Davud with a brotherly smile. That week they delayed writing to Sinan, none of them feeling up to the task. They avoided one another, as if the more time they spent together the more they were reminded of their guilt. Then came a letter from the master. "My diligent apprentices, I would have been with you had I not been given the task of finishing our Sultan's mosque without delay. The urgency of the Salimiye mosque compelled me to leave you on your own. I did so knowing you were more than capable of taking care of the grand mosque of Hagia Sophia. Nonetheless, I'm aware that this is our hardest task. In our craft we seldom see people. We befriend stone quarries, converse with tiles, listen to marble. This time, however, you are face to face with the people whose homes you must demolish. This is onerous. If I could, I would have moved each of those families to a safer home with plenty of land and trees. But this is beyond me. And it is beyond you. Only remember that cities, too, are like human beings. They are not made of stones and wood solely. They are of flesh and bone. They bleed when they are hurt. Every unlawful construction is a nail hammered into the heart of Istanbul. Remember to pity a wounded city the way you pity a wounded person. May God grant you according to your desire and keep you balanced." Sinan, the humble and lowly pupil of Seth and Abraham, the patron saints of stonemasons and architects. That autumn the apprentices raised the countless hovels to the ground. Fast as they worked, the newcomers were faster. Even as they pulled down structures and moved away the rubble, in other parts of the city new buildings were set up. Equally unlawful, equally unsafe, and ugly. The regulations that Sinan developed regarding the width of the streets and the height of the houses were once again disregarded. Jahan was dismayed. Never before had he thought that among an Architects' tasks would be the protection of the city from its inhabitants and the protection of the past from the future. The dome, that was what everyone raved about. In his letters to his chief royal architect, the Sultan demanded a dome bigger than that of the Hagia Sophia. His mosque would proclaim the triumph of Islam over Christianity and show the entire world who were the favorites in the eyes of God. All this talk made Jahan nervous. Much like their ruler, the people goaded the architects into a contest, pitting Sinan against Anthemius the mathematician and Isidorus the physicist, who had designed the infidel church in days of yore. "Is there something bothering you?" asked Sinan. "You seem withdrawn." A fine film of sawdust covered their shoes and a thin veil of sweat shone on their foreheads. Although they were exhausted, they kept working as if each day were their last. Jahan said, "I can't wait to finish and go." "We'll be done in 4 weeks, Allah willing," Sinan said, his voice trailing off. Even that was too long, yet Jahan did not object. He was ashamed of complaining when the master, over 80 years old, toiled from dawn to dusk. Despite their pleas, he would not rest. Similar to a moth drawn to the fire, Sinan was attracted to the dust, dirt, and drudgery of construction sites. His hands rough, his fingernails split, underneath the silk kaftans he wore for ceremonies. He was a laborer to his core. It had an undeniable effect on his apprentices. The sight of him in the field, not unlike the sight of a commander at the battlefront, prompted everyone to keep working ever harder. "This mosque is wearing us out," Jahan said. Sinan grew pensive. "You've noticed it?" Not expecting his master to affirm his fears, Jahan stammered, "You know it? Think of a baby in the womb. She lives off her mother and tires her. While we deliver a building, we are like the mother. Once the baby is born, we shall be the happiest souls." The comparison between building and giving birth made Jahan smile. Yet, instantly he had another thought. "But I don't understand. The Sultan doesn't work with us. Why does it sap his strength?" "He is still attached to his mosque," said Sinan. "We've worked on other buildings. Bridges, mosques, madrasas, aqueducts. Why have I never felt this way before?" "You did, you just don't remember. That, too, is in the nature of things. We forget how we felt the last time." Again, like a mother. Sinan paused, as though unsure whether to say the next thing. "But then some births are harder than others." "Master, are you telling me that what we create can kill us?" "What we create can weaken us," said Sinan. "Rarely does it kill us." 3 weeks later, the Sultan sent a letter informing them that he wished to come and personally supervise the final touches to his mosque. He would travel to Adrianople leading a royal cavalcade. For this he needed an elephant. Since Mahmud had fallen out of favor and not yet clambered his way back up, Chota was, once again, in demand. With his master's blessing, Jahan took Chota and returned to the palace. He enjoyed seeing his old friends at the menagerie while the elephant rested in the barn. The next morning they were ready to join the procession. It was spectacular. The Janissaries, the elite guards and the archers, all were rigged out in bright colors. Several concubines accompanied the Sultan, seated inside heavily curtained carriages. There was excitement and pride in the wind. Underneath, however, there loomed disquiet, like dark clouds gathering in the distance on an otherwise bright and sunny day. The Christians, appalled by the loss of Cyprus and by their cathedrals being turned into mosques, had assembled a holy league. They sought revenge. The forces of the Pope, the Spanish and the Venetians, overcoming ancient feuds, had united. As they were making ready to journey to Adrianople, a naval battle between the Ottoman and Christian forces was underway in the Gulf of Corinth near Lepanto. In an hour Sultan Selim strutted out, his face round and red. After saluting the soldiers he motioned towards his horse, a purebred black stallion. That was when the strangest thing happened. The horse, for no reason at all, lurched forward and tripped. A gasp rose from the audience. It could only be a sign, an ill omen. Selim, visibly upset, ordered the horse to be taken back to the stable. He was not going to ride a jinxed animal. Swiftly, a substitute was found, Chota. Since the Sultan was bent on leaving the capital with grandeur and reaching Adrianople in much the same way, what better than an elephant to carry him? Jahan was ordered to prepare the howdah and the shiny, jingling headdress, which Chota disliked immensely. The Sultan held on to the dangling ladder and, with difficulty, managed to ascend. He was about to sit inside the howdah when Chota, either because the headdress had made him itchy or some demon had poked him in the eye, swayed his body with such force that the sovereign lost his balance. His turban, that huge mound with plumes, slipped off and plummeted, landing right in front of Jahan. Down below, grabbing it, the mahout scrambled up the ladder. For the first time they were eye to eye, Jahan on the ladder, the Sultan inside the howdah. Jahan lowered his head. Still, for one fleeting instant, their gazes crossed. "My lord," Jahan said, as he held onto the rope with one hand and offered the turban with the other. "Give it here," Selim said, his voice tinged with irritation. The turban slipped from the Sultan's hand, toppling over yet again. Below on the ground the servants scurried to pick it up. They handed it to Jahan and he to the Sultan. This time Selim took it carefully, wordlessly, his face as pale as a cadaver's. He said, "You may go, mahout." Jahan hurried down the ladder, tapped Chota's trunk. The animal hoisted him to his usual place on his neck. With prayers and praises they set forward. The people lined up on either side of the road and stared with admiration. Still, despite the splendor, discomfort had descended upon everyone. Other than the beat of hooves, the rattle of cartwheels and the jingle of the bells on Chota's headdress, there were no sounds. Jahan had never seen so many people making so little noise. Their spirits lifted as they left Istanbul behind. But dark news welcomed them. At the city gates of Adrianople, the entire Ottoman fleet had been lost in a humiliating, harrowing defeat. If Qiyamah had another name it would have been Lepanto. Hundreds were drowned, killed, enslaved. People were shocked, but that didn't last. After perplexity came discontent, and after discontent, rage. Suddenly everyone was seething at the Sultan. For the first time in years Jahan was afraid to walk on the streets. Once when Chota and he were out walking, someone threw a stone at them. Whizzing past Chota's head it crashed into a tree trunk. Jahan looked around, searching for the culprit. He saw a few boys playing knucklebones, a hawker selling offal and pedestrians strolling along. It could have been any of them. In that moment he could not help thinking they were being held in contempt, for they were the Sultan's elephant and the Sultan's mahout. The mood on the construction site, too, was somber. What had started with hope had turned into gloom, zeal and despair, might and loss. Cyprus and Lepanto. The Selimiye, as though built upon an invisible pendulum, swung between opposites. And in the midst of everything was Master Sinan, unaffected, untouched, working. They carried on. The minarets were slender, graceful, and taller than any other they had seen or heard of. 4 tiers of windows on 3 galleries brought in ample light, reflecting off the tile panels, rendering the mosque bright and cheerful despite the workers' disposition. The sandstone facades were the color of honey, warm and inviting. The space inside was massive, uninterrupted. Wherever one knelt one could see the mihrab, where the imam sat and led the prayer. Everyone was equally close to God. Greek painters were brought from the island of Chios to help with the decoration. There was a Mohammedan artist, too, a dreamy man by the name of Naqash Ahmet Chalebi. Such was his regard for the mosque that he would come at different times of the day just to see, to admire. While out in the open sea, islands were captured, fleets were sunk, Muslims killed Christians and Christians killed Muslims. In Sinan's cocoon-like universe they work side by side. Supported by 8 piers of marble and granite, displaying 8 sides, the dome rested atop a square with semi-domes on each corner. As enchanting as it was, inside and outside, it was its size that everyone was curious about. Masters in the science of geometry joined forces with Taqiyuddin, the chief royal astronomer, and meticulously took measurements. They all wanted to know the answer: had their deep blue dome of heaven surpassed that of the Hagia Sophia? It had. If one were to measure from the level of the dome's base to the top, it was higher. The Salimiye Mosque's round dome, with its higher apex, had outdone the flat dome of Justinian's church. Yet it hadn't. If one were to calculate the distance from floor level to the top, theirs was lower and the Hagia Sophia's higher. Higher and lower simultaneously. And Jahan wondered, though he never could bring himself to ask, if, amid the flurry of excitement and anticipation, that was exactly what Master Sinan had intended. Marcantonio, the time-serving Bailo, was leaving Istanbul. He had spent 6 years under the Ottoman skies, and, unlike many a traveler into this land, had become, if only in a small way, an Istanbulite. Being a cordial person, he had friends galore, 2 of whom he held in high esteem, the Grand Vizier Sokollu and Sinan. For he was a man of letters, familiar with sculpture and architecture, this zesty emissary from Venice. Time and again he went to see Sinan, whose work, he declared, with a snap of his fingers and a hearty laugh, fabuloso. Sinan, too, visited him, despite those who frowned upon him for befriending an infidel. There was one more soul in the city of whom the ambassador had grown fond, Chota. Every time Marcantonio ran into Jahan he asked about the animals' health, bringing treats. Imbued with a spirit of inquiry, he interrogated Jahan about elephants, not as to what they ate nor how much they weighed nor how long they lived. Jahan was used to being asked such things. Marcantonio's questions were different. Was it true that elephants, like women, were prone to weeping when heartbroken? When the beast went to sleep, what, in Jahan's humble opinion, did he dream? Did he have a notion of an elephant self, or did he only grasp the world external to him? Unable to answer these questions, several times Jahan had let Marcantonio feed and ride Chota in the hopes that he might find the answers himself. On a fine day in spring Marcantonio appeared in the menagerie with 2 servants walking behind him and carrying a huge frame. A farewell gift for the Grand Vizier, the Bailo said with a roguish smile. May I take a peek? Jahan asked. When they pulled down the cloth, Jahan was surprised to see it was a painting of the Italian envoy clad in a turban and a kaftan. He sat on a sofa, not crossing One leg over the other like the Franks, but one leg folded backward and the other bent at the knee like the Ottomans. Through the open window in the background, one could view Istanbul, lush green hills, fluffy clouds, the bluest sea dotted with caiques. At first sight the portrait did not resemble the Bailo. Marcantonio had sallow, porous skin, whereas his painted image glowed with youth and health. The crook in his nose, the hair in his nostrils, the mole on his cheek that he powdered every day with care, had all been erased. It was as if by wearing the Ottoman garb and agreeing to pose for the painter he had slipped into another realm where everything was softer, brighter. At the bottom of the frame there was a dedication, Domino Muhammad Pishamu Sulmanarum Viziario Amico Optimo. The longer Jahan stared at the portrait the more he felt it was alive. Slowly, the caiques began to glide into the sea, their oars splashing water, the clouds on the horizon turning a fiery red. Then, gingerly, the man in the portrait rolled his eyes towards the Bailo, as if to assess how much they were alike. With a shudder, Jahan pulled down the cover. He was certain there was a spirit hiding in the frame, though he couldn't tell whether it was good or evil. On Wednesday, while the apprentices were busy working on a sketch, another gift arrived from Marcantonio, this one for Master Sinan. A box of carved rosewood encrusted with the golden initials MB. Inside was a leather-bound tome, 10 books on architecture, by Vitruvius. It was translated, with a commentary added, by none other than Marcantonio's brother. Even though he had studied the treatise before, Sinan was delighted to get this new edition in Italian. Clasping the box to his chest, he retreated to the library. But first he called for Jahan. "Come help me to read this." That, however, was not easy. Written in a refined, courtly Italian, Jahan found the text hard to interpret. Every sentence was a strain. Bit by bit, he was able to wade through the pages. Sinan listened carefully, his eyes narrowed in contemplation. Architecture was a science, the book said. It was based on 3 qualities: forza, strength, utilita, which Jahan translated as use, and bellezza, beauty. Tell me, which of these 3 would you sacrifice if you had to sacrifice one? Bellezza, Jahan replied assuredly. We can't compromise on strength or purpose. We could do without beauty, if need be. Sinan's face said otherwise. We can't give up beauty. Then which one should we sacrifice? None, Sinan said with a tender smile. If you give up one, you will end up losing all 3. Just then the Kaya's son rushed in, carrying a letter, which he said had been sent from the palace. Sinan broke the seal and read it, his eyes glittering with amber flecks. He said Sultan Selim was throwing a banquet for Marcantonio. A huge honor, no doubt, and one that showed the sovereign had been fond of the Bailo. How generous of our Sultan, Jahan commented. Well, it looks like you'll be there, too. Me. Jahan could not believe that his name was in a royal letter. Not quite, as it turned out. First, the letter was from Grand Vizier Sokollu. Second, it was not the mahout's name but the elephant's that was mentioned. Knowing how fond the Bailo was of the creature, Sokollu required Chota to entertain the audience on that evening. Jahan's heart sank. You're upset, said Sinan. I'm the apprentice to the chief royal architect, but the vizier sees me as a mahout. Cheer up, Sinan said. I'd like you to accompany me to the banquet. Once you've eaten, you can perform. Jahan gaped at him, barely containing his excitement. This meant he was to sup not with the tamers in the menagerie, waiting for his turn, but in the grand hall with the guests. Yet, instead of thanking him, he heard himself say, Chota doesn't know any stunts. He doesn't need to parade the animal. A simple trick will be enough. They want to see what God has created more than what you can make the elephant do. Even so, Jahan was distressed. Despite the passage of time, the catastrophe in the days of Hurrem Sultana was still fresh in his memory. Resentful though he was, he began to practice tricks with Chota. For the occasion the elephant had been given a new yellow mantle, and when he donned it, from a distance, he looked like a globe of fire. On his feet he wore anklets, silver circlets with 100 tiny bells. As soon as Jahan put them on Chota, the animal was perplexed. Taking a few awkward steps, he halted, walked again, stopped again. Unable to fathom where the noise was coming from. The afternoon of the big day, Jahan washed, brushed and oiled Chota tusk to tail. Then he put the mantle and the anklets on him. So handsome, Jahan cooed. If I were a lady elephant I'd fall for you. For a split second Chota's eyes, too small for his head, crinkled with mirth. In this state they passed through the gates into the inner courtyards. The evening started with a gift-giving ceremony. The Balo was given shawls, shoes, bejeweled belts, nightingales in gilded cages and a fat pouch, which contained 10,000 ixes. A murmur of appreciation rose as everyone commended Sultan Selim's generosity, even though he was yet to appear. The ambassador was ushered to the dining place. Inside a high-ceilinged chamber, 4 tables had been prepared for the most notable guests. Marc Antonio and the Grand Vizier and Master Sinan would be at the same table. The Sultan would be eating alone, as was the palace custom. Jahan thought about the Frankish kings and queens who always dined amid their retinue. He wondered which was better, their way or the Ottomans. Who would want to watch the monarch chewing on a chicken leg or chomping and belching like a mere mortal? Not seeing the Sultan at table only added to his respectability. Yet, at the same time, it made him more unreachable and, eventually, harder to understand. It was easier to love someone you shared bread with. Meanwhile the rest of the guests, including Jahan, were led into smaller rooms. About 50 boys, of similar height and size, dressed in green chalwar, began to serve. Deft and fast, they brought large, round trays and set them on wooden legs. Upon these they placed spoons and olives, pickles and spices in bowls so small no one would dare dip in a finger for fear of breaking them. Next, they carried basins and silver pitchers for everyone to wash their hands. Finally, they distributed towels and peskers for the guests to put on their laps and use to wipe their fingers. Knowing how important manners were, Jahan glanced left and right, observing what the others did. The worst sin you could commit at a banquet was gluttony. Even if it were your favorite dish, you had to eat slowly, showing no sign of greed. Jahan was careful to use the 3 fingers of his right hand, without dripping oil. Mercifully there were others like him checking out what everyone else was doing. A few times their stares crossed and they nodded politely. They were served wheat soup with a hunk of dark bread, which was so filling. Jahan could have stopped eating there and then. But as soon as the crocks were taken away they were brought vine leaves stuffed with meat, rice with pine nuts, chicken kebab, chicken with mushrooms, buttered lamb, fried pigeons, roasted partridges, lamb's feet, goose stuffed with apples, brined anchovies, a huge red fish from icy waters up north, borek with shredded meat, egg with onions. They were served hashaf in bowls and lemonade in pitchers. His appetite now peaked. By the delicious smells, Jahan tasted every dish. As they kept eating, the Sisnisi and Killer C walked around, making sure everything ran in perfect order. Then came the desserts: almond baklava, pear baked with ambergris, cherry pudding, ice crushed sweetened wild strawberries and heaps of honeyed figs. After dinner the guests collapsed outside onto the seats prepared for them. Fire eaters pranced around in their shiny jerkins, tumblers turned backwards. Somersaults, sword swallowers bolted down the sharpest blades. 3 brothers appeared: a semberbaz, who played with hoops, a shishabaz, who played with bottles, and a canbaz, who played with his life, doing a little caper on a cord stretched high above. When it was their turn, Chota and Jahan marched with feigned confidence. They performed, luckily without an incident, what few stunts they knew. Chota plucked the flower in Jahan's belt and gave it to the Balo, who accepted it with a happy laugh. Afterwards, the 3 of them, the master, the apprentice, and the animal, departed from the palace, each drawing into his thoughts. There was a sense of finality in the air. The Balo was going away, the summer was coming to an end. Sultan Selim had not emerged all evening, and there were rumors his health was deteriorating. It seemed to Jahan that, in truth, this world, too, was a spectacle. One way or another, everyone was parading. They performed their tricks, each of them, some staying longer, others shorter, but in the end they all left through the back door, similarly unfulfilled, similarly in need of applause. Shortly after the inauguration of the Selimiye Mosque, the Sultan was laid low by melancholia. Such was his gloom that he could not even delight in the great monument to his name. Jahan found it odd that the ordinary folks who prayed in the mosque revelled in its architecture and splendor more than the sovereign who had paid for it. It was the humors in his body that were causing him misery. He had too much black bile in his blood and, as a result, could not help feeling sad day and night. He had been duly cupped and bled, and made to take hellebore and vomit, but the sadness had not oozed away. In the company of his master, fellow apprentices and Chota, Jahan returned to Istanbul. With the white elephant he settled back in the menagerie. It was there, one afternoon in December, that the Sultan showed up. He brought with him a Sufi asterisk. Jahan was in the barn, checking the elephant's fodder. Lately a series of younger tamers had been appointed to take care of Chota, one after the other, but Jahan still saw to the animal's needs, making sure he was looked after. So it was there, as he was checking the standards of care, that he heard the Sultan and the Sufi wending their way through the rose gardens. He climbed up to the hayloft. Through a crack in the wooden planks he spied on them Selim's withered face. Had a sickly yellow hue, his beard was ragged, and he had put on more weight. His eyes were swollen. He must have been drinking again. Or else, Jahan realized with horror, crying. The Sultan and the Sufi sat on a stone bench near the cages of the wild cats. Jahan could not believe that the commander of the faithful and the successor of the prophet of the Lord of the universe had dropped himself down on that cold, grubby seat. Their voices were like the susurration of a river, and most of what they said he could not catch. Then he heard, spilling from the lips of Selim, "Is it true that Allah loveth the purifiers?" It was the Surah of Repentance, Jahan knew. The Sultan was so fond of the prayer that he had had it written in thuluth on the wall of a mosque he had commissioned in Konya. Jahan felt an immense sadness, which made him bolder than he normally would have dared. Leaving his hiding place, he went outside to welcome them. "How is the beast doing?" Selim asked, having never learned Jahan's name. "He is fine, my lord. Would your highness like to ride his elephant?" "Another day, Mahout," said Salim distractedly. There would be no other day. The same week, Salim fell down in the hammam and hit his head. They said he was drunk when he died. Others argued he was sober but so absent he hadn't seen where he was going. The son of a man too dominant, the ruler of an empire too vast, the bearer of a soul too tender, the dreamer of poems too delicate, Salim the sot, Salim the blonde, Salim the forlorn, left this world when he was 50 years of age. Nurbanu packed his body in ice, keeping his death a secret until her favorite son, Murad, arrived from his post in Anatolia. Sultan Murad ascended to the throne. He first had his brothers executed and then buried his father. Even though he loved an imposing mosque as much as every other ruler, he valued neither majesty like his grandfather Suleiman nor beauty like his father Salim. Neither forza nor bellezza. What mattered now was utility. Function over grandiosity. Function over beauty. From this day forth, nothing would be the same for Sinan and his 4 apprentices. One night in the menagerie they awoke to an awful din. A jumble of neighing, barking, grunting, bellowing and groaning rent the air. Throwing his blanket aside, Jahan sprang to his feet. The other tamers were also stirring. Taraz the Siberian, at ease in every calamity, was the first to walk out while the rest fumbled for their garments and boots. Groping like a blind man in the dark, Jahan stepped into the garden, where a wedge of moonlight glimmered shyly. There was a torrent of light pouring from above, a cascade in every shade of red. It took him a heartbeat to recognize what it was. "Fire!" someone shouted. Jahan was witnessing yet another blaze in the heart of the palace. The gardens, pavilions and passages, always so quiet you could hear the swish of your hair as you strode along, now pulsed with cries of help. The silence code dating back to the days of Sultan Suleiman had gone up in smoke. The calamity had broken out on the other side of the inner walls, along the eastern edge of the second courtyard. Jahan knew what was located there: the royal kitchens. The pantry, larder, butlery and cookhouse were smoldering. Just recently the master and the apprentices had repaired those buildings. Now they were burning. The flames had jumped westward, slowly but steadily engulfing the aviary. Jahan wondered if anyone had set the birds free. The thought of hundreds of pairs of wings flapping in horror, unable to take flight, pierced him to the quick. The first courtyard where they currently were was still untouched by the fire. Even so, the wind was strong, fickle. It blew in their direction every so often, bringing thick, grey ashes like dead butterflies. The smoke pricked their eyes, filled their lungs. The monkeys, seized by a fright larger than their reason, teeth bared, eyes glazed, were banging on the iron bars. The tamers had to move the menagerie to a place of safety. That, however, was no small feat. Underdurus animals were capable of the strangest behavior. The royal gardens, though not their native domain, was nevertheless home. Nobody could say how they would react when forced out of their cages into wooden crates. Having only a few carts at their disposal, the tamers could only proceed piecemeal, relocating a few animals at a time. Unprepared and baffled, they debated among themselves what to do. The Circassian grooms wanted to wait until they had received orders from the chief white eunuch. Another wave of fumes and cinders blowing in their direction was enough to silence them. There was no time to lose. First they moved the apes. Not because they were more valuable but because No one could stand their ruckus. Next Jahan led Chota out of the barn. Wise soul that he was, Chota did not cause any problem. If anything, he was helpful. Complacent. He didn't mind pulling the carriage on which they placed the monkeys and gorillas, many of them shrieking and jumping up and down, tottering like unruly drunkards. The creatures that could trot out were allowed to do so: horses, camels, zebras, giraffes, gazelles, and reindeer. Fearing that a sudden noise could startle them into a stampede, the tamers were careful, alert. They tied the animals to one another by the neck, making a caravan of unlikely companions. Some mounted on horses, others on carts. The trainers followed their animals. Despite their care, no sooner were they beyond the palace walls than the zebras, as though jinxed, bolted down the hills, dragging the rest of the caravan with them. The tamers shot after them like demons, drenched in sweat and dust and curses. They managed to rein in the zebras before they caused the entire herd to tumble over, one on top of another. With the help of sticks and nets, treats, and threats, they loaded the royal animals onto carts. Off went the snakes, chameleons, ostriches, turtles, raccoons, weasels, peacocks, and the terrified llamas. Next came the foxes, hyenas, panthers, and leopards. They transported them outside the palace gates and down the slopes towards an opening by the quay, unsure how far the flames were capable of reaching. The elephant and the mahout made several round trips, bringing fodder and water for the animals. When they were done, Jahan placed a basket of leaves in front of Chota, leaving him in the care of the Chinese twins, and returned to the menagerie for a last inspection. This was partly because of an old habit. True. Since Captain Gareth had disappeared, he had stopped stealing, but, like every thief, he knew that a fire was an unmissable opportunity to chance on unexpected riches. But this was not the only reason for his return. He was thinking about Mirama. For a while after the demise of her brother Salim, she had not visited the palace. But tonight she, too, was in the harem. Was she frightened? Jahan wondered. He thought about her nursemaid, who must be having a terrible time breathing with her asthma. In a couple of hours, for all he knew, the flames could reach their chamber. He wanted to be sure they were fine and safe. The guards at the gate were too distracted to pay him any attention. By now, the blaze had drawn closer, lapping over the walls towards the rose gardens, embers leaping in a sprinkle of gold. When he reached the enclosure of the wild cats, Jahan was surprised to see the lions were still locked up, 2 females and 1 male. The mighty beasts, restless and tense, paced up and down, growling at something in the distance as though faced with an enemy only they could detect. Outside the cage stood Olaf. Perky as usual, he yelled, "Hey, Indian! Why did you come back? Just wanted to see if everything was all right. You need a hand. My girls are scared, my boy doesn't want to come out. I'll have to drag them. Don't want the poor things burned to a crisp." Smiling at his own joke and without a weapon to protect him, Olaf opened the iron door and entered the cage. Jahan watched him approach one of the females, talking in a calm, steady tone. The cat stood motionless, her gaze fixed on the tamer's every gesture. Gingerly, Olaf placed a hoop around her neck and carefully led her out. He ushered her up a plank and into a wooden crate placed on a cart. Next he moved the second lioness in the same way. As she walked out, the male stared from a corner, his eyes 2 slivers of dark citron. The back of Jahan's neck felt hot. Apprehension began to creep over him. Dawn was breaking in the distance. There was something on Olaf's face that hadn't been there before. The slightest quiver in his nostrils, a twitch of his mouth. It was the two of them in the cage, the tamer and the lion. In his hand, Olaf held a rope, limp and listless, as if he didn't know what to do with it. For the first time Johan saw him hesitate. The lion snarled, no more than an inaudible growl, as if he, too, were caught between opposing urges. Heart racing, Johan grabbed a club and put one foot into the cage. Step back, Olaf said. Go away. Drawing a breath, Johan did as he was told. Close the door. This, too, Johan did. He felt numb, unable to think properly. Olaf's flame-colored ponytail came loose, spreading out on his collar. He wiped the sweat off his brow, momentarily distracted. In that instant the lion turned to him with another snarl, as though he had just noticed him, as though this wasn't the man who had taken care of him for years, feeding him every day before he fed himself. The beast lifted his paw, his claws stretched open, he sprang on the man. Olaf fell down. There was not a trace of pain on his face, only astonishment. The look of a father disappointed in his son. Outside the cage Johan dashed about like a madman, waving his arms, shouting. The club still in one hand, he hit the bars of the cage in the hope of distracting the lion. It worked. Pulling back, the animal took a few steps towards Johan. In the meantime, Olaf stood up, unsteady. Instead of walking towards the door, he edged nearer to the cat, calling him. It happened so fast. Like a dream. Johan watched it occur, in front of his eyes. The lion, now taking his gaze off Johan, turned back and pounced at his tamer, fastening his jaws on Olaf's neck. Johan screamed, his voice that of a stranger. He smashed the club, kicked the bars, shouted at the cat. Finding a cudgel nearby, he ran back, too terrified to remember to pray. He went into the cage. There was a pool of blood where Olaf lay. The lion, having lost interest in him, had returned to his corner. Slowly, not moving his gaze from the cat, though unsure what he would do should he spring, Johan hauled the wounded man outside. Olaf's eyes were open, flicking about. His throat spurting blood. His neck had been torn open, his jugular vein ripped. As soon as he dragged him out, Johan closed the door. He didn't care if the flames reached the lion. He wanted him to burn. They buried Olaf in a graveyard not that far from the Seraglio. The male lion, despite Johan's wish, had survived. As it turned out, the flames never reached the menagerie and all their efforts had been for naught. The royal kitchens were reduced to ashes together with parts of the harem and the privy chamber. Sinan and the apprentices would have to rebuild them all over again. After Olaf's funeral, attended only by the animal tamers and equerries, something came over Johan. He was seized by a presentiment, as if, in one death, he had seen the deaths of them all. He raged deep inside, not at the lion that had killed a friend but at everyone else, at himself, for leaving Olaf on his own in that cage and acting too late, at the new sultan, for not giving a tinker's curse about his servants perishing while serving him, at Master Sinan, who, unaffected by disasters, kept making building after building, at God, for allowing them to err and suffer so yet still expecting them to pray in gratitude. Yes, the world was beautiful, a beauty that irritated him. What difference did it make whether they were hurt or happy, right or wrong, when the sun rose and the moon waned just the same, with or without them? The one creature he did not take umbrage at was Chota, and he spent as much time as possible beside him, soothed by his calmness. The anger was not all. Something else accompanied it, an ambition he had never known before. There was a part of him that wished to defy not only the master who had made him his apprentice, the sultan who had made him his mahout, and the god who had made him weak, but most of all Miramah, who, during all these years, had made him a silent sufferer. He worked hard, spoke little. This, more or less, was his mood when Sinan and the 3 other apprentices arrived at the palace to, once again, repair the damage. "We'll add new baths and pavilions by the shore," Sinan said. "The harem and the privy chamber need to be repaired. We shall enlarge them again. Everything we build ought to match the spirit of the building." He paused for a moment. "I want you to draw a plan. Whoever brings me the best, shall be my chief assistant." Jahan was surprised to hear this. Until this day they had been treated as equals, even when they knew they were not. Now their master was making them compete against one another. He knew he should have been thrilled. Except his heart was not in it. Still, he worked, though not beside the other apprentices in the shade of the gardens. He went to the barn, sat next to Chota and finished his sketches there. A few days later Sinan wanted to talk to him, urgently. Jahan saw that he had placed the designs side by side, all 4 of them. "Come," he said. "I want you to look at these and tell me what you see." Not knowing which scroll belonged to whom, Jahan inspected the 3 drawings. He compared each with his own. It seemed as if he alone had proposed knocking down the baths and building them anew at the back of the harem. Even though Miramah no longer lived there, he had made his design with her comfort in mind. As he studied the sketches, he began to recognize the purposeful strokes of Davad, the meticulous tracing of Nicola and the light flowing hand of Yusuf. "What do you think?" Sinan asked. Uneasily, Jahan pointed out the best in each drawing. Sinan said, "I know what their strengths are. Tell me their weaknesses." "This one was hastily done," Jahan said. "The other," he explained, in his desire to copy his master, had not contributed from his soul. "How about this?" Sinan asked, showing Jahan his own scroll. "I like that it cares about the harem population and makes it easier for them." Jahan felt his face burn. "But it takes no notice of the surroundings. There's no harmony between the new additions and the old structure." Sinan's eyes glimmered. He took out the last design. "And this? Careful, balanced. He's respected the building and expanded it in proportion." "That's right. What I'd like to know is why your design, which is the better one, pays no attention to the palace." Jahan's face clouded over. "I cannot say, master. Yours was the best, but it had one flaw. We do not raise buildings that float in empty space. We reflect the harmony of nature and the spirit of the place." Thus the mute apprentice became the chief assistant. Blushing up to his ears, a shy smile hovering on his lips, Yusuf kept his gaze on the ground, as if he wanted to disappear therein. As for Jahan, he had learned something about himself, that he had reached a point in his craft where he could either improve or destroy his talent. Davad, Yusuf, Nicola, these were not his rivals. His most fearsome rival was none other than himself. They spent the summer expanding the palace and repairing the areas where the fire had wreaked havoc. Accustomed as they were to toiling on all sorts of sites, this one felt different and oddly quiet. For once there was no idle talk among the laborers, no jokes or quips as they carried the planks, hoisted the pulleys or ate their soup. When they erected an uncut marble column, dozens of men pulling at once, the hussars slashing their palms, there were no shouts of Allah, Allah. Just as there were no words of praise from the foreman when one of them did a fine job, intent less on commending than on prodding everyone else to toil harder. Even the sounds of the mallets, saws and axes were less ear-splitting than usual. An awkward silence descended on everything, leaving them dazed, as if they had just woken up from a slumber. Such was the impact of being close to Sultan Murad. During those weeks Jahan met servants he had never come across before and learned about halls he had not known existed. The palace was a maze of rooms. Within rooms and paths that drew circles, a serpent swallowing its tail. It was lonely enough to make you love your own shadow and crowded enough to leave you gasping for air. There were far more people under its roof than at the time of Sultan Suleiman, more women in the harem, more guards at the gates, more pages serving more dishes. Like a fish that couldn't sense when it was full, the palace kept absorbing more and more. Once the apprentices finished rebuilding the kitchens, they started the additions to the outer part of the harem. The concubines, having retreated into the inner chambers, were out of sight. Jahan hoped to see, if not Miramat, then something that belonged to her, a handkerchief with her initials, a velvet slipper, an ivory comb. None of these he found. A few days later Miramat sent him word. She and Dada were going back to her mansion. At midday we shall be passing by the first gate. Seated on one of the higher branches of an apple tree, Jahan waited, elated and terrified. In the drowsy heat the sun glowed through the ripe fruits, which nobody dared pick because they belonged to the Sultan, who had no time for such trifles. Jahan flinched at a distant rattle. A carriage appeared, moving slowly. It seemed to Jahan that he and only he had reached a standstill while the world had moved on. Everything was familiar in a strange way. Next to the vastness of the universe his heartbeat was inaudible. He was an observer. No more. The leaves rustled, the slugs inched forward, a moth's wings beat in the breeze. Jahan savored every detail, sensing he would never have this moment again. Time became a river. He stood by the grassy bank and stared at the water flowing by, alone and forsaken. The carriage came to a stop. A hand, as graceful as a bird, fluttered out of the window and pulled the curtain aside. Miramat looked up to where Jahan was perched, her face softening as she took in his adoring gaze. She saw one more time that, despite the decades and the distances, and the wrinkles and the graying hair, nothing between them had changed. Jahan took a long look at her, without averting his eyes or bowing his head, he stared straight into her eyes. Her lips curled into a tender smile and she blushed a little. She pulled out a handkerchief from her bosom, smelled its perfume, glanced up at him and then dropped it for him to come and fetch afterwards. It was a sweltering afternoon during Ramadan, fasting had slowed them down. Jahan didn't mind the hunger that much, but the thirst was killing him. No matter how many cups of water he drank at Sahur * as soon as he came to the site the next morning his mouth felt dry as dust. Hours later, unable to bear it any more, he would steer towards the back of the kitchens, where there was a fountain. He would rinse his mouth to get rid of the rusty taste. If he swallowed a few drops at the same time, so be it. It was a sin, cheating like this. Yet he was hoping God wouldn't mind if he consumed a few droplets of his endless water. As he headed towards the fountain, Jahan noticed a figure ahead of him. Fast and furtive, it disappeared amid the bushes. He recognized the mute apprentice, and began to follow his steps. He decided now was the time to talk to him to find out if he was the traitor. Yusuf went straight to the pond where Chota would refresh himself now and then. He sat there, his face impossible to read. At first, Jahan thought he, too, had come here to quench his thirst. But all he seemed to be doing was staring at his reflection in the water, sad and subdued, as though he had just departed from someone he dearly loved. Jahan watched him for a while. So quiet and distracted was Yusuf that, save for the movement of his hands and the occasional glance he threw in the direction of the construction site, he might have been inanimate. Another queer creature in the chief white eunuch's collection. Then, as though in a dream, he took off his gloves. His hands were slender and white, without a trace of burns. Why had he lied to everyone? Jahan wondered. What happened next was more baffling. Yusuf began to hum a song. His voice, the voice no one had ever heard, was lilting, dulcet. Realizing he had stumbled on something dark, something he would not know what to do with, Jahan held his breath, studying the apprentice who, all this time, he had taken for dumb. Yusuf fell quiet again, the moment disappeared. Jahan tried to retreat discreetly, but in his haste he stepped on a twig. With a flinch Yusuf turned and saw him. His face fell, his lip jutted out like a child. So deep was his panic that Jahan almost ran to him to say not to worry, he would not reveal his secret. Instead he went back to work and tried to put the whole thing out of his mind. Still, he could not help glancing at Yusuf, who kept his head bowed low, his eyes fixed on the ground. That evening after supper Jahan allowed himself to mull over the mystery. The hairless face, the long, curved eyelashes, the way he sat demurely with his gloved hands resting upon his lap. It was all beginning to make sense. The next morning he found Yusuf covered in soot and powder, drawing. Upon seeing Jahan, he darkened, his back stiffening. "I'd like to talk," Jahan said. "Come with me, I beg." Yusuf followed him. They walked silently until they found a shady spot under a tree. They sat on the ground, cross-legged. Jahan cleared his throat. "I always envied you. You have a gift. No wonder Master picked you as his chief apprentice." They were distracted by a passing porter carrying a basket of stones on his back. Once his footsteps faded away, Jahan went on. "But you were acting strangely. I suspected you'd had a hand in the accidents." Yusuf's face crumpled in surprise. "Now I understand there was a reason why you were secretive. You are not mute. You have been hiding your voice because you are a woman." Her eyes clutched at his, wide and frightened, as though Jahan were an apparition. Her lips moved, empty of sound at first, a voice that had not been used for so long it faltered like a chick learning to fly. "Will you tell anyone?" "Well, I'm not trying." Her hands trembling, she cut in, "If you tell, it'll be the end of me." Jahan looked at her in awe and nodded slowly. "I give you my word." Discovering the mute apprentice's secret had made Jahan curious not only about her but also about Sinan. He was certain his master knew. What's more, he suspected it had been his idea all along. Sinan wanted, allowed, and encouraged her to work with them, a woman among hundreds of laborers, year after year. Building after building. The whole week he pondered this dilemma. In the end he went to see him. "Indian apprentice," Sinan said brightly. "You have something to ask, I can tell. I'd like to know, if I may, how you choose your apprentices." "I pick them from among the skillful." There are many such in the palace school. They'd make better draftsmen. Some might Sinan left the sentence hanging. I used to think we were the best students you had come across. My vanity. Now I understand we have talent but we are not the finest. You do not choose the finest. You go for the ones who are good but are, he halted, searching for the word. Lost, abandoned, forsaken. It was a moment before Sinan spoke. You're right. I choose my apprentices. With care. Those with aptitude but also with nowhere to go. Why? Sinan drew in a slow breath. You have been to the sea, the big sea. Though not a question, Jahan nodded. Have you ever seen sea turtles washed ashore? They keep walking, with all their might, but the route is a wrong one. They need a hand to turn them back towards the sea, where they belong. Sinan pulled at his beard, which had whitened a great deal in the past months. When I saw you, I thought you had a great head on your shoulders, and would learn fast, if only I could turn you away from wrong habits, from the past, and direct you towards your future. As Jahan listened to his master, he found the word he was looking for, broken. He was beginning to understand what Sinan was doing, what he had been doing all along. Jahan, Davad, Nicola, and Yusuf. The four of them, utterly different yet similarly broken. Master Sinan was not only teaching them, he was also, gently but firmly, fixing them. Jahan kept his word. He did not share Yusuf's secret with anyone, not even Chota, seized by a superstition that it would pass on from the animal to the howdah, from the howdah to the people he carried. Gradually, during breaks, Yusuf told him her story, or what remained of it, and her name of many summers ago, Sancha. There was a big, milky white house covered in wisteria, she said, in a town called Salamanca. Her father was a renowned man of medicine. Tender with his patients, strict with his wife and children, he wished nothing more than to see his 3 sons continue his noble profession. He insisted that his daughter, too, should be educated. As a result, every tutor who came to the house taught all 4 children. The summer she turned 8, the plague entered through the city gates. Death claimed the boys one after the other. Only Sancho was left, burdened with the guilt of being alive when those who were more beloved had gone. Her mother, numb with grief, sought refuge in a convent in Valladolid. Only Sancha and her father were left. She took care of him, though he clearly despised her efforts. Even so, little by little, he began to teach her not medicine, since he believed that women were by nature incapable of this, but other disciplines. Arithmetic, algebra, philosophy. He taught her everything he knew. Being a good student, she learned fast, at first less out of her thirst for knowledge than in the hope of earning her father's love. In time, she had better tutors. There was one architect, old and in penury, who spent a great deal of time instructing her, and in between lessons tried to steal kisses from her. Her father had friends like himself, men who cherished wisdom, conversos, and Catholics, and an Arab among them. Still, there was plenty of fear and suspicion. Heretics were burned at the stake, the stench of smoldering flesh polluting the wind. Her father, whose health had begun to deteriorate, declared that in a year she would be married to a distant cousin, a wealthy merchant she had never met before and already hated. Pleading, crying, she tried to convince him not to send her off, but to no avail. The ship she took to meet her fiancé was raided by corsairs. After weeks of suffering, none of which she wished to remember, she found herself in Istanbul. Enslaved. She was sold to a court musician who happened to be an acquaintance of Sinan. The man was a gentle soul and treated her well, allowing her, upon her request, to have pen and paper. His 2 wives, however, tormented her every day. Jealous of her youth and beauty, they bitterly complained that she did not help them the way a concubine should. They had checked her head to toe and could verify that she had no parts missing, but still they doubted she was a woman. Even though she had been converted to Islam and renamed Nurjais, she was secretly drawing Christian churches with crosses and bells. The musician listened to their carping, but not even once did he ask to see the sketches to which they referred. One day, while the musician was away on a journey, his wives ripped Sancha's drawings to pieces and beat her so badly that her clothes were torn to tatters. The same evening he returned. Her fate might have been different had he been back a few days later, when her bruises had healed. As it was, he saw her marred face, swollen eyes. He also found the shredded sketches. One of them had escaped intact. Taking this, he showed it to Sinan. To his surprise, the chief royal architect was impressed and keen to meet the owner of the drawing. The musician explained to Sinan that it belonged to a concubine of his, a young damsel, though no longer a virgin, pretty as sunshine, whom he was happy to give to Sinan as a gift. He could do with her what he pleased. If the girl remained in his house, his wives would trample on her like a shoddy rug. That was how Sancha ended up in the chief royal architect's house. She was allowed to use the library and make her sketches so long as she helped Kaira, the master's wife, with the housework from morning till noon. A year into this life, Sinan began to tutor her. He was pleased with this unlikely pupil, yet never considered taking her to construction sites. The week Sinan laid the foundation stone for the Shehzade Mosque, Sancha begged to be allowed to work with him. Refused repeatedly, she took hold of a pair of scissors and cut her long hair, the color of burnt umber, which she left in a pile at the master's door. When Sinan came out the next morning, he stepped on a silky turf of hair. He understood. He provided her with boys' clothes. When she put them on, he was half amused and half astounded. She could easily pass as a lad. The only obstacle was her voice and her hands. It could be solved by silence and a pair of gloves. Sinan decided she would be his mute apprentice. Sancha told Jahan all of this one afternoon while they were working on the Mola Salebi Mosque. A hexagonal domed bald achin, 4 turrets with domical caps. The 2 of them sat outside on a bench facing the half-dome over the mihrab. No one knows? Jahan asked. The master's wife, Kaira. She does. Who else? Only one, said Sancha. This Italian architect, Tommaso. He is always following our master. He heard me speak once, I'm afraid. Jahan was about to reply when he caught a sound like that of a nocturnal animal rustling off to the side. He turned back with fright. There was an eerie quiet, and he sensed, with all his being, that they had not been alone. His heart thudding against his chest, he stood up, glanced around. He saw a few men in the distance, prowling around. One of them he recognized. It was Salahaddin's brother. Jahan remembered their bitter exchange at the cemetery. He knew the young man hated Sinan, holding him responsible for his brother's death. Jahan feared he might have come here to harm the master. Then again, they could be thieves. There were always a few around construction sites, looking for materials to loot. Not wanting to alarm Sancha and add to her distress, he watched the intruders a bit longer and kept his suspicions to himself. "I saw you with Tommaso," Jahan said after a pause. A shadow crossed his face as a new thought occurred to him. "He is blackmailing you." Sancha lowered her eyes. "But you are not rich. What does he want from you?" "He is not after riches," Sancha said, twisting the end of her shirt between her fingers. "He wants the master's designs." Jahan looked at her in horror. "Did you give them to him?" "All he's got is a few mediocre designs. He thinks they belong to master Sinan. I drew them for him." A smile passed between them. A sense of fellowship, which, had Jahan not known the truth about her, he would have called brotherhood. What Sancha didn't say, then or later, and it would take Jahan a while to discover, was that there was a secret buried in her heart. It had kept her strong and loyal to the core. On the loneliest nights when she cried herself to sleep, the thought of him being under the same roof, even if a life away, the thought of him caring for her, even if in a fatherly way, had warmed her soul. She was his apprentice. She was his concubine. She was his slave. And she was no older than his daughter. Yet Yusuf Nurjai Sancha Garcia de Herrera, a soul who carried too many names in her slender body, was in love with Master Sinan. They never found another chance for a talk as intimate and honest as this one. The same day a new accident occurred. A stone block slipped off the pier, abutting the prayer hall, and fell to the ground, wounding 2 galley slaves and killing Sinan's dedicated foreman, Snowy Gabriel. The accidents were sporadic enough to be attributed to fate, but they were also strangely similar, strangely persistent. If not put to use, iron rusts, woodwork crumbles, man errs, Sinan said. Work we must. Following in his footsteps, the 4 apprentices toiled as though tomorrow were the day of judgment and they must finish before everything turned to dust. They constructed Friday mosques, masjids, madrasas, Quran schools, bridges, baths, hospitals, lazarettos, almshouses, granaries, and caravanserais for travelers from far and wide. Most of these were ordered by the Sultan, others by his mother, wives, daughters, and succeeding viziers. Not everything Sinan built was commissioned by the wealthy and the mighty. However, the shrines, to begin with, these, too, the apprentices put up in earnest. Many a time their master paid for these himself. And the sole reason they kept erecting them year in, year out, was because someone somewhere had seen them in a dream. Sinan, in his capacity as the master of the royal architects, not only felt responsible for raising structures and surveying towns. He also oversaw holy dreams. Anybody could come with such a demand, a soldier, an innkeeper, a scullion, even a mendicant. They knocked on Sinan's door, respectful but resolute, and secretly proud, as though they had been entrusted with an important letter from the skies. Then they related their dreams. More often than not, these were about saints and sages who were terribly upset that their graves had gone to rack and ruin. Or martyrs who, showing where their remains lay, asked for a proper funeral. Or mystics executed for heresy and buried furtively, if at all. The dead in the visions were impatient, their behests urgent. So were the dream petitioners, as Jahan called them. They expected the architect and the apprentices to stop doing whatever they were doing, such as building a Friday mosque, and follow them. Some even made threats. It's a powerful saint, this one. If you don't do as he says, he'll put a curse on you. Every week one of the apprentices was put in charge of the dream suitors. His impossible task was to listen to everyone and weed out those who were honest from the crooks. This is how many a Thursday afternoon Jahan found himself perched on a stool facing strangers. There would be a scribe by his side, bent over the table, scratching his pen without a break. No matter how full of gibberish or trivia, every appeal had to be written down. Sinan would greet the petitioners cordially. He would announce that his wise apprentice was here to hear what they had to share. Flicking a sideways glance in Jahan's direction, he would leave with an impish smile at the edge of his lips. Under the scrutiny of dozens of eyes, studying his every move, Jahan often broke into a sweat. The room felt small, stuffy. Suddenly there was not enough space for these people and their vast expectations. They came from everywhere. Bustling ports and forsaken hamlets. And they implored the apprentices to go and build everywhere, a town, a farmstead, or a property home only to snakes. Most of the dream petitioners were men of varying ages. There were schoolboys accompanied by their fathers. Occasionally, there would be a woman. She would wait outside while her husband or brother passed on her dreams. Once some peasants requested that a Byzantine fountain, which supplied water to a village, be restored. Although they had applied to the cadi, their efforts had so far been in vain. Then a tinker had a holy dream. A forceful and furious saint confided in him that beneath the fountain lay the remnants of a Sufi Durga. As long as the water kept flowing, the souls of the dervishes rested in peace. Now that the water had run dry, they were disturbed. Therefore the fountain had to be repaired, without delay. When Jahan offered his master an account of his interviews, Sinan singled out this story as one to which they should give serious attention. But, master, do you believe they are telling the truth? Jahan objected. They need water, it doesn't matter what I believe. They rebuilt the fountain, cleaning the ditches that brought water from the mountains. The villagers were pleased, so was Sinan. It was around this time that a miller arrived. He said that while grinding grain, he had heard a woman singing, sweet and captivating. Fearing it must be a jinn, he had headed for the hills. The next day the voice awaited him, although he had thrown salt over his left shoulder and spat 3 times on fire. The village elder advised him to read the Quran before going to sleep. This he did. That same night a woman appeared in his dream. Her face shone as if there were a lantern under her skin. Her lustrous, blonde hair spilled onto her shoulders. She explained that she had been strangled upon the orders of the mother sultana, though she did not give her name. Since then her soul had been roaming the earth, searching for her body, which was deep under the sea. Recently a fisherman had pulled up the tortoise-shell comb that had been on her head and come loose when she was thrust into the sea with a rock tied to her feet. Not knowing what to do with it, the fisherman had put it in a box. She wanted the miller to find the comb and bury it as though it were her flesh and bone. In this way, she would have a tomb and find some peace. Why didn't she reveal herself to the fisherman? Jahan asked incredulously. He's trouble, the miller said. He lives a stone's throw away from Rumlian Castle. There's a cottage, blue like a robin's egg. Have you been there? Of course not, Effendi. She told me all that. I'm a poor man, my wife's ailing. I've got no sons to lend me a hand. I can't ride that far. Jahan understood what was being asked of him. I can't go either. I'm needed here. The disappointment in the man's eyes went through Jahan like a flamed arrow. Still, his biggest surprise came when Sinan, once he told him the story, urged Jahan to go to nose around. So, the next day, the elephant and the mahout were on their way. Finding the fisherman was easy, speaking to him, impossible. With eyes dark, with bitterness and a mouth that clearly hadn't smiled in ages, he was a callous soul. One look at him and Jahan knew there was no way he would let him rummage through his belongings. Jahan made another plan. As soon as they were behind the hills, he halted the elephant and jumped down. After tying Chota to a willow, which the animal could have pulled up without much effort, he said, "I'll be back in a moment." Quiet as an owl, Jahan retraced his path. He tiptoed around the garth and into the shed, which stank of fish. He found a few boxes but none of them had a comb inside. He was about to leave when he caught sight of a basket on the floor. His hands shaking, he peered into it. The comb was there. Mottled brown and amber, cracked at the edges. He pocketed it and took to his heels. Thankfully Sinan didn't inquire how the article had been acquired. Instead he said, "We need to lay her to rest. She needs a tombstone." "But, can we bury a comb in place of a body?" asked Jahan. "If it's the only thing left from a person, I don't see why not." By a mulberry tree, Sinan and the apprentices dug deep. They placed the comb inside. As they threw earth on the grave, they prayed. In the end, the woman in the miller's dream, whether real or not, had a headstone. One that said, "Pray for the soul of one whose name was not discovered. Loved by the Almighty, he hath known her always." In the spring of 1575 the astronomer Taqi-ud-Din began to visit Sinan more often. The two of them would retreat to the library, talking for hours. There was something new and big in the air. Jahan could sniff it out like freshly baked bread, something that excited these elderly men as though they were boys. Again, the chief royal astronomer and the chief royal architect had always respected each other. Time and again, Taqi-ud-Din had been present at the inauguration ceremony of a mosque, helping with the measurements. Likewise, he consulted Sinan about the laws of arithmetic, on which both were experts. The two men read effortlessly in several languages: Turkish, Arabic, Persian, Latin and a bit of Italian. Over the years they had exchanged a multitude of books and ideas and, Jahan suspected, quite a few secrets. If their fondness for numbers was one thing they had in common, another was their diligence. Both believed that the only way to thank Allah for the skills He had given them was to labor hard. Despite everything they shared, they could not have been more different. Taqi-ud-Din was a man of passion. His face was an open book that revealed every emotion crossing his heart. When joyful, his eyes lit up; when thoughtful, he fingered his rosary so hard that the string would almost snap. In his obsession with learning, he was rumored to have hired grave robbers to bring him corpses to study. Should anyone ask why a stargazer might show interest in the human body, he would say God had designed the small cosmos and the big cosmos in parallel. He often complained about the arrogance of the ulama and the ignorance of the people. With so much fire in his spirit, it caused his friends no small amount of worry that he might burn himself. Fervent and animated, he stood in contrast with Sinan, who rarely showed his fervor and had, overall, a placid demeanor. Except now Sinan, too, seemed excited, if not apprehensive. He spent his days reading and drawing, which was normal, but he also looked out of the window in a distant and distracted way, which was not. A couple of times Jahan heard him ask the servants whether anyone had brought him a message. One Wednesday, as the apprentices were working in the master's house, the awaited courier arrived with a scroll. Under prying eyes, Sinan broke the seal. "Read the letter." His face, stiff with suspended eagerness, softened into a smile of relief. "We are building an observatory," he announced. "A house to study the dark expanse above their heads. It would be bigger than any that had been erected before, east and west. Astronomers from all over the world would come here to hone their skills." Sultan Murad had promised to support Taqiyuddin in his wish to discover the invisible dome. "This will alter our grasp of the universe," Sinan remarked. "Why would it concern us?" asked Davud. In response, Sinan said that knowledge, ilm, was a carriage pulled by many horses. If one of the steeds began to gallop faster, the other horses, too, would speed up, and the traveler in the carriage, the alim, would benefit from it. Improvement in one field backed improvements in other fields. Architecture had to be friends with astronomy, astronomy with arithmetic, arithmetic with philosophy, and so on. "One more thing," Sinan said. "You are going to build the observatory. I shall look after you, but it will be your achievement." The apprentices gaped at him in disbelief. They had worked upon many buildings but had never created one on their own. Nicola said, "Master, we are indebted. You have honored us." "May God light your path," said Sinan. In the weeks ahead, the apprentices presented their designs to the master. Having been given a site on a hill in Tophane, they checked the soil, measured the moisture. Even though still vying with one another to be the master's favorite, they joined forces. The excitement of building together outweighed any jealousies. Taqiyuddin, in the meantime, was the happiest soul in the empire and the most restless. Hovering about the site, asking questions that made no sense to anyone. He could barely wait to see the completion of his beloved observatory. Weeks into the construction, he was seized by a fear of death. Morbidly fascinated with accidents and diseases, he was afraid of departing this life before the edifice was finished. Never before had Jahan seen an intelligent man drive himself so mad with worry. Instruments were brought from near and far. Books and celestial maps were gathered for the collection to be housed inside the observatory. Round and spacious, flooded with light pouring through high windows, with a staircase that spiraled down into a basement chamber, the library was a place Jahan was fond of, and he was proud of having contributed to its design. As the construction progressed, Jahan was able to learn more about Taqiyuddin. Born in Damascus, schooled in Nablus and Cairo, he had then settled in Istanbul, trusting it to be the right city for his skills. Here he had thrived, climbing all the way up to the rank of chief royal astronomer. Jahan would later learn that it was he who had instigated this whole venture, convincing the Sultan of the necessity for a royal observatory. That, however, did not mean he had persuaded everyone in the court. Hugely respected by some, loathed by others, of friends and foes, Taqiyuddin had plenty. Benefiting from the findings of the mathematician Jamshid al-Kashi and the tools perfected by Nasir al-Din al-Tasi, Taqiyuddin was keen on furthering the achievements of the Samarkand Observatory, built by Ulugh Bey, an astronomer, a mathematician, and a sultan. Almost 200 years ago, he said, the finest scholars had unraveled many secrets of the universe. Their accomplishments, rather than being refined, had been forsaken and forgotten. Precious knowledge had been lost for future generations. There were gems of wisdom, far and wide, waiting to be found, like caskets of treasure deep under the ground. Learning, therefore, was a matter less of discovering than of remembering. Taki Yudin often alluded to Tycho Brahe, a stargazer in Frangistan. By coincidence, at the time the apprentices were laying the foundation stone of their observatory, Brahe's was being erected in far-off Uraniborg. The two men, instead of locking horns with each other, had been exchanging letters of mutual esteem and admiration. "We love the same woman," Taki Yudin said. "What do you mean?" Jahan faltered. "The sky, we are both besotted with her. Sadly, we are mortal. After we are gone, others will love her." Once the celestial instruments had been placed in their respective spots, on heavy cast iron stands, Taki Yudin showed Sinan's apprentices around. Everywhere he turned, Jahan saw astronomical clocks with 3 dials. Exquisitely crafted and precise. In a chamber towards the back they noticed water pumps of different sizes, which Taki Yudin said had nothing to do with the azure but were simply another passion of his. Upstairs there was a massive astrolabe with 6 rings, Dat al-Halak. This was used to assess the latitudes and longitudes, so they were told. Another device, Libna, mounted on the wall, consisted of 2 large brass quadrants and helped to calculate the declinations of the stars and the sun. Lengthy pieces of wood, which by their humble appearance seemed meaningless, turned out to measure the parallax of the moon. An implement with a copper ring assessed the azimuths of the stars, the one next to that determined the equinoxes. Jahan's favorite was a sextant that measured the distances between the celestial bodies. In each room they entered they found a device that unraveled yet another secret of the blue firmament. The court astronomer explained that with heavenly bodies, as with so many things in life, one had to find the right guide. Rather than taking the moon as his reference point, he studied 2 wandering stars. One was called Venus, the other Aldebaran, a name Jahan liked so much he kept repeating it to himself, as though it were poetry. Unlike the instruments, which were new, the books and manuscripts in the library were ages old. It was here that Taki Yudin kept his treatises on geometry, algebra and the forces of motion. He was particularly pleased that in a recent decree, addressed to the Qadis of Istanbul, the Sultan had ordered the people who possessed valuable collections to hand these over to the Royal Observatory. When you receive this order, find those books based on astronomy and geometry, and give them to my honorable astronomer, Taki Yudin, so that he may continue his excellent work, under my protection. With an endorsement so strong they thought nothing could go wrong. Immaculate inside, immaculate outside, the observatory, their observatory, with its windows iridescent in the evening sun, shone atop a hill in Tophane. The opening ceremony was glorious. Above their heads the sun hovered bright and generous, the sky a seamless blue. Regardless, the air felt crisp and chilly, as though both the winter and the summer had wanted to be present on such a day. Seagulls swooped far ahead, not shrieking for once, swallows dipped and drank water from the marble fountain in the courtyard. The smell of myrrh on their robes and beards mingled with the sweet fragrance of the halva Taki Yudin had ordered to be doled out to the workers, who had toiled hard to finish on time. Sinan was present, clad in a cinnamon kaftan and a bulbous turban, the fingers of his right hand moving around an imaginary rosary. The apprentices stood some steps behind him, trying hard to conceal their pride. For, although it was Sultan Murad's health and triumph and the chief royal astronomer's success that they were here to pray for, the students of Sinan had contributed much to this observatory. They could not help but be pleased with the 2 buildings they had designed, constructed, and made ready for use, under the auspices of the master, but still theirs alone. This was their creation, may the Creator forgive the word, which belonged only to him. Beyond the observatory grounds was an expanse of onlookers and well-wishers, their voices carrying in the wind. Foreign envoys observing the happenings, merchants calculating what this could bring to them, pilgrims murmuring prayers, beggars seeking alms, thieves searching for prey, and children perching on their fathers' shoulders to get a glimpse of the place where you could watch the sun and the moon, and even learn where the shooting stars went when they tumbled down. Taki Yudin, tall and erect, stood at the center, wearing a flowing garb white as alabaster. 40 sheep and 40 cows had been sacrificed early on, their meat distributed to the poorest of the poor. Now a drop of their blood shone on his forehead, between his eyes. To his left and to his right 24 astronomers had lined up, their faces shining with delight. Abruptly, all sound subsided. A ripple of excitement went through the audience. Sultan Murad was coming. Like water, his presence flowed into the courtyard, filling each empty space, long before his cavalcade was spotted in the distance. The shadow of God on earth was going to open the biggest observatory in the 7 climes. Once the Sultan and his guards had arrived and settled, a Sufi sheikh began to pray, his voice at once loud and mellow. May Allah afford his protection to our magnanimous Sultan. They echoed in unison, savoring the word as if it were a tasty morsel. Amen. May Allah have mercy on our glorious empire and guide us in all our deeds. And help us to join those who have been through this world before and have not erred. May Allah look after this house and reveal the secrets of the heavens to those and only those who can bear them. Amen. As Jahan listened to the Sufi's words, his gaze strayed towards the ulama, the religious seniors, who were watching the ceremony. There had been rumors that the Shaykh al-Islam, when asked to lead the communal prayer, had refused. Jahan observed the man's face. He looked composed, his expression tranquil as a pond. Just then he pursed his lips, his mouth twisting into a scowl, as if he had tasted something bitter. Jahan didn't think anyone had noticed, enraptured, as they were, by prayer. But he had seen it, that tiny gesture, and his chest tightened. For a moment that was as brief as the ascent of a soaring condor, Jahan knew in his gut, even though there was nothing obviously out of the way, that something was wrong. He had the intense feeling that Sinan was also aware of this, hence the nervous motion of his fingers. In the meantime Taki Yudin, in his exhilaration, had not suspected a thing. Later on Jahan would contemplate this moment at length. Sinan had not had much experience with the ulama, but he could nonetheless sense their profound dislike. Taki Yudin, on the other hand, knew them far better than anyone. After all, he had served as a judge, a theologian, a muwakkit, the keeper of time, and a teacher at a madrasa. Yet he did not share the unease that the master and the apprentice had felt that day. Perhaps, Jahan would conclude, with closeness came blindness, and with a certain distance, awareness. Taki Yudin was writing a treatise on heavenly beings, a book he called Azij. Therein he registered the positions and distances and motions of the sun and the moon and the stars and the celestial bodies. This would take him years, he explained, but when finished it would be a guide in perpetuity. Azij is a map, he explained. A map of the divine creation. Long ago an infidel sage by the name of Aristo, a man who had taught the great Iskander everything he knew, held that the earth was at the center of the universe and that it was peacefully at rest, unlike other celestial bodies. He left it to astronomers to find the sum of the spheres that rotated around it, the cumulative number of the many domes that moved above their heads. Have you been able to count them? Jahan asked when, following the inauguration, he and Davud paid him a visit. 8, Taqiyuddin said decidedly. It was an impeccable number and for a good reason, the shape of the earth. The arrangement of the heavenly bodies, the layers of the universe, everything was put in order by God for human beings to see, study and contemplate. The more Taqiyuddin talked, the more garrulous he became. He said as brilliant as Aristo had been, he had got things wrong. It was the sun that was at the heart of the universe, not the earth. The other bodies revolved round this ball of fire in perfect circles. He showed Jahan a book that, he said, proved this beyond doubt. Jahan read aloud its title, the words in Latin gliding on his tongue, smooth and round, something to do with the revolution of spheres. Copernic. What a strange name, he thought, yet the chief royal astronomer had pronounced it with such veneration that from his mouth it sounded like an incantation. He had a sweetheart but never married, said Taqiyuddin, pointing at the leather-bound tome as if it were alive. He raised his sister's children and had none of his own. Davud asked, why didn't he become espoused? God knows. But probably for the woman's sake. What wife can bear a husband who sees only the skies? Davud and Jahan eyed each other, thinking the same thing. Although Taqiyuddin was married, he slept in the observatory most nights. They did not dare to ask if, when talking about Copernic, he had been alluding to himself as well. Thanking the architect and his acolytes, Davud and Jahan bade them farewell. Scarcely had they stepped outside when they were engulfed by a wave of fog. Penetrating and sinister. Fumbling like two blind men, they found Chota. Climbed up to their places and slowly, very slowly, trotted towards the city. A few steps into this walk Jahan felt an urge to turn back and look. Something strange happened then. Of the two tall buildings that formed the observatory, not a single thing could be seen, not even a flickering candle from the windows or a glow from the instruments on the upper terrace. So fully had its contours sunk into the sea of grey that in that moment it felt like the observatory had never existed and that everything said and done under its roof had been nothing more than prints in the sand. One gusty day, upon returning from work, Jahan on Chota's neck, the master and the apprentices inside the howdah, they found Taqiyuddin waiting in the courtyard, a troubled look on his face. Having not visited him in a while, Jahan was astonished to see how much he had changed. The excitement that had glossed his features in the early months of the observatory had worn off, leaving an older and gaunter face beset by tension. After a brief interchange of greetings, the two elderly men retreated into the pavilion in the garden, under a canopy of vines, their voices subdued, strained. Unable to get near, unwilling to stay away, the apprentices strode to the kitchen, where, despite the grumbling of the cook, they perched beside the window, the one spot in the house where they could spy on their masters. From this distance it was not possible to hear what they were saying. Even so, nothing could hold them back from making guesses of their own. Something's wrong, murmured Davud. I feel it in my bones. Maybe they are only having a discussion, said Nicola, not ready to abandon his customary sanguineness. Taqiyuddin had brought along one of his acolytes, a young stargazer with a pockmarked face and the thinnest beard the color of sunset. When he joined them, the apprentices began to badger him, asking what was happening. Though he tried to evade their questions, he soon laid everything bare. My master observed a comet in Sagittarius. Jahan cast a glance at the others. Nicola seemed confused, Davud suspicious. There was no way to tell what was on Sancha's mind, since her eyes were fixed on the floor. Assuming he was not the only ignorant one around, he asked, "What's that?" The stargazer sighed. "Long-haired star. Huge. It's coming our way." "What will it do?" Davut inquired. "My master will say." "Surely you must know something about this," Davut insisted. "Some comets have caused floods. In one kingdom all the women with child miscarried. Another time three-legged frogs rained from the sky." The apprentices listened aghast. Spurred on by his own voice, the man recounted one calamity after another. Another comet brought a dry spell that lasted for 7 years. Winds so strong that all the saplings were uprooted. Locusts devoured any plant that was left. "SSSH, they're coming," Nicholas said, even though there was no way they could be heard from the outside. Embarrassed, not unlike badly behaved children, they went into the garden to welcome the two masters. Whatever it was that troubled Taki-Yudin seemed to have blighted Sinan's mood, like a canker that passes from one tree to the next. "Look at them," Taki-Yudin said, pointing at the apprentices. "Gossip flies faster than a comet," said Sinan in the waggish voice he reserved for fatherly reproach. "Particularly if someone can't hold their tongue," Taki-Yudin chided, his stare resting on his own acolyte, who instantly lowered his head, color rising to his cheeks. Quietly the astronomer added, "It's fine. The entire city will learn about it anyhow." Encouraged by this, Jahan demanded, "What does it all mean?" "Allah is great and so are his omens," Taki-Yudin said. "We mortals might not see it that way, but in the end it always is." Jahan stared at the court astronomer, tongue-tied. His answer, which offered scant comfort, had weighed him down. He wasn't the only one. Until that moment the apprentices had been more preoccupied with inventing menaces where they saw none. Now they felt threatened by a force they had neither the wisdom to grasp nor the might to defeat. Sinan was correct about the speed of gossip. In the ensuing days Istanbulites talked about nothing else. Fearful whispers and dark forebodings seeped into the cracks in the walls, filled in the gaps in the cobbles, passed through the holes in the locks, flew down the sewers, sullied the very air. Soon after, the Sultan declared he would hold a conclave of notables, viziers, and members of the ulama. An impromptu council where Taki-Yudin would give an account of things. Jahan's excitement soared when he heard that Sinan, too, had been asked to come and offer his opinion. "Please take me with you," Jahan pleaded. Sinan threw him a burning look. "Why, just because you are curious? If not me, take another one of us. We built this observatory." He didn't need to go on. Sinan yielded. "Go, get ready." After the midday prayer the master and the mahout reached the palace. Like the others they were ushered into the audience chamber. There were about 40 dignitaries, some of them with their attendants, lined up on both sides of the vast room. Sitting on a golden throne in the heart of everything was Sultan Murad. Taki-Yudin was brought in. Jahan watched him kneel and kiss the sultans hem, bow again, salute the members of the divan and wait demurely, his hands clasped, his gaze on his feet. In that moment no one wanted to be in his place. "Chief Royal Astronomer, you are here to tell our benevolent Sultan what the comet promises to bring," said the Grand Vizier Sokolov. "If your Highness permits," Taki-Yudin said and took out a scroll from the inside of his robe. He began to read it aloud. "I, Taki-Yudin Ibn Maruf, in my capacity as the Chief Royal Astronomer, have seen a comet in Sagittarius. After consulting my Zij and making use of my Turkey, as the great Nasir al-Din al-Tasi had once done. I found its longitude to be at 26 Sagittarius and its latitude at 22 degrees north. In my measurements I have taken 3 major stars as my reference points: Aldebaran, the bullseye; Al-Ghurab, the raven; and Altair, the flying vulture. For days on end I have observed the motion of the comet to understand its temperament. The details of its progression I have written down at length for young astronomers to study after my soul departs this world of shadows. Here Taqiyuddin paused. Not a single sound could be heard in the chamber. I slept little for the next 7 nights. My apprentices and I took turns studying. "Spare us what you have done," said Sokolov. "Tell us what the star will do." Taqiyuddin drew breath, as if imbibing this moment, this room. He took it in. The faces of friends and foes watching his every move, and perhaps he felt as lonely as the comet he had been tracking. Placing his finger on the scroll, he skipped to the end. "I've found that the comet is attracted by Venus, its tail stretches eastwards, its motion is from north to south. By studying the constitution of the comet and the temperament of the planet it is drawn to, I have come to the conclusion that, unlike the comets that have visited our skies in days of old, this one has a benevolent nature. It does not wish us harm." A quiet rumble of relief rose. Into this the Sultan, speaking for the first time, said with a bob of his head, "That's good. Tell us more." "It shall bring rain clouds aplenty, the harvest will overflow," said Taqiyuddin. "What about on the battlefield?" asked the shadow of God on earth. "Our troops shall gain a major victory, your majesty." Another wave of excitement rippled through the room. Eyes grew wide, glittering with delight. With that, the meeting was concluded. None of it came to pass, however. The war with Iran did not go as expected. Even though the Ottoman army was triumphant, the losses were too enormous to fool anyone. A drought followed. For months on end pantries remained empty. Children went to bed hungry. Worse was the earthquake that left entire neighborhoods in ruins. Afterwards the plague hit again. People died en masse, and were buried en masse. Wherever one turned there was poverty and grief. The comet had brought misery, but to none more than to Taqiyuddin. The ulama started to scheme about him. Having waited for an opportune moment to strike at the court astronomer, the new Shaykh al-Islam, Ahmet Shamseddin Effendi, attacked with all his might. "It is because of the observatory that this calamity has fallen on the city. Who were they to watch God? It had to be the other way round, God should watch them. Human beings ought to have their eyes on the ground, not pointed towards the vault of heaven." The Sultan ordered the observatory to be demolished. The morning they heard the news the apprentices ran to the master's house. Hardly able to speak, they looked past one another as though they were walking in a dream. Meanwhile Sinan spent the rest of the day sitting in the pavilion alone. Perhaps remembering another time when he and Taqiyuddin had been there, hopeful and faithful. After the evening prayer he came out and said in a voice so soft and mellow it belied the hardness underneath, "You made it, you should raise it." But Master Nicola tried to protest. Jahan's self-control broke. Since Olef's death there had been much anger in his heart and now it exploded. He said, "Is this why you let us build it? You didn't do it yourself because you knew this was bound to happen." The others gaped at him. It was the kind of thing they had all thought on the quiet, but they were astonished that he had had the discourtesy to say it out loud. Sinan said, "I wasn't aware. If I had known I'd not have asked you to do it." But once he began Jahan couldn't stop. He insisted, "Then why don't you defend our observatory? How can you let this happen? Sinan smiled sadly, the lines around his eyes deepening. There are things that are in my hands and things that are not. I cannot prevent people from destroying. All I can do is keep building. The evening before the demolition, they retreated to their own corners, avoiding conversation. The master was upstairs in the Hermlich with his family, Nicola in the workshop, Davud nowhere to be seen, Sancha in her room at the back of Sinan's house, and Jahan cloistered in the barn. The poor Kaya, unable to convince them to sup together, had to send everyone their food on separate trays. Jahan missed spending time alone with the elephant and attending to his every need, so tonight he chased away the young helper. In his heart of hearts, he believed that no one could look after the animal the way he did. Just as in the olden days, he washed the urine off the floor, shoveled the dung, topped up the water in the barrel, renewed the leaves in the trough. He scoured Chota's feet. The big, round front and the smaller, oval hind, careful not to hurt the doughy footpads underneath. He pored over his toenails, all 18 of them, which he then trimmed, cleaned, and rubbed with balm one by one. Drudging at construction sites and trudging up steep hills, year after year, had eventually taken its toll. 4 of his toenails had split and one was about to fall off. Jahan inspected the animal's trunk for warts, pleased to find none, and his tail for fleas and mites. He examined the soft tissue behind his ears for elephant lice. Which were the worst? It was odd to see a beast this huge utterly helpless in the face of the most infinitesimal creature. But the truth was one louse could ruin an elephant's temper. Though he found a few tiny brown lumps, thankfully there was nothing alarming. After washing him, Jahan checked his back for wounds and abscesses. Where his skin was dry he applied ointment. While he did this, Chota waited patiently, basking in the attention. Jahan, too, enjoyed the effort. It helped him to forget his despair, even though he knew it wouldn't be long before he remembered it again. When he was done, Chota swung his trunk as if to ask him how he looked. There, handsome as gold, Jahan said. It was then that he heard footsteps behind the slightly open gate. Down here, he yelled, expecting to see a houseboy with his meal. To his astonishment, it was Sinan. Wiping his hands on a greasy rag, Jahan scurried over to him. Master, welcome. It didn't sound right to invite him into a barn, so he added hastily, you want me to come out? Let's talk here. Better. Jahan spread Chota's mantle on a mound of hay, making an odd chair, half velvet, half straw. I never thought there'd come a day when I'd ask you what I'm about to ask. Now, Sinan said after settling down. What is it? Jahan said, though he was not sure he wanted to hear the answer. I need your skills. Not as a draftsman. Your earlier skills, if one may call them such. Seeing Jahan draw a blank, he explained, slowly, back when you used to help yourself to other people's belongings, I mean. I know you don't do it anymore. Shame. Horror. So the master knew all about his pilfering. A rush of guilt ran down to his fingertips. Still, he did not deny it. Yes, right, but I don't understand. I need you to steal a few things for me, son. Jahan stared at him. Tomorrow, as you know, the buildings shall be raised. The instruments. The books. It happened so fast Taki Yudin did not have time to save much. The doors are locked and no one can get in. Jahan nodded, finally beginning to see what he was suggesting. If we could get at least a few books, it be some consolation to our friend. It would indeed, master. You don't have to accept, of course, Sinan said, dropping his voice to a whisper. It could be a bad idea. I think it's an excellent idea. It could be dangerous, son. Stealing always is, master, if you pardon my saying so. Sinan regarded his apprentice with a wistful smile, his head cocked to one side, as if the very sight of him both hurt and restored his spirit. This has to remain a secret between us, Sinan said after a pause. And Chota, Jahan said. He can walk more quietly than a horse. And he can carry more things. All right. We'll take him with us. We? You mean you're coming with me? Certainly. I cannot send you on your own. Jahan thought about this for a moment. If he were caught, he would be taken for an ordinary thief. If Sinan were caught, he would lose his reputation, even his position in the court. His workers, his family, his students, each of whom looked up to him as a father figure, would be devastated. He said, I cannot work with someone else beside me. It's against my nature. The master objected. The apprentice resisted. Sinan said he was calling the whole thing off. Jahan said it was too late, now that he had heard about it he would do it anyway. It was a bizarre war of words. They quarreled without quarreling. Fine, said Sinan, conceding in the end with a perfunctory wave of his hand, which Jahan took as less a gesture of defeat than a sign of trust. Afterwards the master handed Jahan a pouch of coins. If he were to run into the night watchman, he should try to bribe him. It might work. It might fail. It depended on the man's disposition and what Providence had in store for Jahan. At the sound of an approaching footfall they both flinched. A boy appeared, carrying a tray with a bowl of steaming soup, bread, water, and baklava. They waited until he had served the food and left. Eat, the master said. It'll be a long night. Jahan tore a piece of bread, dumped it into the soup and swallowed it down, scalding his tongue, as a thought occurred to him. He said, Is there anything in particular you want me to carry off? Well, Sinan replied, raising an eyebrow, expecting to be asked this. Not the instruments, they are too big. The books should be saved, as many as possible. If you can, find his Zij, you know how he exerted himself on it. The map of the moon, the sun, the stars, and the celestial bodies. Years and years of work. Why hadn't the chief royal astronomer taken it away with him? As if reading his mind, Sinan said, Taki Yudin kept his valuable things in the observatory. That was his home. Jahan had a few spoonfuls of soup, then he popped another piece of bread into his mouth and put the rest into his sash. I'm ready to go. There was a full moon glowing over the city, a bonfire from a bygone age. Amid shadows, Jahan rode Chota towards Tofane. Against the leaden sky the buildings resembled two sorrowful giants hugging each other. A stab of pain went through Jahan as he realized that by this time tomorrow they would be gone. He jumped down and listened to the night to make sure there was no one around. Quietly, he told Chota to wait for him there, rewarding him with pears and nuts, which the beast instantly gobbled up. Jahan had brought large sacks to carry the books. After grabbing them and kissing Chota's trunk 3 times for good luck, he made straight for the observatory. First he tried the main entrance. There was a rusty padlock dangling from it. He fiddled a bit, making use of the blade and the spike he had brought with him in his sash. It would not be too hard to prise it open, he judged, yet he would be unable to put the thing back together in one piece. Tomorrow morning everyone Would know someone had broken in. He crept behind the walls and checked the back doors on both sides. Since there was a passage between the buildings, it made no difference which door he went through so long as he found a way. Then he saw what he needed, a round window on the ground floor. He recalled that this winter it had come loose and never been fully repaired. Taki Yudin had complained, saying the laborer had done a mediocre job. Then he had forgotten all about it. So had everyone else. The next moment Jahan was there, prodding. In a little while, the hinge gave way with a click. Pushing the window open, he slipped in. It was so dark inside. And he was so unprepared for this, that his knees buckled under him. He waited till his eyes had adjusted to the gloom, after which he began to identify things. He climbed up the spiral stairs and reached the library. A powerful smell of paper, vellum, ink, and leather hit him in the face. Each shelf was an open wound, bleeding into the night. Staggering, he glanced left and right. There were thousands of books, maps, and manuscripts. How was he to know which ones were more precious than others? How could he judge? By their age? By their author? By their theme? Jahan scampered from row to row, picking up the books at random, sniffed and touched them, then brought them near the window, where a wedge of moonlight shimmered. Words in Latin, Arabic, Ottoman, Hebrew, Greek, Armenian, Persian rained on him. He gasped. Suddenly, he was furious at himself. He was losing precious time with his doubts. Panicking, he took out the sacks he had brought and began to fill them with whichever books he could lay his hands on. Since he could not choose, he would not. He would save them all. In went the first shelf, then the second and the third. One sack was full already. The second sack swallowed the next 3 shelves. That was it. He took a step forward, doddering like a drunken man. It was too heavy. He had to remove some of the tomes, his hands trembling, his teeth chattering as though he had been left in a cold shaft of air. "I'll be back," he whispered. He went out, found Chota, unloaded the books up into his howdah and returned, running, panting. He cursed himself for not having thought of bringing a wheelbarrow. That would have been smarter. Again he filled the sacks, 5 more shelves, and again he dashed out. He could not count how many times he was able to make this return trip. He was puffing so hard he feared someone would hear him and it all would come to naught. Swallowing with a dry mouth, he tried to recover his composure. Outside the window the dawn was breaking. He told himself this had to be the final trip. This was it. Whatever he could save, he saved, whatever he could not, he let go. That was when something happened, something he would never reveal to anyone. Even years later as an old man, the books and manuscripts and maps and charts started to call his name, first in muted, then in increasingly shrill tones, begging him to take them with him. Jahan could see their mouths of ripped paper, their tears of ink. They threw themselves off the shelves, stepped on each other, blocked his way, their eyes wide with horror. Jahan felt like a man in a boat, searching for a dozen to save in a storm while hundreds were drowning around him. His eyes watered. He filled 3 more sacks and left quickly, as though being chased by an invisible force. How he mounted Chota, how he reached Sinan's home, he would not remember afterwards. He gave all the books to his master, and refused to get anywhere near them for fear they would talk to him again. "Indian apprentice, you've saved so many," Sinan said. I abandoned many more, Jahan said dourly. A line of worry furrowing his forehead, Sinan emptied the sacks, wiped the books and hid them in his library. Later on he would inform Jahan that he had rescued 489 books. Only when Jahan returned to his room and put his head on his mattress and managed to calm his breathing did he realize that he had not, in his haste, remembered to look for Taqiyuddin's Zij. In the end the court astronomer had not been able to stave off what he most despised. Knowledge and wisdom had to be cumulative, an uninterrupted flow from one generation to the next, and yet the young astronomers who would come after him would have to start from the beginning all over again. The next day, shortly after dawn, the sky bleeding into the city, there they stood. The six of them, Sinan, the apprentices and the elephant, ready to destroy what they had erected. Not a pigeon ruffled its wings in the eaves, not a breeze stirred. Jahan noticed tears in Sanch's eyes. No one uttered a word. All day long, in charge of the teams of laborers who arrived with their sledgehammers and mallets and powder, they smashed up the doors and windows, caved in the walls. Chota pulled with all his might at the ropes tied to the wooden posts. People came to watch. Some of them cheered and clapped. Most stood in stunned silence. 5 days later, as the last stone was hauled away, there were prayers, just as there had been 3 summers ago when Sinan's apprentices had laid the foundation stone. Only this time the spectators were thanking God for knocking down an edifice of sin. Something inside Jahan shattered along with the observatory. If it weren't for his love of Miramah and his loyalty to Sinan, he would have abandoned this city of broken bricks and burned wood. Go away, whispered a voice within, but where? He was too old to undertake adventures new. Go, implored the voice. But how? Much as he took umbrage at her ways, Istanbul had seized hold of his soul. Even his dreams did not happen elsewhere. Go, warned the voice, but why? The world was a boiling cauldron, the same stew of hopes and sorrows. Near and far. For years on end he had devoted his life to a city where he had been, and still was, a stranger, his love to an unattainable woman, and his youth and strength. To a craft that, though valued, was dismissed at the slightest change of events. What they raised in years, stone upon stone, could be destroyed in one afternoon. That which was treasured today was treated with contempt tomorrow. Everything remained subject to the whims of fate, and by now he had no doubt that fate was whimsical. The ensuing weeks were his most somber days in Istanbul. He could not help asking himself why they worked so hard at small details when no one, not the Sultan, not the people, and surely not God, minded how much effort they expended. They seemed to care for nothing but the size and the stateliness of the buildings and not offending the Almighty. Why did Sinan pay this much attention to the finest details when only a few noticed, and fewer appreciated them? Nothing ruins the human soul more than hidden resentment. Outwardly, Jahan kept doing the things he always did, toiling alongside his master and feeding Chota, even if he did not attend to his every need any longer. Inwardly, however, numbness seized his heart, wiping away signs of joy, like melting snow erasing the footprints of life. He was losing his faith in his workmanship. Little did he know, back then, that the worth of one's faith depended not on how solid and strong it was, but on how many times one would lose it and still be able to get it back. The coldest day in 40 years, they called it, the day Miramah died. Street cats in Scutari froze while jumping from one roof to the next, hanging in the air like crystal lamps. The mendicants, the pilgrims, the roaming dervishes and those of No fixed abode had to seek refuge in almshouses for fear of turning into ice. Why she chose such a day to leave this world, Jahan would never know. She was born in spring and loved flowers in bloom. She had been ill for months, her health declining despite the number of physicians around her increasing every day. Jahan had seen her 6 times during those dire months. On each occasion she was a bit thinner. More often he had seen Hesna Khatan, the reluctant courier. The old woman would come to the menagerie bringing messages from the princess and wait to one side while Jahan composed his answer. Jahan would take his time, choosing his words carefully, despite the nursemaid huffing and puffing beside him. Finally, with a glare she would take his sealed letter and vanish. Thus it was a letter Jahan was expecting that January morning in 1578 when the nursemaid appeared in the menagerie, wrapped in a fur cloak. Instead she said, "Your Highness would like to see you." Closed gates opened wide before him, hidden halls were illuminated. The guards who saw him coming turned their heads, pretending not to notice. Everything had been arranged. When Jahan reached her chamber he fought hard to keep his smile intact. Her face was inflamed, her body swollen. Her legs, her arms, her neck, even her fingers were bloated, as though she had been stung by the wasp she had been running from as a girl. "Jahan, beloved," she said. Jahan stopped feigning equanimity and buried his nose into the trimming of her bedspread. That was where he had been all this time, somewhere on the edge of her existence. Seeing him crying, she lifted her hand and said softly, "Don't." Immediately Jahan apologized. Again, she said, "Don't." The air in the chamber felt stale, because of the closed windows and the heavy curtains. Jahan had a sudden urge to open them, but he stayed put, motionless. She ordered him to come closer, despite the burning gaze of Hesna Khatan. She placed her hand upon his hand and, though they had touched before, always on the sly, this was the first time he felt her body open up to his. Jahan kissed her on the lips. He tasted the earth. "You and your white elephant have brought joy into my life," she said. Jahan tried to utter something to raise her spirits, but he could find no words that she would allow. A while later a servant brought her a bowl of custard, flavored with rosewater. The sweet scent that any other day would have whetted her appetite now made her retch. Jahan gave her water instead, which she drank thirstily. "When I am not around you may hear things about me that you might not like. No one may dare to say such things about your Highness." She gave a tired smile. "Whatever happens after I am gone, I want you to think of me with warmth in your heart. Will you promise to take no notice of gossip-mongers and slanderers? I shall never believe them." She seemed relieved but instantly frowned as a new thought crossed her mind. "What if you doubt me?" "Excellency, I'll never." She didn't let him continue. "If you ever have suspicions about me, remember, behind everything there is a reason." Jahan would have asked her what she meant had he not just then heard a shuffle of approaching feet. Her 3 children were brought in, walking in single file. Jahan was surprised to see how tall Aisha had become since the day he had last seen her. One by one they kissed their mother's hand. A deferential silence hung in the air, the youngest boy pretending to be composed, though the tremble of his lower lip betrayed him. Once they had left, Jahan gave Hesna Khatan a painful look. He could see from her constant fidgeting that the nursemaid wished him to leave. He didn't want to go. It was a small relief when Miramah, sensing his discomfort, said, "Stay." As darkness descended, her breathing turned shallow. Jahan and Hesna Khatan waited on each side of her, She praying, he remembering. Hours passed. In a haze. Well past midnight Jahan fought to keep his eyes open, seized by an irrational conviction that so long as he watched over her she would be fine. The call to prayer woke Jahan up. There was no movement in the room, not a sound. Seized by a cold panic, he staggered to his feet. He stared at the old woman, who looked like she had not slept a wink. Gone, Hesna Khatun said acidly. My gazelle has gone. 10 months later Sinan and the apprentices put the finishing touches on Sokalu's mosque. A central dome, 8 arches, 8 pillars, and a 2-story courtyard. An enclosed portico bathed with sunlight from copious windows. Adjoined the Nyan Square prayer hall. The minbar was of pure white marble, framed with turquoise tiles. Around the interior of the mosque ran a balcony. Dainty and elegant. Though not as majestic as a sultan's mosque, it had a strong character, like the man himself. The Grand Vizier Sokalu arrived to view the construction, escorted by advisors, sentinels, lackeys, and flatterers. He inspected the building that would make him immortal, asking endless questions, impatient for the laborers to finish. He carried himself with dignity, the most far-sighted man in the empire. Always astute. By now he had served under 3 sultans, Suleiman, Salim and Murad. How he had survived for so long, when many a statesman had lost his head for the slightest failing, was a question many asked. He was rumored to be assisted by a female jinn who was besotted with him and whose name no earthling could pronounce. Whenever Sokalu was in danger, this jinn warned him. Jahan watched the fuss from a distance. He had not forgotten that faraway day in Zanzibar, when they had placed into Chota's howdah the body of the deceased Sultan Suleiman, all the while pretending that he was alive. Since then, like a dedicated carver, time had chiseled Sokalu's features, giving his face a stern look. It was in that moment, as Jahan was thinking how much the man had aged, that the Grand Vizier stopped and turned back. His eyes gleamed when he saw the mahout. The elephant tamer, the Grand Vizier exclaimed with a contemptuous snap of his fingers. Why, you have white in your hair. You have aged. Jahan bowed respectfully and said nothing. Since Miramah had gone, he felt his years more heavily than ever. Sinan joined in. Jahan is one of my best apprentices, my lord. Sokalu asked Jahan how he was doing and where the elephant was, though he did not pay attention to the answer to either question. In an hour the Grand Vizier galloped away. Jahan did not take his eyes off him until he became no more distinct than the shadows along the road and was, eventually, swallowed by the dusk. That same night a storm blew down the staves, bent over the trees and flooded the pits, leaving everything in disarray. Next morning Jahan found the site covered in mire. Dirty rivulets ran on all sides. Ahead of him a dozen laborers were pushing to dislodge a cart stuck in sludge. Another team was erecting a mass of timber with the help of steel pulleys, shouting in unison Allah, Allah, as though the construction was a holy war to be won. On the sloped roof there were workmen mending the damaged parts. Wherever he looked he saw people working away to fix things. The only one not working was Chota, wallowing in a brown pool, delighted. There was a makeshift shed outside the mosque, opposite the narthex, where the master retreated whenever he needed to rest. On that day, suffering from back pain, he spent the afternoon there, lying on a flat surface, wrapped in warm towels. A Jewish physician arrived and drew 2 bowls of blood from him to release the malignant humors. He then applied poultices to his aching joints. After the evening prayer the door was opened and the master walked out, pale and drowsy but otherwise fine. He waved at Jahan, and was about to mouth a salute when something strange happened. One of the workmen on the roof who was pulling up the lead sheets lost control of his load. The rope he was holding snapped, sending the entire load plummeting just as Sinan was passing by. A cry pierced the air. Loud, sharp, and distinctively female. It was Sancha. 3 words spilled from her lips: "Master, watch out." The lead sheets came down with a horrible crash. Sinan, having miraculously veered aside, was spared. Had he not moved, they would have sliced him in two, like the sword of Damocles. "I'm fine," Sinan said when they ran to him. That was when, one by one, all heads turned to Sancha. She blushed up to her ears under their prying stares, her lips sagging. Into an awkward silence Sinan said, "How blessed we are to hear Yusuf's voice. Fear loosens tied tongues, they say." Sancha, trembling, lowered her head, her body that of a rag doll. During the remaining hours of work she avoided everyone. Jahan dared not go near her. The workers were suspicious. "There is a Hansa among us," they whispered with sidelong glances. Someone who was half woman, half man, forever stuck in limbo. The possibility that Yusuf was a woman had not occurred to anyone. The next day Sinan's chief apprentice was absent from the site. And the day after that, it was explained that, feeling unwell, Yusuf had to go away for a few weeks. Where or how, no one inquired. Somehow all and sundry, having stumbled upon a secret, had sensed that it was better, safer, to know nothing. Only Jahan understood that this was the end. Sancha would not be working with them again. She would be putting herself and the master in peril if she were to return. She had gone back to the life she abhorred, the life of a concubine. The same week Jahan was wending his way through the site, lost in thought, when he glimpsed a rope that Chota had trampled in the mud. Unthinking, he picked it up. As he inspected it, his face sank. The 2 strings on the sides had snapped, leaving the fiber splintered, while the strings in the middle were shorter and straight, as if slashed by a blade. Someone had thinned the rope by cutting its core. Outside it looked like an ordinary rope, inside it was weak as an eggshell. Straight away Jahan went to see his master. Someone laid a trap. Wordlessly, Sinan squinted at the rope. "Are you saying this was no accident?" "I don't believe so," Jahan said. "Why did you come out of the shed, master?" "I heard someone call for me," said Sinan. "Must be the same person who planned this. He knew the rope would break. Because he cut it? Poor San. Yusuf tried to save you. And now he is doomed." "Since you know so much already," Sinan said, his eyes infinitely sad, "you should know she is at home with my family. Master, working with you is her only joy. You ought to bring her back." Sinan shook his head. "I cannot have her here any more. It isn't safe." Jahan pursed his lips, trying to bite back words that he might regret. "Afterwards, are we not going to investigate who did this? What can be done? I cannot interrogate every man on the site. If the workers suspect I don't trust them, they'll lose their will to work." Uneasiness came over Jahan. He, on the contrary, believed that Sinan should question everyone until the culprit was found. He said, in a voice he didn't know, he was capable of. Michelangelo mourned his assistant like his son. "Whereas you don't even care for us. Glass, wood, marble, metal. Are we not like these in your eyes, mere instruments in your constructions?" Into the ensuing silence Sinan said, slowly, "That's not true." But Jahan was no longer listening. Even with one apprentice missing, the master finished Sokalu's mosque on time. Prayers were chanted, henna sheep and rams were sacrificed. Sokalu, glowing with pride and joy, gave bakshish to the laborers and freed 100 of his slaves. Shortly afterwards, at a meeting of the divan, a man dressed up as a dervish asked to see the Grand Vizier. Like Sokalu, he, too, came from Bosnia. For a reason nobody could fathom, then or afterwards, Sokalu gave him permission to come in, to come close. He was stabbed by the stranger, who was caught and killed before anyone could discover the reason behind the bloodshed. Sokalu, Sokolovich, the Grand Vizier and one of the last patrons of architecture, was gone. The female jinn, if there was one, had failed to warn him this time. After Sokalu's assassination, the Sultan would appoint a succession of viziers, one after the other, none coming close to their predecessor. All at once, it was as though a lid had been lifted and the boiling cauldron underneath exposed. The imperial treasury was empty, the coins not worth their value. The Janissaries were furious, the peasants upset, the ulama dissatisfied, Master Sinan too old and too frail, and his mute apprentice no longer by his side. In his dream Jahan was in his village. He trudged through the path leading to their house, the sun hot on his neck. Finding the gate open, he strode in. There was no one in the courtyard. Then he noticed a faint movement under a tree, a tiger. Not far from it a peacock strutted, a deer grazed on a scrubby tuft of grass. He plodded with the utmost slowness so as not to draw attention to himself. A vain attempt, since the cat had already noticed him. Its eyes flicked to his, uninterested. At each step he came across other animals, a rhino, a bear, a giraffe. In his absence his family had built a menagerie. Their house had been enlarged with more rooms, additional floors. Desperately, he searched for his mother and sisters, trotting along the marble corridors. Upstairs, in a room that resembled the Sultan's palace, he stumbled upon his stepfather, sitting by himself. The man pointed towards the back garden. Only there was no back garden anymore. In its stead ran a rowdy river. Far ahead, in a boat being dragged by the current, was Sinan. Jahan shouted. At his voice Sinan stood up and lost his balance, fluttering his arms like a bird about to take flight. The boat capsized, sending him into the water. Someone was shouting next to Jahan's ear, poking him on the shoulder. "Wake up, Indian." Jahan did, his heart beating fast. Staring at him was the last person he expected to see, Mirka the bear tamer. Jahan scowled at him, the memory of that night years ago returning as fast as a sword pulled out of its sheath. Mirka took a step back, his hands raised in a gesture of defense. "Something happened. We had to tell you." Only then did Jahan notice the boy standing beside him. It was Abe, Chota's new tamer, a young, slender, black African, no older than 16. A kind soul. But so inexperienced Jahan wouldn't trust him with a rabbit, let alone an elephant. "What happened?" asked Jahan. Mirka averted his gaze. "The beast's gone. He ran away." Kicking off the blanket, Jahan leaped to his feet and seized Abe by the arm. "Where were you? Why didn't you keep an eye on him?" The boy went limp, an empty sack in his hands. Mirka pulled Jahan away from him. "It's not his fault. The beast went on a rampage, snapped his chains. Never seen him this mad." "Something must have irritated him," Jahan said. "What did you do to him?" "Nothing, Abe answered, his voice dripping with fear. He was possessed. Jahan changed into his shalwar and splashed water on his face. They tiptoed past the dormitories. Upon reaching the menagerie, they stopped at the entrance of the empty barn, looking for clues that weren't there. Which way did he go? Jahan asked. A glance passed between Mirka and Abe. He went out the main gate. The guards could not stop him. Jahan's heart sank. In a city so vast, how could he find Chota before he got himself into trouble? I need a horse and a letter of permission, Jahan said to Mirka. We'll ask the chief white eunuch. He'll be furious when he hears. But we've got to find the beast. In a little while Jahan was outside the palace gates, riding with no idea about which way to go. The streets sprawled in front of him, opening like fans. His horse, an aged, pale brown steed, was reluctant to gallop, though it soon gained pace. They passed through squares and bazaars. Rounding a corner, Jahan came across a watchman with 2 janissaries on his heels. The watchman lifted a cudgel, yelling, "You, stop!" Jahan did. Are you a jinn? No, Effendi, I'm a human like you, Jahan said. Then get off your horse. What are you doing outside at this hour, defying the Sultan's rules? Come with us. Effendi, I'm from the palace, Jahan said, as he held onto the pommel of the saddle with one hand and gave him the letter of permission with the other. An animal escaped. I have been sent to fetch it. Reading the letter, the man mumbled, what sort of an animal? An elephant, Jahan said. When there followed no response, he added, the biggest creature on land. How are you going to catch it? I'm his tamer, Jahan said, his voice breaking. He'll do as I say. Jahan wasn't sure about this, but luckily they did not press him further. He felt their eyes on his back even after he had left the street. It was only when he saw a muezzin on his way to a mosque for the morning prayer that he realized how long he had been out searching. He remembered the ancient graveyard overlooking the Golden Horn and the talk that had passed between him and Sangram a lifetime ago. I heard a strange thing about these beasts. They say they choose where they'd like to die. This one seems like he has found his place. When Jahan reached the side he was looking for, a wisp of cloud was hiding the moon, and a tang of salt was in the wind. He caught sight of a large shadow ahead, perhaps a boulder. Jumping off his horse, he approached Chota. The boulder shifted. Why did you come here? Chota lifted his head and let it drop immediately. His mouth, most of his teeth gone, opened and closed. Naughty boy. Don't do this again. Jahan hugged his trunk, weeping. Together they witnessed the break of day. The sky showed them its brightest hues, like a cloth merchant hawking his precious silks. Jahan watched Istanbul, with its seagulls, steep slopes and cypress trees, seized by a dawning comprehension that their time in the city was coming to an end. Strangely, it didn't make him feel sad. That would come later, he knew. Sadness was always belated. After much begging, Jahan managed to convince Chota to follow him to the palace. They put him in his barn, chained him with stronger fetters, filled his buckets with new fodder and hoped his escape would soon be forgotten. Yet the Mahout finally had to face what he had refused to see before. The elephant was dying. And the great beast wanted to be alone when the end arrived. After the master, there was a tree in paradise unlike any on earth. Its branches were translucent. Its roots absorbed milk instead of water, and its trunk glittered as if icebound. Though when one got close to it, it was not cold at all. Every leaf of this tree was marked with the name of a human being. Once a year, during the month of Shaban, on the night between the 14th and the 15th day, all the angels gathered around it, forming a circle. In unison, they flapped their wings. Thus they raised a powerful wind that shook the branches. Gradually, some of the leaves fell off. Sometimes it took a leaf quite a while to drop down. At other times, the descent was as quick as the blink of an eye. The moment a leaf reached the ground, the person whose name was written on it breathed his last. This was why the wise and the learned would never step on a dry leaf, lest it bore the soul of someone somewhere. In 1588, a rainy day it was, Master Sinan's leaf touched the soil. He had worked until the final moments, his health and his mind always strong. It was only in the last weeks that he was bedridden. The three apprentices clustered around him, together with the head foreman who had worked with Sinan for so long. The women, clad in their veils, lined up by the door, and even though Jahan dared not glance in their direction, he knew one of them was Sancha, Sinan's loving concubine. His voice merely a whisper, the chief royal architect told them, in the faint light that seeped through the blinds, that he had written, signed, and sealed his will. He said, "You shall read it when I am gone. You are not going anywhere, master. May God always keep you with us." Nicola said, furtively wiping a tear. The master lifted his hand, as if to wave away such pleasantries. "There is something important you should know. The accidents, the delays. I have found out how they happened. It was in front of my eyes, all this time, I never saw." Suddenly the air in the room changed. Everyone held his breath, waiting to hear more. A tense anticipation gushed into the space where there had only been sorrow a while ago. "Wait for 40 days after my death," Sinan said, stumbling over his words. "Open my will and see which one of you I'd like to become my successor, God willing. You ought to carry on building. You ought to surpass what I've done." "Master, about the accidents, you were saying. Aren't you going to tell us who's behind them?" Jahan asked. "Jahan, fiery spirit, you were always the most curious one," Sinan said with difficulty. "It all must have happened for a reason. One must think of the reason, not hate the person." Remembering Miramata's final words, Jahan felt an ache so powerful he couldn't talk. She, too, had mentioned that everything had a reason. He waited for an explanation, but it didn't come. In a little while the apprentices were ushered out, as they had tired the master enough. It was the last time Jahan saw him. The next night, earlier than usual, Sinan went to sleep. He did not wake up. And this is how, after almost 50 years as the chief royal architect and 400 exquisite buildings, not counting his many shrines and fountains, Sinan departed this world. He had always left a flaw in his works to acknowledge he wasn't perfect or complete, as such qualities belonged solely to God. In much the same way he died, at the glorious but imperfect age of 99.5. On the 7th day following Sinan's death, his family summoned a prayer meeting for his soul. Relatives, neighbors, pashas, artisans, students, laborers, and passers-by came from far and wide to attend the rite. There were so many guests that they spilled into the courtyard and from there onto the street, all the way down to the next neighborhood. Even those who had never met him mourned his loss as if he were one of their own. Hard-boiled candies and sherbets were offered, meat and rice distributed to the rich and the poor. Olive branches were burned while the Quran was recited from beginning to end. Yusuf Sananatan bin Abdullah. His name was uttered in unison, over and again, an incantation that opened closed hearts. Halfway through, Jahan caught the whiff of a fragrance he knew well, the blend of ambergris and jasmine with which his master perfumed his kaftans. He glanced around, wondering if he were here, watching them from an alcove or a niche, listening to what was said in his absence, smiling that smile of his. Jahan reflected on Sancha, knowing she was somewhere in the house, behind these walls, her forehead pressed against the glazed window, her short hair adorned with a gauzy scarf. It pained him so much, the knowledge that she could no longer work with them, that he had to chase away his thoughts, like a flock of black crows. After the prayer, the apprentices walked together for a while, Nicola, David, and Jahan. The sky was murky and overcast, as though to reflect their mood. Dry leaves hovered in the breeze, seagulls plunged for a morsel. They kept running. Out of conversation. It wasn't only grief. There was something else, something that hadn't been there before. Jahan understood that throughout all these years, Sinan had been the invisible thread holding them together. True, in the past, they had displayed petty jealousies, but Jahan had always attributed these to a shared love of the master and a wish to excel in his eyes. Now he saw that, in truth, they had been more different than alike, the three of them, three passing winds, each headed in a different direction. He wasn't the only one who sensed this. All at once, they were weighing their words like polite strangers. As they made their way across a bazaar, they stopped to get some flat bread. With Pekme *, none of them had eaten at the house of mourning and the walk had made them hungry. Jahan was haggling with a vendor when, right behind him, he heard a sneeze. Glancing sideways, it was not from a stranger, as he had expected. Instead, it was from Nicola, now half covering his face, as though in shame. When he pulled his hand away, there was a drop of blood on his palm. "You all right?" Jahan asked. Silently, Nicola nodded. His eyes were two shooting stars in the serene firmament of his face. David, engrossed in the turtles that a peasant was selling, seemed not to have noticed anything. Turtles were sought after these days, as their shells, when crushed into a powder and eaten with yogurt soup, were said to cure many an illness. Under the swooping boughs of a willow tree they tucked into their food, gossiped about the people who had attended the ceremony and those who had not shown up. But there was one question nobody dared to broach: who among them would replace their master? They would have to wait for the will to be opened. Until then, it was futile to speculate. How could they know what was cast in the runes, written in the stars, when even Taki Yudin had not? So they spoke about this and that, curt words that did not add up to anything, and soon afterwards each went his own way. The next day, Jahan was summoned to the chief white eunuch's quarters and informed that he was to start teaching at the palace school, a reputable job that filled him with apprehension and pride in equal measure. Later on, when he met his students, he found in their young faces innocence and curiosity, pretension and ignorance, dexterity and laziness. Which of these qualities would take precedence over the rest, he wondered? Would schooling make any difference, or had their paths already been drawn? Had his master been alive, he would say, "Every man is given his own kismet, for God never repeats the same fate twice." Immersed in his own concerns, weeks passed by. It was only then that it occurred to him he had not heard from either David or Nicola. He sent both a message. When no answer came from either, he was worried, particularly for Nicola. Davud had a wife and children. Sanchez still lived in Master Sinan's house. Jahan had Chota and a bed in the menagerie and now another one in the palace school. But Nicola had only his aged parents, both of whom had recently passed away. He realized how little he knew him. All these years they had toiled side by side, summer and winter, and yet they still remained a mystery to each other. On Tuesday morning, Jahan decided to visit Nicola. Fog had settled into the city. The sun was a blurry halo behind billows of gray. At first glance, the settlement of Galata on the far side of the Golden Horn was the same as always. Houses, half stone, half wood, were arranged in rows like decayed teeth. There were churches with no bells, the scents of candles and incense wafted from the chapels, and a medley of people, Florentines, Venetians, Greeks, Armenians, Jews and Franciscan monks, milled about. Jahan rode his horse at a trot, observing his surroundings. As he went deep into the back alleys, the crowd thinned. It became quiet. Too quiet. Something was not right. Closed shutters, bolted doors, packs of ravenous dogs, dead cats on the pavement, and a foul smell that enveloped everything. Upon entering Nicholas Street, he shuddered, as though a nippy breeze had passed through him. There were crosses painted on some of the houses, and prayers in Latin and Greek, unfinished and unintelligible, scribbled in haste. Jumping off his horse, he went near another sign, only this one was on Nicola's door. He didn't know how long he stood there staring, unable to leave, unwilling to go inside. A neighbor, a man with a back so hunched that he seemed bent, approached. "What do you want?" "My friend lives here." "Kairais Nicola, you know him." "I know everyone." "Don't go in there. Stay away." "What is it?" "The curse, it's back." "You mean?" Jahan halted, detecting the man's contempt for his ignorance. "It was the plague again." "How have we not heard about it?" "Dolt. You only hear what you are allowed to hear," the man said before he strode away. He didn't go too far. From the threshold of the house across the street he kept watch, his eyes like narrow slits. Jahan took his sash off and wrapped it around his mouth and nose. He pushed Nicola's door. Had it been locked, he would have given up. But it was ajar, propped open with a wedge to make sure it wouldn't close. Whoever had placed this here intended to return and knew there was no one inside to open the door. Upon entering the house, a heavy stench hit him like an unexpected blow. He found himself in a corridor, narrow, musty and dim. He had to wait for his eyes to adjust to the gloom. The first room was empty. In the next one, by the pale light of a candle, a man was lying on a mat. His dark hair lacked luster, his skin was drained of color, his high domed forehead was covered in sweat. It was not Nicola, this man with a few days' stubble on his always carefully shaved face. Beside him was a small wooden figure of a man with a chestnut beard and long hair. There were 2 clay bowls by his side, one with water, one with vinegar. His clothes were damp with sweat, his lips chapped. Jahan put his hand on his forehead. It was burning. At Jahan's touch he flinched. With a great effort he turned his head towards him, unseeing. "It's me, Jahan." Nicola's breath came out in sputters, like the crackle of a smoldering log before it burns out. "Water," Nicola rasped. He drank greedily. Through his open shirt Jahan saw spots on his chest, a purple that verged on black, and a nasty swelling in his armpit. He had a pressing urge to run away from this place of suffering, But, while his mind whispered cowardice, his body stayed anchored. Soon there was a rattle at the door. 2 nuns appeared. Long dark cloaks, white muslin masks on their mouths. "Who are you?" the elder one demanded. "What do you want?" "I'm his friend," Jahan said. "We worked together under the late Chief Royal Architect." A startled silence hung in the space between them. "I'm sorry if I spoke harshly," she said. "I took you for a thief." Jahan felt a rush of dismay, dreading that this woman with eyes old and calm as stones had seen through him. Unaware of his thoughts, the nun went on. "Nobody comes to these houses. Only robbers." "Robbers?" "Yes, they come to steal from." She did not finish her sentence. Instead she moved towards Nicola. She made him drink out of the flask she had brought and wiped his forehead with a flannel dipped in vinegar, touching him without any sign of the repugnance that Jahan had felt. Meanwhile the other nun was busy wiping excrement off the sheets. Jahan wanted to ask them if they were not afraid of death, but he kept his thoughts to himself. He whispered, "Are there many others?" "No, but there will be." Nicola started to cough. Blood spilled from his mouth and nose. The elder nun, seeing Jahan's horror, said, "You should go. There is nothing you can do here." Saddened but somehow relieved to hear this, Jahan asked, "How can I help?" "Pray," was all she said. Jahan inched towards the door, then stopped. "That figure over there, who is he?" "Saint Thomas," said the nun with a tired smile. "The patron saint of carpenters, builders, architects, and construction workers. He was also known as a doubter. He doubted everything, could not help it. But God loved him just the same." 2 days later Jahan heard that Nicola had died. In a world where everything was in flux, he, the most stable and reliable soul he had known after Master Sinan, was gone. Then followed the others. Hundreds of them. From Galata the disease traveled to Üsküdar, leaped to Istanbul and, as if thrust by an angry hand, bounced back to Galata. Once again, mobs took to the streets, looking for someone to blame. Nor was the palace immune. The Chinese twins who took care of the apes went the way of all flesh. The monkeys turned aggressive. Unhappy in the royal cages where their forefathers had once been such privileged guests. Taras the Siberian hid in his shed, ashamed to be alive at his age. Then Sangram died. This kind-hearted, loyal servant of the Seraglio, who had always wished to return to Hindustan someday, breathed his last miles away from his homeland. The next victim was Simeon the bookseller of Pera. His wife, duped by some tinkers and vendors, agreed to sell his books for a handful of aspers. Piled on rickety carts, those precious books from all the world over left Pera and traveled to their new destinations. Many got lost on the way. Simeon, who had always desired to be in charge of a magnificent library, had not even been able to bequeath his own collections to someone who would appreciate them. Jahan, who learned about all this much later, waited in suspense, wondering who would be the next. But for a reason he could not comprehend, the disease spared him and continued on its pilgrimage south like a predatory bird, casting a dark shadow over the villages and towns it passed through. In the Christian cemetery, not far from the Virgin of the Spring, where Emperor Justinian's church was no more but the Holy Spring remained, Nicola's headstone read, "Architect Nicola ascended to the skies like the towers he built. May his soul rest in the vault of heaven, and Saint Thomas be his companion." Upon returning to the palace, Jahan found Chota alone. When he saw his old Tamer, the animal trumpeted and stomped his feet. Jahan patted his trunk, offered him the pears and nuts he had brought along. In the past Chota would have smelled them long before Jahan arrived. But lately he had lost his ability to smell, along with his strength. Perching on a barrel, Jahan told him about Nicola's funeral. The animal listened to his every word, squinting in his usual way. When Jahan wept, Chota's trunk slid around his chest, hugging him. Once again, Jahan had the impression that the white elephant understood everything he said. In a little while they heard footsteps. Two shadows appeared at the door. Sangram's lad, who had taken over, so resembled his father in looks and demeanor that they all called him Sangram, as though the same soul had been resurrected and death was merely a game. Abe, Chota's keeper, was with him. Jahan is here, said Sangram the son, happy to see the man he had known and loved as an uncle. I'm here, but where was he? Jahan rasped, pointing at Abe. Why do you leave the elephant unattended? He's got a broken toenail. Do you have any idea how that must hurt? It needs to be trimmed and washed. It's a mess around this place. When was the last time you cleaned? Mumbling his regrets, Abe grabbed a brush and started to sweep every which way. In the sun rays falling through the wooden cracks, dust was swirling. Sangram the son approached with a troubled stare. You heard the news. What news? Davad. He has been raised. What did you say? Everyone's talking about it. Your friend is the new chief royal architect. Our Davad. Jahan stammered. Well, not ours anymore. He is way up there, said Sangram the son, pointing at the ceiling, where a spider had woven a cobweb and a horsefly, long dead, dangled. You mean they opened the will? Sangram the son looked at Jahan with unmistakable pity. They did. Your master wished him to be his successor, it appears. Well, that's good, stuttered Jahan, feeling dizzy, as though a precipice had opened up under his feet and he was falling fast. A few days later Sinan's wife Kara, according to the custom, freed several of the household slaves. The first one to be granted Bharat * was Sancha. Jahan had always suspected that Kara had mixed feelings about this unusual concubine under her roof, a woman who had shared things with her husband that she never could. If she had been averse to Sancha's dressing up as a man and working on construction sites, she must have kept her feelings to herself. Even so, Jahan had little doubt that Kara was aware of Sancha's love for the master and didn't like it at all. Between them the two women had dug a silent abyss that no one, not even Sinan, could bridge. And now that he was gone, Sancha's was the last face Kara wished to see. Still, she did not ill-treat her slave. Buying satins, taffetas, and perfumes, she gave Sancha her blessing before she let her go. This is how, after decades as a captive in Istanbul, Sancha de Herrera, the daughter of a renowned Spanish physician, was freed. She sent Jahan a letter. Her words burst with excitement and apprehension. Timidly, she asked if he would help her with the arrangements for leaving. Because she did not know the first thing about what to do, where to begin. She said she would have loved to get Davud's help as well, but that he was unaware of the truth. At times, she wasn't even sure who she was any longer, Yusuf the builder or Nurjais the concubine. Jahan answered without delay. Esteemed Sancha, your letter has brought me happiness and despair. Happiness because finally you are free to go. Despair because you are leaving. I shall come and help you next Thursday. Do not worry about being ready. You have been ready for this for a long time. On the chosen day, Jahan visited her in Sinan's house. For the first time since they had met, he saw her wearing a dress, an emerald green gown with a cone-shaped skirt that brought out the color of her eyes. On her still short hair was a matching headdress of the sort ladies wore in the land of Frangistan. "Don't stare at me like that," she said, blushing under his gaze. "I feel ugly." "How can you say that?" protested Jahan. "It's the truth. I'm too old for pretty clothes." Watching her cheeks turn a darker shade of pink, Jahan said quickly. Teasingly, "Imagine, if all these years the Masons had known there was a beauty among them, they'd have stopped work to write you poems. We couldn't have built a thing." She chuckled and cast her eyes down. Her fingers ran along the pleats of her gown, under which was a farthingale of whalebone. "It's so tight I can hardly breathe. How do women manage this?" "You'll get used to it in no time." "Nay, it's going to take me years. I'll be dead by then," she said, smiling, a smile that instantly disappeared. I wish he had seen me like this. Above them the sky was blue and bright, as still as a looking glass. Outside, a cart rattled by. Peeping out of the window, Jahan saw it was loaded with cages of falcons, their eyes hooded. Distracted by the birds, he had not realized that Sancha, beside him, was weeping. A lad who was a girl, a mute with the gift of speech, a concubine yet an architect, she had lived a life of lies and layers, no less than Jahan. "What is upsetting you?" Jahan asked. "I thought you'd be overjoyed now that you're free." "I'm glad," she said, unconvincingly. "Only his grave is here. Everything we did together. He has more marks on this city than any sultan." "Master's gone," Jahan said. "You are not leaving him." She tried, for a brief moment, not to talk about him, struggling with herself. "Losing? Do you think he loved me?" Jahan hesitated. "I believe he did. Otherwise why would he have allowed you to join us? He'd have been in trouble if anyone found out." "He put himself in danger for me," Sancha said with a speck of pride. "But he never loved me. Not the way I loved him." This time Jahan did not respond. Nor did Sancha seem to be waiting for an answer. She said, "I heard there is a Venetian ship setting sail in 2 weeks. Time?" Jahan nodded. Several times in the past days, he had observed its topmast looming over the roofs and trees. "I'll make arrangements." "I'd be grateful," Sancha said. Trepidation flickered in her eyes. "Come with me. There is nothing that binds you here." Jahan was surprised to hear her speak like this. All the same, he decided to take it lightly. "Ah, we'd build mansions for Spanish grandees." She held his hand, her touch soft and cold. "We might find a patron. I have made inquiries. We could take care of each other." Watching her familiar gestures, Jahan felt a stir in his heart. He saw what she saw. United by the memory of the master, their hearts numb to all but their craft. They could work together. Love was not needed. Better without it? Love only brought pain. "If I'd been younger, we could have had children," she said slowly, as though weighing each word. Despite himself, Jahan beamed. "Girls with your eyes and your bravery. Boys with your curiosity and kindness." "What about Chota?" Jahan murmured. "Chota is old. He has been happy in the palace. He'll be fine. But you and I need to go on building. Wisdom does not rain from the sky, it springs from the earth, from hard work," said Jahan, remembering the words of their master. "The dome," Sancho went on. We should raise domes that remind people there is a God and that he is not a God of revenge and hell but of mercy and love. Jahan rested his head in his hands and closed his eyes. I'm frightened, she said. It's been such a long time since I was torn from my father's land that I'm a stranger to their ways now. You'll be fine, Jahan said, trying to reassure her. I will, if you come with me. What do you say? In that moment Jahan understood that life was the sum of the choices one did not make, the paths yearned for but not taken. He had never felt as much compassion for Sancha as he did now, the moment when he understood that he would refuse her. She saw it in his face, his resistance. A flash of hurt flickered in her eyes, but she did not cry. Her tears she kept for the master, her one and only love. Pray remember me, Jahan said. Only the slightest break in her voice betrayed her disappointment when she said, I shan't ever forget. About a week later, the Venetian ship, a three-mast carrack with a rounded stern, was ready to return home. The Venetian traders had been losing their privileges to French, Dutch, and English merchants. The captain wore his unhappiness like the jacket that wrapped him tight. Even so there was enough of a bustle to distract him from his worries. The toing and froing of sailors loading the barrels and sellers hawking their merchandise. A small gathering of passengers waited off to one side, Jesuit priests, Catholic nuns, travelers, a British well-born fanned by his servants. Other than these the rest were rough seamen. Shielding his eyes from the sun, Jahan looked around, unable to see Sancha anywhere. It occurred to him that she might have changed her mind. Perhaps. When she woke she realized that the land of her childhood was far and elusive, a dream impossible to reclaim. But then, as he zigzagged his way through the barrels waiting to be loaded, he saw her before him, her shadow extending away from her, as though it and only it had decided to stay. To his surprise, she had gone back to her apprenticeship clothes and stood beside him as a man. I like it better like this. Jahan looked over her shoulder for porters. There were none. Where are your things? She pointed at a rucksack on the ground. Your robes? Kara's gifts. Don't tell her. I gave them to the poor. She opened her bag, showed him the carved box Sinan had made for her. Next to it were a dozen scrolls and a necklace of some worth. I'm taking these. Master bequeathed them to me. They walked silently until they reached the ramp that connected the ship to the land. I did not get a chance to wish Davud farewell, she said. Give him my regards and good wishes. I can't believe he is the chief royal architect now. I shall tell him, Jahan said pensively. The truth was he had not been able to congratulate Davud himself. He hadn't felt like it. He inhaled a lungful of air. Make sure nobody finds out you're a woman. If you sense any, I can take care of myself. She held herself ramrod straight. I know you can. She lifted her eyes to his. I had a nasty dream last night. You were trapped. You called for me but I couldn't find you. Be careful, will you? Someone shouted an order from the stern of the ship. Jahan felt his throat closing. Everything was changing, flowing, like sand between his fingers. Miramah had crossed the Great Divide and he couldn't wait to join her when his time came. The master and Nicola were gone, he and Davud rarely saw each other. Chota was not long for this world, and now Sancha was leaving. He had been wrong to pity Nicola for being alone. He was just as lonely. For a moment, the desire to accompany Sancha, the one person who cared for him, was almost too strong to endure. he would have gone had it not been for the elephant. That afternoon, under shrieking seagulls and a wash of sunlight as gauzy as muslin, he watched the prow of the ship slice with ease through the water, at every heartbeat taking the mute apprentice, and her story, further and further away. Unable to put his thoughts on paper, Jahan found a scribe to help him write to Davud. After listening, the man set off and scribbled without a pause, save to dip the pen into the ink. When he was done, Jahan was holding a letter dripping with salutations and felicitations. It cost 6 aspers. Jahan wasn't expecting an immediate answer, not from a man who had risen so high. Yet Davud wrote back. The scroll was sealed in red, the handwriting, by a scribe of an upper rank, elegant. Everything had happened swiftly, he explained. Our gracious Sultan, may he live 100 years, upon opening the will of Master Sinan and learning about his last wish, bestowed a distinguished honor on me, his humble subject. He threw the precious robe of our master on my insignificant shoulders. How could he have rejected it? Davud asked, as though he needed affirmation. He told Jahan to come to see him. They would share memories and talk about forthcoming works, just like in the old days. Much as Jahan wanted to pay him a visit, he could not. His heart was not pure. It worried him that Davud would see it in his eyes, the jealousy oozing out of his pores. Until recently they had been equals. Now his friend was a man favored by fate. Jahan understood that between people with a similar standing the hardest thing to accept was when one moved up and the other did not. In those rare moments when he managed not to feel envy, he was ridden with guilt. Instead of being happy for Davud and praying for his success, he begrudged him his good fortune. If Sinan were alive, Jahan thought, he would have been ashamed of him. So he waited. Days passed by. Whether he wanted to or not, he heard constantly about Davud, how, in a ceremony in his honor, he had been given a golden chisel, pouches of coins and Master Sinan's seal, a carved jade ring. Snippets of information rained down from everywhere, how he was seen in a kaftan so precious that no one could wear it unless allowed by the Sultan, how he was fond of Circassian concubines and filled his harem with them, how he had married second and third wives, each as winsome as a fairy, how he had peacocks strutting in his courtyard and a falcon brought from Samarkand. Half of these tales Jahan suspected were false. The remaining half were enough to fill his heart with bitterness. Jahan kept teaching at the palace school, finding consolation in the innocence of his students. At night, alone in his bed, he designed buildings that would never be built. One of these was a garden where wild animals roamed free and people walked through a maze of tunnels with large panes of glass that enabled them to watch the beasts without putting themselves in danger. Chota lost 3 more toenails. A mysterious disease, Jahan suspected, and stopped accusing Abe of neglect. The elephant had got old. So had Jahan, though he was unwilling to accept this. A month later he received a message informing him that a building was to be raised on the 4th hill, a new mosque, and he had been appointed as head foreman. He would be paid a generous sum. It showed how much Davud trusted him. While he was burning with envy, his friend had decided to honor him. Jahan could not avoid seeing him any longer. Composing a letter, writing it himself this time, he thanked him for the privilege and asked permission to visit. Davud sent a reply, inviting him to his new house in Ayup, by the Golden Horn. It wasn't a hard place to find, the locals raved about it. A mansion with a sweet-smelling garden that extended as far as the eye could see. There was no need to knock on the door, he was expected. A manservant welcomed Jahan at the iron gates, ushered him across a pathway into the house and then into a wide, bright room facing south. Left on his own, Jahan glanced around. There wasn't much furniture, yet what little there was exquisite. A cabinet inlaid with mother-of-pearl and matching low tables, a sofa topped with embroidered cushions, gilded sconces on the walls, a silken Persian carpet so pretty one dared not tread on it, and, in the middle, a brass brazier, now asleep. Somewhere a chime, caught in a breeze, tinkled dreamily. There was an intense silence throughout the house. Neither the voices of women from the harem side nor the clatter of a coach from the street. Even the cries of the seagulls did not seem to reach this roof. He wondered how Davud's wife had responded to the change, and to the new wives. It was one of those things in life he would marvel about, but never discover. In a while, another manservant arrived announcing that his master was ready to see him. Jahan followed him upstairs, one hand on the balustrade as if to draw strength from it. Davud had gained weight. Clad in an azure kaftan and a high turban, his beard trimmed round and short, he looked different. Sitting behind a walnut table, he was holding a plume, having just signed a document. 4 apprentices attended him, 2 on each side, their hands clasped, their heads bowed. They were similarly attired. When he saw Jahan enter the room on the heels of his servant, Davud stood up and broke into a smile. At last, an uneasy instant passed between them as Jahan puzzled over how to greet this man who until yesterday had been his friend but who was now his master. He was about to bow when Davud, having walked towards him, laid a hand on his shoulder. Outside this room I might be senior. Inside, we are friends. Relieved though Jahan was to hear this, his voice, when it came out, sounded hoarse, guilt-ridden. He offered his well wishes, apologizing for not having visited earlier. You are here now, Davud said. Jahan told him Yusuf had left the city, though he provided no details. If Davud suspected the truth about Sancha, he didn't give anything away. Instead he murmured, only 2 left. What do you mean? Out of 4, it's just you and me now. We are Sinan's heirs. We ought to support each other. A black servant walked in carrying a tray laden with drinks that he placed, quiet as a whisper, on a low table. The apprentices on the other side of the room stood utterly still. Like a row of saplings, Jahan thought, their roots boring holes in the carpet down to the ground floor. The rose sherbet was heavenly, served with cloves and chilled with crushed ice from the mountains of Bursa, a privilege exclusive to the wealthy. Next to it was a plate piled with 3 different kinds of baklava and a bowl of thick cream. No sooner had they downed their drinks than Davud said, there's so much work, I can barely keep up. My wives complain. You are the chief royal architect, yet you don't even repair the fence around the house, they say. Jahan smiled. I need an honest man like you by my side. Be my right hand. We'll do everything together. You'll be my head foreman. Beholden, Jahan expressed his gratitude. Simultaneously, he thought about his students at the palace school, realizing unhappily that he would have to stop teaching. His confusion must have been obvious, for Davud asked, what is it? Do you find it difficult to receive orders from me? That's not true, Jahan said, although they both knew it was. In that case there's nothing to discuss. Davud clapped his hands. Now, eat. While they ate their baklava, Davud told Jahan about the changes he wished to Introduce. With a series of rebellions and skirmishes racking the Anatolian plains, it was harder than ever to bring construction materials from the interior. Massive Friday mosques were not commissioned anymore. There was not enough in the coffers. Those days were over. Without the spoils of holy war, no sovereign could spend so much on constructions. For architecture in the capital to continue to prosper, wars had to be won near and far. You see, our master died at the right time, Davud said wistfully. He'd have been heartbroken if he were alive today. Outside the window, the sun was setting, painting the room a silken orange. They prattled on about which craftsmen they preferred to work with and which ones they would rather shun, banter that swirled with no immediacy and no weight, like wispy balls of dust. Soon a courier brought a letter, important, by the look of it. Davud sat at his desk, his apprentices on either side. Seeing how busy he was, Jahan rose to his feet. Stay, Davud said into his inkpot. Let's sup together. I wouldn't want to take your time. I insist, said Davud. Having nothing to do, Jahan stood by the window for a while, watching a fishing boat glide with the pull of the current further and further away from the line where the sea lapped the shore. Slowly, he walked towards the bookshelves. In the corner, inhaling the fragrance of ink, vellum, paper, and time, he ran his fingers along the spines. He saw On War Against the Turk by this strange monk named Luther, and the book of the governor that an Englishman called Elio had dedicated to his king. He found treatises from the library of King Matthias of Hungary. And there, among the leather tomes, some thick, some thin, was Dante's La Divina Commedia, the gift he had received from Simeon the bookseller, and, after reading it again and again, he had given to his master. His hands trembling, he pulled it out, feeling the familiar heft of it, and he glanced through the pages. There was no doubt, it was his copy. Clearly, Davud had taken possession of Master Sinan's collection. A servant approached, lighting the candle in the sconce nearby. Jahan's shadow grew on the wall, tall and restless. He spotted the architecture by Vitruvius, which he removed and held for a while, the book that had traveled from Buda to Istanbul. It was while he was returning it that he caught sight of a scroll at the back of the shelf, half squashed. He opened it, recognizing instantly the design of the Selimiye Mosque. He admired its magnificence now more than before. Jahan noticed marks made by another pen in lighter ink, as if someone had worked on it after the design had been completed, changing various sections of the construction. It must have been the master, he deduced. Probably Sinan had been studying why and where things had gone wrong. Jahan's eyes searched the border of the paper for a date. April 18, 1573. He tried to remember what they were doing on that day. Nothing came to mind. The murmurs in the background escalated as Davud, having finished his work, rained instructions on the servants about to prepare the dinner. Quickly, Jahan put the scroll back and joined him. They were served cold yogurt soup, followed by rice with lamb, capons stewed in sorrel sauce, pheasants cooked in beef broth, borek with mutton, and a huge, oval platter of steaming meat, which he could not identify. This one was sent from heaven, Davud said, although it was improper for a host to boast about food. What is it? Jahan said, although it was improper for a guest to ask about food. Venison. Hunted yesterday. Jahan's stomach clenched as he recalled the stag he had seen in the forest while he was waiting for Sultan Suleiman. So as not to be rude, he forced himself to take a bite. It melts like sugar. I have observed that the quicker the animal dies the better the taste. Fear spoils the flavor. Jahan chewed, the deer a lump in his mouth. I didn't know you went hunting. Davud, having noticed Jahan's discomfort, moved the bowl away. Not I. I don't have the time for that. Don't think I have the heart either. As they were parting, Davud saw his guest to the door. Up this close, Jahan caught a scent on his friend's clothes, raw and leafy and strangely familiar. One that dissolved so fast in the night breeze that he didn't have time to remember when or where he might have smelled it before. Whenever Jahan could get away from his remaining classes at the palace school and his new construction work with Davud, he ran to Chota's side. Taking his designs with him, he drew in the barn, sitting on a pile of hay that the other tamers called, teasingly, the throne. Chota watched him, rapt, though Jahan wasn't sure whether he saw him. His eyesight, which had never been good, had deteriorated. Poor Abe was doing his best, and not because he feared Jahan's wrath but because he liked the white elephant. Despite his efforts, Chota had lost another tooth, one of his last 3. He could neither chew nor bite any more. Jahan did not need to put him on those mammoth scales used by the sailors in the port of Karakoy to know that he had lost a lot of weight. Of late, Chota drowsed on his feet in fits and starts and lost his balance, jerking to and fro. While drinking water, taking a bath or plodding around the garden, his movements would slow down, his head would droop and before he knew it he would be fast asleep, roaming the kingdom of dreams. It pained Jahan to see the elephant helpless and confused. A few times he caught him staring longingly at the linden tree, which he so loved to nibble. They mashed his food, leaves, nuts and apples, into pulp, mixed it with water and poured this concoction, with the help of a funnel, into his mouth. Though he spilled most, some of it reached his stomach. Chota did not attempt another escape, becoming more and more sedentary, refusing even the briefest excursion to the pond. Abe shoveled up his excrement, cleaned his trough, fed him milk and sherbets, but everyone was aware that the creature was melting like a lump of wax over a fire. Back in the dormitory, Jahan found it hard to sleep. He tossed and turned, fretting over how Chota was doing. It was on one such sleepless night, surrounded as he was by the customary silence, that he began to think about his master's will. He could not believe that Sinan had not mentioned him or Chota in his last wishes. The master he had known and loved would have bequeathed something, however little or large, to the 2 beings who had worked with him so closely for so long. Sancha had taken away with her a box, a necklace and several designs, saying the master had given them to her. Wouldn't Sinan have left something to them too? Perhaps Sinan had, but no one had cared to tell Jahan about a matter this trivial. If the master had a final gift for Chota, Jahan wanted to learn about it without delay, for he had no doubt that the elephant was dying. Thus motivated, he went to see the chief white eunuch. I wanted to ask you about Master Sinan's will. Have you seen it? The man squinted, his blue eyes lined with coal. Why do you ask me? Because you are the highest palace official I can talk to. Well, I have seen the will. Jahan's face brightened. Was there any mention of Chota? Now that you ask, I remember him leaving a pretty mantle for the elephant. I'll make sure the beast receives it. Much obliged, said Jahan, frowning at his feet as if they annoyed him. How about me? For you, your master left his books. Then why didn't Master Davud tell me? I have seen Master Sinan's books in his house. Do you mean those books are mine? Those must be different ones, said Camel Aga impatiently. Too many questions you ask, Indian. I'll see to it that they send you the mantle and whichever books are yours. Now go back. And stop spending so much time with that beast. You are an architect. Behave like one. Jahan nodded, but something was not quite right. The following afternoon, 3 weeks after Chota had escaped, Jahan came back from class to find Abe sitting on a rock, crying. The beast, Abe said, his sentence hanging in the air. Quietly, Jahan entered the barn. Chota was alone, inhaling with difficulty. Jahan rubbed his trunk with his palms, offered him water, which he declined. The elephant fixed his reddish-brown eyes on his tamer, and in those eyes Jahan saw traces of every road, long or short, that they had walked together. He remembered how Chota had disembarked from the ship 50 years ago, covered in dirt and faces, on the brink of collapse. I'm sorry, Jahan said, tears running down his face. I should have taken better care of you. He did not leave Chota's side that day and fell asleep beside him that night, listening to the animal's steady breathing. If he had any dreams, he did not recall them. In the morning he opened his eyes to the clack of a woodpecker on a nearby tree, like a message in cipher. Inside the barn it was silent. Jahan did not want to look at Chota, yet he did. The elephant was lying down, unmoving. His body was bloated, as if while he was asleep the wind had rushed through his trunk and blown him up. He should have a proper funeral, Jahan said to no one in particular, after he had washed, embalmed, and perfumed the animal, which tired him so much he had to rest for a while. Remembering how Nurbanu had preserved the body of Sultan Selim until his son reached the throne, he then found blocks of ice. Not that it helped. The elephant was too big, the ice too little. Still, he was adamant that the body should be preserved until a ceremony, befitting Chota's grandeur, was arranged. Within the hour his words had reached the ears of Carnation Camel Aga. The man turned up in the menagerie, overseer of everything he was, including grief and madness. I hear now you have been asking for a right. Chota was sent by a great Shah to a great Sultan, said Jahan. He's a beast, said the chief white eunuch. A regal beast. More astonished than annoyed at this breach of manners, the chief white eunuch said, enough folly. Make your farewells. The French emissary is going to dissect him. Jahan let out a gasp of pain, as if punched in the gut. You mean cut him open? I'll never let him do that. It's the Sultan's wish. But does the Jahan could not finish. Does the Sultan know this is no ordinary animal? The question echoed in the deepest corners of his soul. He wished Master Sinan were alive, he would know what to do, how to speak. That same day Chota's body was bedecked with wreaths and garlands of flowers and loaded onto a carriage pulled by 5 oxen. In this state the elephant was paraded, one last time, through the streets of Istanbul. People craned their necks, awed and delighted. They clapped, cheered, and shouted. Leaving their tasks they followed the cart, often less out of pity than curiosity. Jahan rode ahead, staring straight into the horizon, over and beyond the sea of spectators. Not wishing to see anyone. Miserable, mournful, he reached the residence and there he delivered the elephant's body to the ambassador like a sacrificial lamb to the butcher. The next day Jahan was summoned to the chamber of the chief white eunuch. His first thought was the man was going to reprimand him for staying in the menagerie the night Chota died. In the end, Jahan had defied his orders and refused to give the carcass to the French emissary, Not that it had changed anything. The cutting had gone ahead. But it was enough to infuriate the chief white eunuch for years to come. Strangely, Jahan didn't care. A boldness that he had never known before had taken hold of him. Upon being ushered into his room, Jahan bowed, slowly and reluctantly, and waited, his eyes fixed on the marble floor. "Lift your head." The order cracked like a whip. Jahan complied. And for the first time since he had arrived at the palace and was given an unforgettable slap by him, he stared straight into the chief white eunuch's eyes, the color of dark blue thistle. "I've been watching you all these years. You have ascended fast. No other tamer has come close to what you have achieved. But that's not the reason why I am fond of you. Shall I tell you why?" Jahan remained silent. He'd had no idea Kamal Aga was fond of him. "Every devsherm is made of melted steel," Ramal did. "You are one of us. Indian. Strange thing is, no one converted you. You did it on your own. But you know where you made a mistake." "I cannot say, Effendi." "Love." The corners of his mouth turned down as if the word had left a sour taste on his tongue. "There are plenty of apprentices in our city. Hundreds of them. They respect their masters. You loved yours. Same with the elephant. Your job was to look after him, make sure his belly was full. You loved the beast. It's not something I do consciously. It just happens. Don't love anyone too much." The eunuch's lips parted in a sigh. "Since your master has gone, I shall take over as your guardian. Be faithful to me, and you won't suffer defeat." "I am not in a war, Effendi." The man pretended not to hear this. "I shall help you. There's a house where they wash off despair. They call it the Hammam of Sorrows." Jahan blinked, remembering the name from a moment in time so distant it might have been from a life not his own. "We go there and we forget everything. Do you understand?" Perplexed as he was, Jahan said he did. "Good, get ready. I'll take you there tonight." After dark, a servant came to collect Jahan. A hulking, broad-shouldered man. Deaf and mute like the rest. Jahan followed his torch across the courtyard. Through a half-concealed back door. Nobody gave them so much as a glance. Had it not been for the flies circling their heads, charging blindly into their nostrils and mouths, and the sound their feet made as they scrunched along the gravel paths, he could have believed they were invisible. Above the city the sky was a mantle of velvet, a black so intense as to be blue. A carriage, pulled by 4 stallions, was waiting. Even in the dim light, Jahan could admire its gilded buckles, carved ivory panels, curtained windows that no eye could pierce. Inside sat the chief white eunuch, clad in a cape trimmed with ermine. As soon as Jahan settled in, the eunuch rapped the ceiling with his cane. Off they cantered. The carriage traveled with such speed and noise that Jahan was certain there were people watching them, bakers on their way to knead bread, mothers nursing sleepless babies, thieves running off with their haul, drunks downing their next bottle, or the pious up and about for an extra prayer. How many were aware of the chief white eunuch's nocturnal excursions and kept quiet about them? There were secrets a whole town might know about that still remained. Secrets. They got out near a back alley so narrow and dusky that Jahan hesitated to enter it. The coachman led the way with a lamp barely emitting any light. Dilapidated wooden houses, hunched up like old crones, loomed to their left and right. After what felt like eternity, they reached an ornamented gate. The chief white eunuch knocked 3 times with his ring, waited, then tapped twice with bare hands. Hyacinth, said a voice from behind the door. Hyacinth, repeated the chief white eunuch. For one stunned moment Jahan couldn't breathe. He had an awful suspicion. The eunuch knew the nickname his mother had given him as a boy. Unnerved, he had no desire to go inside with this man, but the gate had already opened. They were greeted inside by the shortest woman Jahan had ever come across. Barring her bosom, everything about her was tiny, her hands, her arms, her feet. She laughed. Never seen a dwarf? Or never seen a woman? Jahan blushed, which made her laugh louder. She turned to Kamal Aga, asking, "Where did you find him?" "Name is Jahan. He's an architect. Talented but soft." "Well, we've got the cure," she said. "Welcome to our hammam of sorrows." The chief white eunuch, familiar with his surroundings, plumped himself down onto large, bright cushions and ordered Jahan to follow suit. Before long, 5 concubines appeared, carrying musical instruments, lute, tambourines, lyre, and a reed pipe. His gaze slid from one face to the next, until it came to rest on the last woman. With her wide forehead, chiseled nose, sharp chin, and large hazel eyes, she bore a striking resemblance to Miramah. Jahan felt dizzy. As if she was aware of the effect she was having on him, she tilted her head in his direction and gave a smile, full of mischief. They began to sing a cheerful melody. On a silver tray the guests were served balls of paste, the color of saffron, the size of a walnut. Choosing one, Jahan held it carefully between his fingers. Kamal Aga took 3, which he swallowed one after another, and then reclined, eyes closed. Emboldened, Jahan popped his into his mouth. It tasted funny. Pungent and sweet at first, then spicy, like crushed seeds and wild marjoram. Next came the wine, carafes of red. He drank with caution at first, not trusting anyone. The dwarf lady sat beside him. "I heard you lost a loved one." "My elephant." Jahan waited for the chuckle that didn't follow. Instead she said, after she had filled his cup, "I know how it feels. I had a dog myself. When he died I was devastated. Nobody understood. It's just a hound, Zainab. What do they know? Better to make friends with animals than humans." "You're right," Jahan said as he took another sip. "Animals are more truthful." The music went on, accelerating. The tray with paste balls was brought back. This time Jahan took a larger one and washed it down with more wine. Hard as he tried not to glance at the woman who so resembled Miramah, he could not help it. Even her seraphic smile, the slightest curl of her bottom lip, was exactly like hers. The billowing folds of her veil framed her face, translucent and light, like the morning mist. She seemed more at ease and confident than the other women. Perhaps she had less to worry about. It was Zainab's voice that brought Jahan back to his senses. "You want me to show you his garments?" "What? My dog's clothes? You want to see them?" "I'd like to." The chief white eunuch, by now quite tipsy, frowned at them but said nothing. Glad to get out of his sight, Jahan followed Zainab into the recesses of the house. She led him into a vast room where everything was small, the bed, the low tables, the carpet. In one corner of the room there was a minuscule rosewood cabinet with dozens of drawers. It contained the smallest leather vests, furs, shawls. There was even a waistcoat of sorts. He must have been a boxy creature, for the articles were compact. Sniffing slightly, Zainab said he was only a puppy. When she found him, she had looked for his mother everywhere, eventually convinced that, just like her, The dog had no one to rely on. From then on they had been inseparable. Jahan handed her his handkerchief, which she took gratefully, and blew her nose. She stared at him as if seeing him anew. "Put me up on this chair." She was light as a child. Her eyes fastened on him. She said, "I have been in this trade for 30 years. Seen hell, seen heaven. Met angels, met demons. I survived because my lips are sealed. Never meddled in others' affairs. But I took a shine to you. You seem like a fine man." A rattle was heard from the next room. Perhaps a mouse was stuck between the floorboards. She dropped her voice to a whisper. "The eunuch. Be careful with him." "Why do you say that?" "Just beware," she said, jumping down from the chair. When they returned to the room, the singing was still going on, though the tone had altered from gleeful to melancholy. Zainab sat beside the chief white eunuch and began to lavish praise, food, and wine on him. Jahan's eyes dropped as he slouched back. He could have fallen asleep if it hadn't been for a voice that hovered over the music. "May I?" It was her, Miramata's replica. Jahan's heart skipped a beat. She knelt in front of him, the sleeves of her dress sweeping his knees, and poured him a glass of wine. When he finished it, she took his shoes off, pressed his feet against her bosom and began, very gently, to rub. Panic rose inside Jahan. Like black bile. He was afraid of desiring her. He held her hands, whether to stop her from touching him or him from touching her, he couldn't tell. "You like my hands?" she asked. "You remind me of someone." "Really? Was it someone you loved?" Jahan downed his next cup, and watched her instantly replenish it. "Where is she now?" "Dead," he said. "Poor darling." She kissed him. Her lips tasted like icy sherbet. Her tongue reached for his tongue and retreated. Despite himself, Jahan was aroused. She held him tightly, pressing her palms on the nape of his neck. Suddenly Jahan realized everyone had vanished, the musicians, Zainab, the chief white eunuch. "Where are they?" Jahan asked, his voice full of unease. "Calm down, everyone is in their room. We are good here." They kissed again. She guided his hands up and down her body, encouraging him to fondle her breasts, her hips, wide and round. He pulled up her skirts. Layers of taffeta ruffled under his weight. His fingers traveled between her legs, caressing her wet, dark cave. Panting, he was on top of her, undressing himself. Undressing her, unable to stop. "My lion," she whispered in his ear. He bit her neck, first gently, then harder. "Call me Miramata," she said, breathing heavily. A voice screamed inside Jahan's head. He shoved her away, unsteady as he tried to stand up. "How do you know her name?" She flinched. "You told me." "I did not." "You did. Just now, remember." Had he told her? He could not be sure. Seeing his bewilderment, she said, "The wine confused your mind." "You told me, I swear." He held his head between his hands, overtaken by a wave of nausea. Perhaps she was telling the truth. He would have believed her were it not for the slightest twitch of her jaw, a simple reflex or a sign of nervousness. "Go away, I beg," he said. "Don't be a child," she said with a scathing smile and pushed herself against him. Sucked into the softness of her bosom, he felt trapped. Seizing both her wrists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, he seemed, for a moment, about to surrender to her charms. Instead he pushed her, too fast, too hard. She fell down. Heavily. A gasp rose from her lips, unfinished. Then silence. Jahan staggered. Seeing, for the first time, the iron grate of the fireplace that she had fallen against, knocking her head. Before he could collect his thoughts, the door opened and Zainab entered the room, running, shouting. Bending over the woman, she listened for breath. Her face collapsed. She's dead, Zainab cried. She turned to Jahan, her eyes wide with horror. You've killed the eunuch's mistress. Jahan ran out of the room as fast as his legs could carry him, into the garden and through the dark alleyway, fearing that a shadow might pounce on him at any moment. By the time he reached the street his forehead was beaded with sweat. And his chest was heaving so hard he was sure they could hear it back in the hammam of sorrows. No sooner had he taken a step than a wave of despondency hit him. He had nowhere to go. He could not return to the palace dormitory. That would be the first place the chief white eunuch would search. He could ask for help from the tamers in the menagerie, but he did not trust them all, and one betrayer was enough. Just as he was panicking, an idea surfaced in his head. Davud. His konak was large enough to hide in for a few days, if not weeks. Eminent and celebrated. Davud could even find a way to shield him from the wrath of the chief white eunuch. But he could not walk to Ayup in the middle of the night. He needed a horse. The carriage that had brought them was waiting in a stable nearby. He headed in that direction, praying the coachman would be asleep. He was not. Truthfully, he was wide awake and in merry company. The man was following his master's example. While the chief white eunuch was roistering with hashish and wine, his servant was enjoying a frolic of his own. Jahan tiptoed quietly, although needlessly. The coachman and the whore were too lost in each other to notice him. The horses, though skittish, stood still and attentive, their ears pricked, their eyes alert, sensing what was taking place. Jahan approached one of the 4 mounts still fastened to the coach, a stallion greater than the cobblestones outside. Slowly, very slowly, he held its straps and escorted it towards the gate. In that instant, the coachman emitted a yelp of pleasure, his thrusts became urgent. Jahan pulled the animal by the reins. Harsher than he intended. The horse swung its head. Mercifully, it did not whinny. Jahan uttered a prayer. He must have chosen the most docile one of the pack. Still, he could not help but suspect a spirit was guiding him, Mirama's, or Nicola's or Master Sinan's. It could even be Choda's, for all he knew. He had many ghosts on every side. Before long he was riding at full speed, the wind thrashing his hair. He was no longer afraid of the jinn that dwelled in dusky corners, having accepted that they were less frightening than humans. Careful to stay in the dark, avoiding the watchman, he arrived at Davud's mansion. The servants, perplexed as they were to see a guest at this ungodly hour, took him upstairs to their master, who had already gone to bed. Davud shuffled his feet with a puzzled look. Is everything all right? I beg your pardon, I had nowhere to go, Jahan said. Jahan accepted the musk sherbet a servant brought. His hands were trembling so badly that he spilled some of it on the carpet. He tried to wipe the stain off with his sleeve, which only made it worse. Unable to think straight anymore, he stared at the floor, seeing what he had failed to see the first time he had visited. Queer, the trivial details that caught one's attention when dreadful things were happening. He now saw that it was Master Sinan's carpet. I've killed someone. Davud turned ashen. Who? How? The chief white eunuch's mistress, Jahan said, unsure how to continue. He gave an account of the knight, the dwarf lady, the musicians, the concubine, who had tried to seduce him, and God knew had succeeded, though he did not mention her disturbing resemblance to Miramah. I don't know. Jahan gulped for air. Lately, things have been strange. I have the feeling it has something to do with Master Sinan. At this Davud raised an eyebrow. The Master, may paradise be his abode, is beyond the trifles of this world. Right, bless his soul. But I uphold his legacy. You said so the other day. There are only two of us now. Jahan paused, staring at his friend with a fixed intensity. You might be in danger, too. Davud dismissed the idea with a sweeping motion of his hand. Don't worry. Nothing can happen to me. I killed her, Jahan said once more in a daze, rocking his body like a child in need of consolation. I shall make inquiries tomorrow morning. You need to get some rest. Upon Davud's orders, a bed was provided with bowls of sweetened figs and dates and a jug of boza. Jahan drank and ate little, after which he tumbled into a dark, disturbed slumber. He slept despite the demons preying on his soul. When he woke, it was high noon and there were brand new garments on the sofa. Donning them with gratitude, he went to see Davud, who was waiting for him downstairs with his 3 children, the youngest a girl not yet 4. The boys were the doubles of their father and clearly adored him. Jahan felt a pang of sorrow. He had neither a wife nor offspring. He had arrived in the city of shadows and echoes by himself. And, after so many years, here he was once again, alone. I have bad news, whispered Davud, so as not to be heard by the children. You were right, she died, it seems. Jahan gasped, struggling for air. Until then he had secretly hoped that it was a minor injury. What are you going to do now? Davud asked tenderly. I can't stay in Istanbul. I'll have to go. You can stay with us as long as you wish. Jahan's face broke into a smile. He was touched by Davud's generosity. Any other notable in his position would have shunned a man in trouble. True, he had come here intending to spend some time. Yet now, after seeing Davud with his young ones, he realized he could not put them in danger. I'm in your debt, but I should go. Better that way. Davud gave this some thought. There's an orchard near Thrace, belongs to my father-in-law. You'll be out of harm's way there while things simmer down. I'll give you a horse. Go and wait to hear from me. They decided it would be safer to set out in the dark. Jahan passed the day playing with the children, flinching at the slightest sound from outside. After supper, Davud gave him the steed, a cape to keep him warm and a pouch of coins. He said, keep your heart pure. You'll be back in no time. How will I ever repay you? We grew up together, Davud said. Remember what the master said? Not just brothers. You are the witnesses to each other's journeys. Jahan nodded, his throat tight. He remembered the rest too. You are the witnesses to each other's journeys. You will know, therefore, if one of you goes astray. Follow the path of the wise, the awakened, the loving, the hard-working. They embraced, and for a moment it was as if in their clasp there was an indistinct thump, a third heart beating next to theirs. It was as if Sinan, too, were there, watching, listening, praying. Jahan walked, slowly and steadily, among the shadows. He picked his way through the dark streets. This he had not told Davud, but he had decided not to leave Istanbul without paying a last tribute to Chota. He reached the French ambassador's residence. Improper as it was to visit an emissary, or anyone Uninvited, he hoped to be forgiven. The servant who answered the door thought differently. His master liked his sleep and could not possibly be disturbed. But Jahan was persistent. Between the two of them they raised such a racket that soon a sleepy voice rose from inside the house. "Who is it, Ahmed?" "Some insolent pauper, master." "Give him bread and send him away." "He doesn't want bread. He says he needs to talk to you about the elephant." "Oh." There followed a brief silence. "Let him in, Ahmed." Without a wig and powder, wearing a nightgown that reached his knees and revealed the enormity of his belly, the figure Jahan found in the hall didn't quite resemble the ambassador he knew. "I beg your pardon for intruding on you," Jahan said, bowing low. "Who are you?" the ambassador asked. "I'm the mahout of the elephant you have cut, your excellency." "I see," Monsieur Breves said, remembering the brazen tamer who had reluctantly handed him the corpse. Jahan blurted out the lie he had prepared on the way. "Last night I had a horrible dream. The poor elephant was in pain and begged me to lay him to rest." "But that has been done," Monsieur Breves said. "The corpse had started to stink, I'm afraid. We buried the beast." A stab of sorrow entered Jahan's chest. "Where is his grave?" The man didn't know. He had asked his servants to get rid of the carcass and so they had. When he noticed Jahan's sadness, he said, "Cheer up, my friend. Come, there's something I'd like to show you." Together they entered a room overflowing with books, notes and mementos. Monsieur Breves, unlike other envoys, who were mostly interested in power struggles, had a great knowledge of the Ottoman Empire and spoke impeccable Turkish, Arabic and Persian. Having studied the written works, he was keen to establish an Arabic printing press in Paris to help books to travel as freely as ambassadors did. Jahan now understood why his appearance at his door unbidden hadn't angered Monsieur Breves. In truth, he was glad to have found someone with whom he could talk about the dissection he had conducted. Burning to relate his achievements, he handed Jahan the sketches he had drawn. While not a fine artist, he had nonetheless set down in great detail the anatomy of an elephant. "One day, I shall write a treatise," he said. "People ought to know. It's not every day that they get to see the inside of such a magnificent creature." Involuntarily, Jahan's eyes slid to a shelf where a tusk shone, bright and polished. The ambassador, following his gaze, said, "A keepsake from Constantinople. May I hold it?" Jahan asked, and when he was given the nod he took it with care. A wave of gloom swept through him. His eyes brimmed with tears. Monsieur Breves regarded him silently, his face twisting as he quarreled with himself. In the end he sighed and said, "I think you should take the tusk." "Really? Clearly you loved the beast more than anyone," the ambassador said, waving his hand in a gesture of nonchalance or commiseration or both. "I have my drawings. That'll be enough to impress everyone in Paris." "I am grateful," Jahan said, his voice breaking. Jahan set off with the tusk in his hand. In comparison with the night before, he was more hopeful. The tusk radiated a glow that warmed his soul. It was as if Chota were with him. On his shoulder he carried a rucksack with a few items that Monsieur Breves had allowed him to take: a shovel, a candle, a red scarf, and a string. Jahan had a plan. Back on his horse he rode with purpose. When he reached the Miramah Mosque, he jumped off and walked along the outside walls. He spotted a Judas tree flushed with rosy blossoms. By that patch he dug a deep, rectangular pit. He could have kept the tusk with him, but that would have been selfish. Chota deserved to have a headstone. It was always the sultans and the viziers and the opulent who had lofty monuments to their names. The poor and the destitute would have had nothing, once they were gone, were it not for the prayers of their kith and kin. Every mortal being left behind a mark, no matter how small or ephemeral, except animals. They served, they fought, they put their lives in danger for their masters, and when they died it was almost as if they had never existed. Jahan didn't want Chota to meet the same end. He wanted him to be remembered with appreciation and love. Perhaps it was blasphemy, but he didn't care. It pained him to think that Chota could not go to heaven. If people prayed for him, he thought, the elephant had a better chance of ascension. He carefully laid the tusk inside the hole. Farewell. I'll see you in paradise. I hear they have nice trees to eat. In that moment a strange calmness came over him. He was, for the first time, at peace with himself. He was part of everything and everything was part of him. So this was it, he thought. Center of the universe was neither in the east nor in the west. It was where one surrendered to love. Sometimes it was where one buried a loved one. Shovel by shovel, he covered the hole until it was smooth. Then, using the strings, he hemmed in the pit. Where he imagined Chota's head would have been, he stuck in a dry branch and tied it with the scarf. Next to it he placed the candle. He sat by it, cross-legged, bolt upright. Now all he needed to do was to wait for someone, anyone, to walk by. It did not take long. A young, willowy goatherd approached. He stared at the grave, then at Jahan, then back at the grave again. What is this, Effendi? It's a tomb. The youngster's lips moved in a quick invocation. When he finished, he asked, who died? Anyone familiar? Hush. Be respectful. The goatherd's dark eyes widened. Who was it? A saint. A powerful one. Never heard of a saint in this area. He did not want to be known for 100 years. Then how is it that you know? He revealed his tomb to me in a holy dream. Kneeling beside Jahan, the goatherd tilted his head to the side, as if hoping to get a glimpse of the corpse under the earth. Does he cure any diseases? He cures everything. My sister's barren. Been married for 3 summers, still waiting. Bring her here. The saint might help. Bring her husband, too, in case it is him. What's he called? Chota Baba. Chota Baba, the goatherd repeated deferentially. Slowly, Jahan stood up. I must go. Keep an eye on this grave. Make sure no one disrespects him. You are the guardian of the shrine of Chota Baba. Can I trust you? The goatherd nodded solemnly. Don't be worrying yourself, Effendi. I shall keep my word. This is how the city of 7 hills and 100 shrines, old and very old, Muslim, Christian, Jewish and pagan, gained yet another saint to visit at times of desperation, at times of joy. After riding the entire afternoon, Jahan arrived at a crossing where the road forked. The path to his right led northwards over dried-up riverbeds to Thrace. This was the route Dabut had counseled him to take. The path to his left meandered westwards through flatlands and rolling hills. It was more splendid, greener, prettier, yet less preferable, since it was not only circuitous and rugged, but also dangerous, with bandits roaming its woods. Jahan was about to turn right as planned when a thought occurred to him. If Chota were alive, he would have plumped for the other path, he knew. And without premeditation and for no particular reason, so did he. For a while he rode at a canter, drinking in the landscape. The air smelled of pine, mud, and dampness. Guided by a strange instinct, he roamed about, deviating from the agreed course. Soon the sun went down and the moon, a thin, pale crescent, rose in the east. That was when Jahan recalled the inn that he and Davud had dined in as young, excited apprentices, on their way back from Rome. If memory served him correctly, it was in this area. By the time he found the inn, darkness had descended. A groom took his horse to the stable while he made his way inside. Everything was exactly the same, the stuffy rooms upstairs, the vast, noisy dining hall downstairs, the strong odor of roasted meat. The unchanging nature of the place should have come as a comfort, a sweet reassurance in a world where everything was disappearing, but it didn't. Instead it filled him with an immense despair. His mind was awash with images of the Hammam of Sorrows. The face of the concubine, as she leaned over him in a kiss, transformed into the face of Miramah. Even though he knew this was impossible, there was a part of him that felt he had killed his beloved and that, secretly, he had wanted this. He sat at a rough-hewn table near the stone fireplace, full of feverish thought, listening to the crackle of the logs over the din of laughter and gossip. How Seboe scurried left and right, brothers by the looks of them. In a little while, a young lad came to take his order. Having a cheerful, chirpy mien, he asked Jahan who he was and where he was going. In his eyes Jahan saw the sparkle he'd had when he was the boy's age, a reckless curiosity for the world and a hidden wish to leave one's place of birth in the belief that real life was elsewhere. When the lad brought him his stew, a steaming pot of beef and vegetables in a thick, spicy broth, Jahan said, "Last time I came here you were not yet born." "Really?" the lad said, intrigued. "My pa must have taken care of you." "Where is he?" Jahan asked between mouthfuls. "Oh, he's around. A bit hard of hearing in his right ear. The left is fine. I'll tell him about you. These days all he does is talk about the past." Nodding, Jahan went back to his stew. As he was wiping the bowl clean with a hunk of bread, the innkeeper appeared. He had gained weight and had a belly the size and shape of a barrel. Jahan watched the lad point in his direction, saying something in his father's ear. In a second the man was by Jahan's side. "My boy tells me you're an architect and that you were here way back." "That's right, I was here with my friend," Jahan said, raising his voice. The man squinted and stood ramrod straight for a moment too long. Then he said slowly, "I remember." Jahan didn't believe him. How could he have any recollection of them, when he had seen hundreds of customers come and go? As if he had read this disbelief. The innkeeper sat opposite him and said, "I did not forget you too because of that companion of yours. Strange fella, that one." I thought to myself, are these friends or foes? Perplexed, Jahan stared at him. "What do you mean?" He asked for a cleaver. I said, "What are you going to do with it? We get all sorts of rogues here, don't want trouble." How was I to know he wouldn't sink it into someone? He promised to return it. And he did, in truth. Jahan pushed aside his empty plate, suddenly nauseated. But the expression on the man's face said he hadn't finished. I was suspicious. I peeked from the door. "You were downstairs." "Everyone was." "What did you see?" Jahan asked. "Your friend," he said, pronouncing the last word mockingly, "was cutting up a book. Leather cover it had. He chopped at it like it was some tree." "We were robbed," Jahan said. "My drawings, my journal. All were gone." "No, Effendi. Nothing's stolen in my inn. We run a decent place. Your friend destroyed your things. God knows what he did with the pieces. But, why would he do that? Ha! If you find out, come tell me, cause I have been wondering that myself. After the man left, Jahan ordered some ale, which they brewed in this region. He shuddered, as if the wind outside were blowing through his bones. When he finished his drink, he left a generous tip and went back to the stable. Has my horse been fed and watered? Yes, Effendi. Saddle it up. You leaving? There's a storm coming. The forest is dangerous at night. Not going into the woods, Jahan said. I'm returning to the city. Through rows of elms and over bubbling brooks, he rode back to Istanbul, the storm chasing him like a hound nipping at his heels. His horse started at each crack of thunder, the storm grew closer and louder at every turn. Somehow he managed not to get caught in the rain, fleeing the leaden clouds following behind. He charged into fields of black, a black so complete and absolute as to suck up all other shades, one after another. He wondered if this was what death would be like. If so, it didn't feel frightening, only profound. Jahan raced across a valley strewn with huge boulders that resembled, from a distance, old men huddling for warmth. As he passed by, he had the odd feeling that they were watching him with the dull stare of those who, having seen too many excitements that ended in disaster, had none left of their own. Near Istanbul, the storm skewed right, cutting off his path and reaching the city ahead of him. A lightning bolt struck far off, washing the domes and hills with a bright blue luster. In that blaze of light, descending almost vertically, it felt like the skies had opened up to reveal the vault of heaven, if only for the briefest moment. Once again Jahan thought to himself what a beautiful city this was, however stony-hearted. Soon the sodden ground under his horse's hooves turned into cobbled roads. He headed to the Belgrade Gate, the one entrance that he guessed would not be closed at this hour. He was right. A company of Janissaries stood sentinel with their shields and swords and high headwear. One of them was dozing on his feet. Jahan told them he was a teacher at the palace school and showed them his seal. They questioned him suspiciously but not altogether disrespectfully, in case he might have connections high up in the Seraglio. Finally, bored, they let him go. For a while Jahan rode watching the sea, now the color of ink, in the distance. The gale, fast and furious, blew down the gables, snapped the saplings, churned the waves. All at once, it started to pelt down. The little day of judgment, the locals called such squalls of lashing rain, the world rehearsing for the final deluge. Hard as Jahan tried to keep to under the eaves as he rode, by the time he reached Davud's mansion he was soaked to the bone. A dog barked. Somewhere, a man yelled in an unfamiliar language. Then came silence, enhanced rather than disturbed by the constant noise. When he had visited this place earlier, he had not paid attention to how well it was protected, lofty walls, iron gates, a hedge of shrubs. He recalled Davud's words, "My wives complain. You are the chief royal architect, yet you don't even repair the fence around the house, they say." Tethering the horse to a post, he walked towards the fence around the back garden, searching for the section in need of repair. He found a place where a few of the pales had buckled and crumbled. After prodding a bit, two of them gave way, making a hole big enough to pass through. The garden welcomed him with its heady fragrances. He paced back and forth, deciding how best to break into the house. It was easier than he had thought. Jahan knew that a well-fortified house had, in general, but one flaw: an owner's hubris. Confident that no thief would ever breach its defenses, such a place was not checked regularly. In time, even the highest wall crumbled, the sharpest spike lost its edge. Through a wooden hatch that turned out to be fortuitously loose on its hinges, he crept in and found himself in what seemed to be, or what smelled like, the pantry. As his eyes got used to the gloom, he was able to move about in slow, steady strides. Surrounded by crocks of honey and molasses, kegs of goat's cheese and butter, strings of dried vegetables and fruit, pots of grain and nuts, he could not help but smile at what Chota might have done with such food. He remembered the night when he had sneaked into the Royal Observatory, his heart thumping. Everything was different back then. His master was alive and thriving, Chota was alive, and he was a man in love. Down the corridor, ensconced in a niche, a lamp glowed faintly. Jahan took it and made his way upstairs. The room he and Davud had dined in the other day looked larger, as if it expanded after dusk. He approached the bookshelves, not knowing what he was searching for but trusting that he would recognize it once he found it. He hadn't had a chance to inspect the scrolls, and this was what he set about doing now. Unrolling one of them, he studied it. Nothing unusual. He spent less time with the next two drawings, one of a bazaar, the other of a lazaretto. Deep from the bowels of the house came a rustle as light as the wing beat of a moth. His back stiffened. He grew still, listening. Not a sound. Only the dark and its numbing calmness. He opened a roll of paper, recognizing his master's handwriting. My faithful apprentice Jahan, I came to see you today, was not allowed. It is the second time they have blocked my way. The Grand Vizier's orders, so I am told. I shall try to reach our Sultan and get special permission. Until then I shall send you this letter so that you know I pray for your well-being, my son, and that while you spend your days inside those walls, I have no joy outside. Jahan gasped. He had come, after all. His master had visited him in the dungeon. He had tried to reach him and failed. Instantly another thought followed. Why had he not received this letter? What, or who, had kept the letter away from him all this time? His hands trembled as he inspected the next scroll, the design of the Kirksesma aqueducts. The site of their third major accident, the one that had killed 8 workers, among them Salahaddin. Once again he saw his master's handwriting, the gentle strokes of his gold-nibbed pen. Upon his penmanship, in a slightly different shade, was a second imprint, similar to the lines he had found on the scroll of the Suleymaniye Mosque. He examined the scratch marks, all of which happened to be the spots where the injuries had occurred. In the third design, that of Molla Salebi Mosque, Jahan caught a detail that almost choked him. Till then he had focused on the areas around the scaffolding. Yet here there were markings on the half-dome over the mihrab. A memory floated into his head. He remembered how Sancha, her face ashen, her accent lilting and her shadow long in the grass, had told him the story of her capture as they sat in that location. He recalled the men, one of them Salahaddin's brother, prowling about while she was talking, and his feeling that something about them was not quite right. At the time he and Sancha had taken them for petty thieves stealing materials from construction sites. It happened often. There was no end to the things people ran off with, mostly out of poverty, sometimes for the sheer pleasure of it. Now he understood those men had been there to sabotage the building as part of another plot, they had been waiting for him and Sancha to leave. But since they stayed, they had unknowingly prevented them from doing what they had been ordered to do. Instead, the accident had occurred on the other side of the prayer hall. Somebody had been taking notes on Master Sinan's designs not after the incidents, in order to study where things had gone wrong, but before. In his dismay, Jahan dropped the scroll, cursing his clumsiness. He got on his knees to pick it up and was still hunched over when 3 pairs of feet entered the room. Davud, wearing a nightgown, a servant on each side, stood opposite him. "Look what the night has brought us." "Thought it was a burglar, but it's a friend." Slowly, Jahan stood up. He would make no attempts at denial. "What were you looking at?" "Mola Salebi Mosque," Jahan said, his forehead breaking out in a sweat. "Not one of our best, but surely the prettiest we made," Davud said with a smile that quickly vanished. When he spoke again, his voice sounded husky and hard. "I should have destroyed those drawings long ago, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. They reminded me of our old days, our golden times. It was a mistake, I now see. Look what my softness cost me." Involuntarily, Jahan glanced at the men behind him, their eyes gleaming in the light of the candles they carried. A barb of fear entered his stomach as he recognized one of them, the deaf mute who had ushered him into the chief white eunuch's carriage only a few days before. It now felt like another life. "Why did you come back? Have I not provided you with a fast horse and a safe place?" Davud asked. Jahan responded tartly, "You did. To get me out of your way, I suppose. Be grateful. Only Shaitan lacks gratitude. What I don't understand is why you said you wanted me to be your foreman. Why the charade?" "Because I did, Allah is my witness. At first I thought we could work together. You ruined everything, you were asking too many questions about the masters. Well, why don't you ever accept things as they are?" Davud stared past Jahan towards the window. Rain was beating against it relentlessly. "You were always like this," he muttered, sounding weary, disappointed almost. "Too curious for your own good. The chief white eunuch and you are accomplices." "Accomplices," Davud echoed. "Such a harsh thing to say. What would you call it?" Ignoring the question, Davud went on, "I told him it was not a good idea to take you to that house of sin. He didn't listen. He thought he could buy you off with harlots and hashish." He stared at Jahan as if for solace. "If he had let me handle it, none of this would have happened. Master was always worried he was losing his designs. But he wasn't. You were stealing them," Jahan said. "And the accidents? You planned them. Salahaddin's brother. That lad worked for you. He never understood it was you who had killed his brother. How many others have you deceived? How could you?" There was a brief silence until Davud turned towards his servants and said, "Go, wait outside." If both men were deaf and mute, which Jahan knew they were, they must have been trained to read lips, for they left immediately. It was just the two of them. Now, the room felt colder and darker, too, as the servants had taken their candles with them. The small lamp Jahan had brought from downstairs was there. Only light. "It was you, all along," Jahan said, his mouth parched. "When we were repairing the Hagia Sophia, you talked with the locals and things got worse. What did you tell them?" "The truth," Davud said, spitting the words from his lips like a fire spitting embers. "Told them they were being kicked out of their houses so that the Sultan and his puppets could enjoy the sight of an infidel shrine." Davud paused, as if Washed by memories. You and Nicola were so gullible. I bribed those children. Told them they should drag you two into their shed, show you their sick father. The kittens. I knew you would be touched. You knew we would be angry at the master, Jahan said. You betrayed him. Davud gave a look that was nigh on painful. I did no such thing. You have done everything you could to harm him, is this not treachery? No, Davud said calmly. It is not. Trying to suppress the quiver in his voice, Jahan said, when we were in Rome, we saw a painting. A disciple who had turned traitor. Didn't you find yourself in him? I remember the painting. But I was no disciple and our master was no Jesus. That man, Tommaso. The Italians. Were they after master's designs or was it just a ruse of yours? Tommaso, yes. Greedy man, but too small, insignificant. I used him for a while. Afterwards there was no need. Until that moment Jahan had seen a mix of emotions on Davud's face, rage, sorrow, resentment. The one thing he had not observed was regret. Do you feel any remorse at all? Remorse, for what? You want to believe I'm dishonorable. Shaitans. Henchman, Davud's voice waned, then rose again. True, I lied to our master. I pretended I had a family back in the village. I wrote them letters, sent them gifts. It was a sham. I don't understand. Davud laughed an unhappy laugh. I have no kin back in the village. All slaughtered by your great sultan. Which one? Does it matter? Davud said with an impatient gesture. Are they not the same? Suleiman, Salim, Murad. The father, the son, the grandson. Don't they keep repeating what their ancestors did? I feel sad about what happened to your family, Jahan said. It was Sultan Suleiman. We'd had a poor harvest, another one, could not pay the levy. We were not Shias, but many said that come the winter we should pack up and go to the Shah of Iran. Better over there than here. Our poets recited, our women sang. Your sultan wanted to teach us a lesson. He did. I was 10 years old. Outside the rain slackened to a drizzle. Jahan could hear a fishing boat splashing nearby. They beheaded a few. Left them on pikes for 3 days. More people rebelled. Their bodies dangled in the wind for a week. Still see them in my dreams. Everyone rebelled. They came back. This time they razed the village. How did you survive? My mother pushed me into the larder, closed the door on me. I waited. I was more hungry than afraid. Stupid boy. When I walked out it was night time. I saw the moon shine on corpses. My brothers, my uncles, my mother. It was a while before Jahan spoke again. Why didn't you tell Master Sinan? He would have helped you. Really? Davud gave him a disdainful look. Did Master resurrect the dead? Is he like Jesus in that way? Master loved you like a son. I loved him like a father. A father in the wrong. A great architect. But a coward. Never uttered a word against cruelty or injustice. Even when you were rotting in the dungeon he did not move a finger. Have mercy. What could he have done? It was not in his power. He could have said to the Sultan, let go of my apprentice, my lord, or else I'm not building for you. Have you lost your mind? He'd have been put to death. It'd have been a decent end, Davud countered. Instead he wrote you miserable letters. You knew about it? Jahan's face fell as he took this in. He trusted you with The letters. You told him you had found a way to send them to me in the dungeon, but you never did. You wanted me to be cross with my master. Davud shrugged as if the remark had no relevance. All he wanted to do was build one project after another. But who will pray in those mosques? Will they be unwell or hungry? Didn't matter. Every year, work, work. Where do the resources came from? Another war. Another slaughter. Did he mind? He didn't care for anything else. That's not true. Every colossal mosque we built was raised thanks to the revenues from another conquest. On their way to the battleground, the army would raze villages to the ground, kill more of my people. Our master never cared for these sorrows. He refused to see that, without bloodshed elsewhere, there would be no money. And without money there would be no building in the capital. Enough. Davud dropped his voice, speaking gingerly, as if addressing a petulant boy. You come from another land. You can't understand this. Jahan's shoulders slumped. You were not the only one making up stories. I'm an orphan. I've never seen Hindustan. Never kissed a Shah's hand. It was a lie. Davud studied him. The master knew it. I believe so. He protected me. The elephant. Destiny, Jahan said. God brought us together. So we had one thing in common. Still, you are not me. Davud broke off. There are two kinds of men, this I have learned. Those who covet happiness. Those who seek justice. You long for a happy life, whereas I long for Adalat. We shan't agree. Jahan strode to the door. Davud shouted, Where do you think you're going? Don't want to be near you. Fool. I cannot let you go. Until then, it had not occurred to Jahan that Davud could harm him. As if to help him comprehend this, Davud said, You know too much now. Jahan opened the door. The two servants were there, blocking his way. They pushed him back into the room. Tell your dogs to leave me alone, Jahan yelled. Pity it had to be this way, said Davud as he left the room. Farewell, Indian. Jahan was so perplexed it took him a moment to act. He began to shout at the top of his voice. Surely there were people in the house who would hear and come to see what was happening. His children, his wives, his concubines. Help! Somebody help! One of the men shoved him with such force that he fell down. Jahan tried to pray, but the words would not come. He took deep breaths, ready for the strangling that was sure to follow. It did not. Outside a bird warbled a song. The dawn was breaking. They hit him on the back of his head with something hard, heavy. The floor tilted beneath his feet. The birds chirping was the last sound he heard before everything went dark. There was a mantle, stiff and heavy as brocade, wrapped around his head, choking his breath, blocking his view. He wanted to take it off, but his hands were tied, as were his feet. Through a slit in the fabric he glimpsed his surroundings, blurred as they were, slowly realizing there was nothing on his face. It was his eyes that were not seeing. The right one was swollen, unblinking. Shut. The left one, half open, fluttered in a lonely panic to make sense of where he was. Jahan tasted blood in his mouth. He must have bitten his tongue during the fight. For there was a fight, he remembered. His body remembered, the soreness in his limbs, the ache in his knuckles, the throb that still drilled a hole in his skull and, worst of all, the pain that shot through his right foot. His cheek stung, though he would not discover the reason until later. He recalled how Davud had walked out of the room, leaving him at the mercy of his guards, and how everything had stopped. The next thing he knew, he was in a carriage that was riding hell for leather. The deaf mutes, one on each side, had not expected him to recover consciousness so soon. They began to hit him again. Jahan fought back. In a frenzy, he opened the door and jumped out of the carriage with its horses still galloping at full speed. He tumbled into a ditch, twisting his foot. Such was the state the deaf mutes found him in. Then it went pitch black again. His chest hurt now as he drew in a gulp of stale, sour air. His fingertips touched the hard surface, confirming what he suspected. He was lying on an earthen floor, bundled up in a hut somewhere. There was a persistent susurration in the distance, which he found oddly calming. He must have passed out, he couldn't tell for how long. When he came around, it was so cold his teeth were chattering. Either his other eye had also closed or the night had descended. The first time he soiled his shalwar, the shame was worse than the stench. None of that mattered afterwards. The hunger he could deal with for a while. The thirst was dreadful. Thirst hewed his flesh, bit by bit, the way an axe would eat into a log, hacking its way into his veins. He kept smacking his lips as if he had been served a delicacy. That made him laugh. He feared he was losing his mind. The incessant swish in the background he later recognized to be the sea, a discovery that was soothing and frightening in equal measure. Soothing, for he had always loved the ocean. Besides, he was probably not far from Istanbul. Frightening, because it brought to mind stories of concubines being fed to the fish. He shouted for help, over and over again. No one came. If Chota were here, he would tell him how peculiar it was to die alone and unheard in a city this crammed and clamorous. As he drifted in and out of a stupor, time dragged on. In between bouts of pain, he nodded off, waking with a start, as though his soul refused to admit defeat. An anger he knew not from whence got hold of his soul. He, the apprentice to the great Sinan, had not climbed all that way to end so low. Sundered as they were, he could not for a moment believe Davud would abandon him to death. And yet Davud did not arrive. Nor did his underlings. Jahan could not guess whether it was dawn or dusk, or how much time had gone by since he had been dragged here. How many days could a human being survive without water, he wondered. Elephants could make it up to 4, he had read. He had no clue whether he would fare better. He dreamed of Miramah, laughing under a honeysuckle vine, 13 years old again. Her body untouched by hands other than her own, her face unmarred by spleen, her soul unspoiled by ambition. The way she had been when they first met, a happy, happy girl. Come, she whispered, extending her hand. Jahan attempted to move towards the garden where she waited. But halfway through, something distracted him. A noise coming from the other side. Footsteps. Not by the door, though. Somebody was trying to break in. There was a loud, sharp clank, the sound of a boring tool on wood. The window must have been opened, since a cool, crisp draft swirled in. Clear, a voice said. Go. Something heavy landed on the floor with a thud. A man. Another followed suit. The two intruders tiptoed around, unaware of Jahan's presence. The lamp they carried illuminated a tiny patch. Find that trunk. It must be here. Oak, what's this smell? A dead rat, I'd say. You sure there's treasure in this hollow? How many times have I told you? Those two oafs were carrying something big.
Seen it with me own eyes. Sober eyes or drunk eyes. I know what I'm sayin', dolt. There's a secret here. Thieves? Jahan shuddered. They could cut him to pieces. Still, he had nothing to lose. He was dying anyhow. A dry croak rose from his lips. What was that? What was what? Jahan's breath rasped in his throat. Who's there? One of them yelled, his voice dripping with fear. If Jahan didn't say a word, they would beat a hasty retreat, taking him for a Gilyabani asterisk. Help, Jahan pleaded. It didn't take them long to find him amid the boxes and crates. Surrendering to his fate, Jahan slipped into blankness but came to, trembling. One of the men was holding him by the shoulders and shaking him like the branches of some mulberry tree. What are you doing? Poor fella's been clobbered enough. Trying to wake him up. Yeah, well done. Now he's totally smacked. You wake him, then. Go get some water. They poured a bucket of seawater on Jahan's head, the salt burning the cuts and grazes on his skin, drilling down to his bones. He moaned in pain. Just then another voice was heard, gruff and strangely familiar. Hey, what's going on? We found this one here. Looks like someone roughed him up, Chief. Footsteps drew closer. The man is dying of thirst, mutton heads. They've pummeled him like a dirty old rug, and what do? Pour seawater on his wounds. Step back. Stay away, butchers. Jahan heard the thump of a flask being opened. Wetting his handkerchief with sweet water, the man pressed it to his lips. More, Jahan begged as he strove to suck the cloth. Brother, take it easy. Not so fast. They began to wipe his face, curious to see the star-crossed soul underneath. The blood and the mud and the grime. Jahan wanted to say something, but it was too exhausting, every word, every gasp. His head drooped. God Almighty! Bring that lamp closer, the same voice bellowed. May the sky fall on our heads, it's Jahan. He's got no wits, this man. A snail knows better. I find him freezing in water, I meet him in the dungeon, now he's in with the rubbish. Always in trouble. Jahan stammered, B.A., Laban. Indeed, brother. Jahan burst out laughing, the cackle of a madman. He's lost his little mind, Chief, said one of the gypsies. Poor chap, said the other. To both of which Balaban shook his head and said tenderly, Nay, he's got an elephant's strength, our brother. He'll be fine. Freeing him from his ropes, they helped Jahan to stand up, though he could not walk. His right foot was a mess of empurpled flesh, swollen to twice its size. They grabbed him, a man under each arm. As soon as they stepped outside, the wind pricked his skin like splintered glass. He didn't mind. It was over. Once again in his life, just as he was going down fast, ready to cross to the other side. A gypsy's hand had pulled him back, pulled him up. Balaban's wife, taking Jahan into her care, applied a poultice to his wounds and pigeon dung to his cuts. Morning and evening she forced down his throat a brew that was the color of rust and tasted no better. The cut on his cheek, which bled whenever he moved a muscle, had to be sewn, she declared. So she did, her fingers not trembling once, even when he screamed and kicked in agony. When done, she assured him that from now on he would have lovers galore, since women were fond of men scarred on the battlefield. I was in no battle, Jahan protested weakly. Who's going to know that? They'll drop in your path like ripe plums. Mark my words, she said, spitting in her palm and stamping it on the wall. But your foot looks bad. We've summoned the mender. Who's that? You'll see, she said mysteriously. When he's done, you'll be as good as the Almighty first made you. Stubby and scraggy as a reed, dressed in tatters and with a wooden spoon dangling from his neck, the man who showed up the same afternoon didn't seem at all remarkable to Jahan. How wrong he was. With a quick glance at Jahan's foot, the healer declared it was not broken but badly dislocated. Before Jahan could ask what that meant, he had shoved the spoon in Jahan's mouth, taken his foot in the hollow of his hand and twisted it. Jahan's scream was loud enough to frighten the pigeons in the courtyard of the Suleimani Mosque. Later the mender would show him the teeth marks on the spoon. Apparently, his weren't the only ones. All broken bones. Jahan asked when he could speak again. Those and women giving birth. They bite harder. Keep an eye on your piss, continued the mender. He explained there were 6 shades of yellow, 4 of red, 3 of green and 2 of black. A healer would not waste time looking at the patient, he would inspect his urine and see what was wrong. At his behest Jahan peed in a pot and watched the man swirl, sniff, and swallow the liquid. No hidden bleeding in the organs, said the mender. Advent of dropsy. Prone to melancholy. Otherwise, fine inside. Thus sewn, fixed, washed, fed, and tucked up in bed, Jahan slept uninterrupted for 2 days. On the 3rd afternoon, when he opened his eyes, he found Balaban by his bed, weaving a basket while waiting for him to come round. Welcome to the land of the living. Wonder where I'll save your skin next time. Jahan chuckled, although it hurt because of the stitches in his face. How is the elephant? Chota is dead. Sorry, brother. How sad. They were pensive for a moment. Jahan was the first to break the silence. Do animals go to heaven, you think? Imams say they won't. What do they know about animals? Farmers do. Gypsies do. But imams, nay. Balaban paused. Don't brood. When I go to heaven, I'll have a word with God. If he says there's no room for creatures, I'll beg him to spare Chota. Jahan's eyes lit up with amusement. You steal. You drink. You gamble. You bribe. You still think you're going to paradise. Well, brother. I look at the holier than thou. I say to myself, if these chaps are goin', I sure am goin', 'cause they are no better than me. That's how I measure my sins. Balaban poured himself some wine. Pity he won't see his father. Who? Your elephant's son. Chota has a son. Tacho, you thought all that effort brought no result. Poor Gulbahar was pregnant forever. Did you know? Yes, Jahan said, nodding. They have long pregnancies. Long? Seemed like an eternity. What did you name him? Remember, you told me 4 elephants held the universe. If one moved, there were earthquakes, you said. Balaban took a sip. I named him Panjay. It means 5. Just in case, you know, someone should stand in the center. Jahan's throat constricted. Do you want to see him? Your grandson. Indeed. Placing Jahan on a horse-drawn litter, they took him to the barn. There he was. Chota's son, swinging his trunk, gray as a storm cloud. Jahan told the driver to take the litter closer so that he could touch the beast. Under the watchful gaze of the mother elephant, he patted the son's trunk and offered him a nut, which the animal accepted with delight. Sniffing, Panjay searched for more, smart, suspicious, spry. Jahan's eyes brimmed with tears. For an instant he had the feeling that he was staring at Chota. Something from him continued in this creature, who had never seen his father and yet was, except for his color, already so like him. They left the barn, the horse pulling lazily. As they were crossing the courtyard, Jahan caught a fragrance in the breeze that sent a signal to an obscure part of his brain. He shouted, "Stop!" They ran to his side, fearing he had been hurt. "Where does this smell come from?" Jahan asked. "Nothing stinks around here." "Lie down," snapped Balaban. One of the lads broke into a grin. "I know what he's talking about. Daki Day was burning herbs." Balaban said, "Go get her." In a little while they brought in a woman with an upright gait and a dark mustache. She said, "Chief says you wanted to see me." "This thing you were burning," said Jahan. "What is it?" A look of annoyance crossed her face. "It's called mullein. We throw it in the fire every Monday morning. And at full moon. The smoke keeps the evil spirits away. If you have enemies, you'd better boil it and take a bath in it." "You want some? Tell me. Who else would use it? Other than the Romani, I mean." She gave this some thought. "Those who have trouble in breathing. They carry it everywhere." "People with asthma," Jahan mumbled, dismayed. He closed his eyes, the floor shifting beneath his feet. That night, as they sat around a peat fire, Balaban's wife threw salt in the flames. Embers burst like sparkles of gold. His eyes transfixed by the display. Jahan said, "I should be on my way soon." Balaban nodded, expecting to hear this. "When? There is one last person I need to visit. Then I am done with this city." Davud was right when he said Jahan was not a man of revenge. But he was also partly wrong. Jahan understood it wasn't only happiness that he sought in life. He also yearned for the truth.
She peered down at the water in the silver bowl. Its surface had formed ripples. And its bottom had turned black. She frowned, not liking what she spotted. A sound like a whistle pierced the air every time she inhaled. Her condition had worsened over the years. She placed her hand, shriveled and lined with veins, upon the cat's head. "Do you see what he's up to? Maybe he's no fool after all." She glanced at the window, which was letting in a draft. How many times? She had ordered the maidservant to keep it closed. But the silly girl threw it wide whenever she found the chance, claiming it was hot and stuffy. She did it to chase away the smell, of course. It wasn't only her farting and her perspiration that soured the air, she knew. Underneath she gave off an odor like an ancient book that smelled of dust no matter how often it was wiped. The maidservant was scared of her, scared of the witch. For that's what everyone called her behind her back. She wore a silken garment, too bright and too ornamented for her age, some might have said. She didn't care. The sleek fabric did not lessen the ache in her joints or her hunched shoulders. Her body was a graveyard of memories. And each passing day as blurry as a shadow dancing on a wall. She had stopped quarreling with God. She no longer asked him why he had let her live when he had taken everyone else too early, too fast. She carried her age as a curse she was proud to be afflicted with. 121 years old. That's how old she was. Her hair was no longer red and wavy, but it was still thicker than many a maiden's plait. Her voice was strong, unwavering. The voice of the younger woman who still resided inside her. She pulled away from the bowl as if she feared the man down there was watching her, just as she had been watching him all these years. She reached for the pouch on the table, opened it and scattered the herbs onto her palm and sniffed. When the rattle in her chest calmed somewhat, she murmured, "He's discovered us, that Indian. He's coming to find us." The abode of the disfavoured, they called it. A giant of a mansion half hidden by tall pine trees and high walls. This was where the concubines who were no longer in the Sultan's eye or had never been or never would be were sent in due course. Those who were jealous or ambitious in the extreme and had become entangled in the darkest intrigues might also find themselves under this roof. Having lost their chance to ascend at the palace, harem servants and odalisks, too old or too sick to work, would end up here as well. As a result, its inhabitants were a mixed bunch of young and aged, pretty and ordinary, hardy and ailing. A mirthless place it was. The ceilings seldom echoed with laughter, the carpets only occasionally, if ever, were trodden by dancing feet. Bitterness exuded from the chimneys like steam from a sizzling dish. What little singing was done was mostly so sad there would not be a single dry handkerchief left. The residents did not ponder the future, for there was no future to ponder. Nor present. There was only the past. They looked back to the old days, resenting the mistakes made, the opportunities squandered, the paths untaken, the youths misspent. And on winter nights, when it was so cold their prayers froze in the air, never reaching the ears of God, many felt their hearts freeze alongside the solid earth outside, no matter how many stones they boiled and put in their beds. A few had resigned themselves to the women they had become, though more had turned spiteful. A great many were pious, having dedicated the rest of their lives to the Almighty. Being pious did not mean being at peace, however, and they rarely were. Although each and every one, when asked, would say they believed that everything, good and bad, was in his hands, they still preened themselves on their achievements and accused others of their misfortunes. The contrast between the royal harem and its bleak counterpart was stark. Strict and stable in its rules and codes, the harem was nevertheless a versatile world, fluid and fickle. Its inhabitants had wishes and aspirations to spare. At night they had dreams aplenty. Whereas in the abode of the disfavoured it was the dreams that withered first, then, gradually, the dreamers. This is where Hesna Khatun had been living for the last 15 years, though she had so frightened the other women she had been banished to a 3-room cottage at the far end of the second garden. She didn't mind. Should she wish it? She could still go to the mansion Princess Miramah had endowed for her, but she found its vastness and emptiness suffocating. It was better here, however. Modest. Besides, she did not have to see, day in day out, the courtyard with its roses and flowers, whose heady scents crushed her chest, making her wheeze and cough. Her asthma had worsened. Even so, she never asked for help. They could hate, fear or shun her, if they wished, but she would never allow anyone to pity her. They may all go to hell, she drawled, before she realized she had said it out loud. It happened often lately. She found herself saying things that were in her head and would have been better off staying there. Walking with leaden steps, she extended her hands towards the fireplace. She was always cold. Spring or winter made no difference, she kept the fire burning. When she had warmed up a bit, she took her brush and turned towards the cat on the window sill. "Let's make you pretty, shall we?" She held the cat and sat down on the sofa to comb its hair. The animal stood still, a bored look in its eyes. There was a knock on the door. A slave boy appeared, no older than 7, his voice breaking. "There's a messenger, 9 asterisk he has brought you an urgent letter. Tell that liar, whoever he is, there's nothing urgent for me anymore. Send him away." The boy gaped at his feet, too frightened to meet her gaze. "Why are you lingering, ignorant boy?" The man said, "If she refuses to see me, tell her I have brought a message from Princess Miramah." At the mention of the name, Hesna Khatun flinched, blood draining from her cheeks. Never a woman who bowed to threats, she composed herself. "How much did he pay you for this? Have you no shame?" The boy's bottom lip sagged, he let out a whimper ready to break into a cry. Should she scold him again? "What's the use of shouting at you?" she said. "Go fetch the rascal. I'll give him a roasting myself." No males, unless they were eunuchs or boys, were allowed in the abode of the disfavored. Certainly no strangers. Still, the nursemaid had her own rules. There were some benefits, after all, to being feared as the Zaidi. In a moment, Jahan appeared, followed by the boy who, not daring to enter, closed the door and waited outside. "So it is you," Hesna Khatun said, her voice a dry, throaty grumble. They regarded each other with a dislike neither of them cared to conceal. He saw how impossibly old and thin she had become. Every inch of her face was furrowed, her back was crooked, her ears had enlarged. From under her scarf a streak of silver hair showed, reddened with henna on the ends. As unrecognizable as she was, she had the same calculating, hard stare as always. "How dare you utter her name," she rasped. "I should have you lashed." "I had no choice," Jahan said. "Otherwise you wouldn't have seen me, da. She recoiled upon hearing the name that Miramah, and only Miramah, had called her. Her mouth opened and closed in an angry silence. Knowing the effect the word would have on her, Jahan was observing her every move. He stood tall and erect, neither bowing low nor kissing her hand. His insolence had not escaped her. She said, "To what do I owe your visit, and lack of manners?" He took a step towards her, only now noticing the snow-white cat curled on her lap. Carefully, he took out the hairpin he had stolen years ago and placed it on a table for her to see. "I want to return this. It is yours." "How generous." "At my age one needs a hairpin," she said scathingly. "Is that why you are here?" "I came to tell you I'm going away for good." "So long, then," Hesna Khatun said with a condescending smile. "And before I leave there is a score between us that needs to be settled." "You and me?" "Don't think so." Stung by her mockery, Jahan closed his eyes for an instant and addressed the darkness inside his eyelids. "You were more than a nursemaid. You cared for Miramah from the time she was a baby. She adored you, told you her secrets. I raised her. Sultana Hurrem, may God forgive her rotten soul, had no time for her children. Surely not for her daughter. Not until she reached the age of marriage. Then she wanted to make her an innocent dupe in her games." Hesna Khatun paused, short of breath. "Do you know I was her wet nurse too? Miramah grew up on my milk," she said, touching her flat chest with pride. Jahan said nothing, feeling the encroachment of a sorrow he knew only too well. When Miramah burned with fever I, not her mother, waited by her bedside. When she fell down, I swathed her knees. I wiped her tears. When she had her first blood, she ran to me. She thought she was dying, poor thing. We slap a girl in this state. You can't do that to a princess. So I held her in my arms. I said. You are not going to die, Your Highness. You are a woman now. Reaching out her fleshless hand, she caressed the cat on her lap. What did the Sultana do? Aside from using her children to write letters to the Sultan? Come back from war, my lion, return to my arms. Your absence kindled in my heart a fire that does not abate. Your infants are desolate. Your daughter Miramah is in tears. Always scribbling rubbish. How do you know what she wrote in her letters? A hoot of laughter rose, high-pitched and full-throated. In the harem there are no secrets, Hesna Khatun intoned. The Sultana was a cunning wife but a careless mother. She doted on her sons. She forgot her daughter. Ambushed by the memory of an afternoon, Jahan puckered his lips. He recalled Miramah confiding in him how lonely she was and his own surprise. That a woman who had everything could ever feel this way. When she was a child, the princess had the best tutors. Her father wanted her to be well read. You used to attend classes with her. Miramah was so fond of you, if you weren't around, she wouldn't listen. Everything that was taught to her, you also learned. So, is that a sin? Not at all, Jahan said. Hurrem didn't notice how devoted Miramah was to you. She was too preoccupied with the Sultan, and her plots. She let you take control of her daughter. Then something happened. Hurrem didn't want you around anymore. How do you know all this? Miramah told me, but I never put the pieces together. Till now. Why was the Sultana upset with you? The Sultana, she began to cough, as if her name was a poison she had to purge from her body. When she spoke again, her voice sounded strained. Once, Hurrem wanted to go to Bursa with her children. My Miramah didn't want to travel. She was only 9. She said to her mother, if Dada comes, I'll go. That was when Hurrem understood her daughter loved me more than she loved her. And she sent you away. Allah knows she did. She tried to get rid of me. Twice. What happened then? How did you come back? Miramah stopped eating. She got so ill they feared she would die. They had to bring me back. As soon as I reached the palace, I asked for a bowl of soup, fed her myself. Is that when people started to gossip? Jahan asked. They called you witch. They accused you of casting a spell on the princess. The biggest Zaidi was the Sultana. Everyone knew that. She's the one who spread rumors about me. Oh, the evil in her. A war of two witches, Jahan said, transfixed. Hesna Khatun gave him a disdainful look. Well, she's dead, and I'm still in the land of the living. A shudder ran through Jahan. How about the second time? You said the Sultana sent you away twice. That was, when Miramah was betrothed to Rustem Pasha. Hurrem didn't want me around. Can you believe? She sent me on a pilgrimage when my daughter needed me most. They put me on a ship. How I cried, Allah is my witness. On the way back your ship was attacked by corsairs, we heard. Oh, it was a sham. She broke off, seized by another fit, her body convulsing. The Sultana wanted to finish me off. She arranged the attack to get me killed or incarcerated. One way or another. Wouldn't have made a difference to her. How did you escape? She glanced up, her eyes brimming. My daughter saved me. She stopped eating again. She cried so much that Sultan Suleiman sent an Ottoman fleet to save me, a nursemaid. Who has heard of such a thing? Where did your power come from, Dada? Sorcery, you think? It came from love. My daughter loved me. Jahan leaned forward, his gaze fixed on the cat. You loved Mirama, too. But it wasn't only her you doted on. I have been thinking about this. You were besotted with the Sultan. How could I have missed this before? Her expression darkened. You burned for him, said Jahan. He burned for me, she said with pride. It was me he wanted, not Hurrem. That vixen was in our way. Do you really believe that? You are not in your right mind, Jahan said so softly that it was almost a whisper. You live in your dreams and wishes. She wasn't listening. If it had not been for that she-devil, Mirama would have been my daughter. But she was, I always knew she was. Our child. Mine. And Sultan Sulayman's. For a moment they were quiet, she sourly, he disconcertedly. It was he who spoke first. When the Sultana passed away, Mirama became the most powerful woman in the empire. You were in the background. In the shadows. Unseen. Unsuspected. Suddenly Jahan broke off. Why is that cat not moving? She's sleeping. Don't bother her, Hesna Khatun said. Why are you here? To find the truth. Truth is a butterfly, it lands on this flower and that. You run after it with a net. If you capture it, you are happy. But it won't live long. Truth is a delicate thing. Her breath was labored, her body ached down to the bone. She was tired, he saw, but he was not ready to let her go. Where does Davud fit into all this? A shadow crossed her face. He was your puppet for years. It was you who sabotaged my master's buildings. People died. Why? Hesna Khatun caressed the cat harder. Not a purr. Not a swing of its tail. I never suspected you, Dada. No one did. Who would have suspicions about a nursemaid? You were clever, left no trace. There must have been one. Otherwise you wouldn't be here, she said bitterly. The herbs you burned for your asthma. Mirama's hair and clothes always smelled like that. The other day Davud had the same smell. I remembered. Afterwards. You have a strong sense of smell, Indian, she said, propping herself up. My elephant taught me. Jahan paused, stroking his beard. You used Davud. But he got out of control. He would not listen to you anymore. Pulling her cat closer, she sat still as a stone. Why did you do it? For riches? For mightiness? Who bribed you? Was it the Italians? Did they want to stop my master? Oh, shut up. What nonsense, Hesna Khatun said. You want to know the truth? Hear me out. You think I could have done it without the consent of your princess? You are lying. Mirama is dead. She can't defend herself, Jahan said. How can you blame her? I thought you loved her. I loved her more than anyone. More than anything. That's why I did as she told me and never asked why. Liar. We believe in what we choose to believe, she rasped. Anxiety gathered on Jahan's face like a brewing storm. Why would Mirama wish to weaken my master? She had nothing against your master. Lots against her own father. Sultan Sulayman. He was the greatest of sultans and the greatest of sinners, may God forgive him. I never begrudged him, for I knew he was misled by that hellcat Hurrem. But Mirama didn't see it that way. She could not blame her mother. So she blamed the person she loved the most, her father. I don't understand. Sultan Sulayman and Mirama were very close. She was his only daughter. His jewel. When she was a child he used to take her everywhere with him. But then everything changed. He became strict, fearful. He saw enemies everywhere, and began to neglect his daughter. Mirama was hurt, though she never complained. Then the Sultan executed his Grand Vizier, the man whom Mirama had called uncle and loved so much. He killed another vizier. Your master made a mosque for him. And then he put to death his own sons, Mirama's brothers. She was devastated, torn between her love for her father and her hatred of him. How many times my beautiful daughter moved her quarters into the harem, just to get away from the Sultan. Then she moved back. She loathed him. She adored him. My confused child. Mirama was richer than the treasury. None stronger than her. But her heart was broken. It didn't help that they married her off to that Rustem. What an awful marriage that was, God knows. Unhappy till the end. She never wanted him. Never. Feeling dizzy, Jahan walked towards the chest in a corner and sat on it. From here he could see the cat on the old woman's lap. It had strange eyes, one eye jade green, one blue and glazed over. The accidents began with the Suleimani Mosque, Jahan muttered. You tried to disrupt our work. Mirama knew she could never triumph over her father, and she had no intention of doing so. All she wanted was to make things more difficult for him. The mosque your master was building was going to immortalize Sultan Suleiman and show his grandeur to posterity. We decided to slow you down. It was a little revenge. And you needed an apprentice to be your pawn, said Jahan. We considered each of you. Nicola was timid. Yusuf we couldn't approach. Like a clam, he wouldn't open up. You, we kept aside. Davud was the best. Angry, ambitious. But Davud wouldn't obey you forever. At the beginning he did. Then he got greedy. We didn't touch him. We could have. It was a mistake, now I know. After Sultan Suleiman's death, Mirama called him and said it was over. He swore he would stop but he didn't. Secretly. He defied her orders. He had an issue with your master, I believe. A feeling of nausea took hold of Jahan. I smelled your herbs on Davud after my master's death. Why were you still seeing him? It was a moment before she responded. Davud wanted me to help him become the chief royal architect. He said if I didn't help him he would tell everyone what we had been doing for all these years. He blackmailed you. Her jaw went slack. What happened to my master's will? Did he want Davud as his successor? No, she said calmly. He had you in mind. Jahan regarded her, at a loss. Your master had written it down. He wanted you. That was his wish. He kept one copy in his house. One in the archives of architects in Vifa. Is that why Davud took the entire library? He destroyed the wills. He wanted to make sure there were no other copies anywhere else, she said. Now you know everything. Leave, I am tired. She turned towards the window, no longer interested in him. In the light of the setting sun her face was carved stone. Her ways pierced Jahan to the quick, not so much her coldness as her air of nonchalance. She did not regret anything, not even when she was, at her age, so close to death. Jahan said, did she ever love me? Why do you ask such a stupid thing? I need to know if that, too, was a lie. For years I felt guilty if I desired another woman. She regarded him with a mixture of contempt and disgust. Who the hell were you? An animal tamer? A mouse reaching for a mountain? A servant of the Sultan in love with the Sultan's only daughter. And you have the nerve to ask me whether she loved you? What a simpleton. As she moved her arm, Jahan had a full view of the cat. It was Cardamom, the same Grimalkin from years ago. Stuffed. In place of its eyes were two gems. One sapphire, one emerald. She liked you, like a pet, like a gown. Like the locum she tasted. But you'd get bored if you ate it every day. Nay, she never loved you. Jahan pursed his lips, wordlessly. Fool, she whispered. My beautiful fool. That's what she called you. That's why she adored you so. But would you call that love? Rising to his feet, Jahan staggered. He could bring this to an end. He could kill her there and then. Strangle her with her scarf. The door was closed. No one would know. Even if they did, no one would lament her passing. He took a few steps towards her, saw the fear in her gaze. How old are you, Dada? You must be way over 100. Is it true you were damned with eternal life? Hesna Khatun was about to laugh when a dry cough stopped her midway. I wasn't the only one. What do you mean? Jahan asked in panic. But even as the words left him he knew the answer. Think, which artisan, which artist, which man of great ambitions wouldn't want to live for as long as I have? Jahan shook his head. If you are referring to my master, he was an exemplary man. Nothing to do with a witch like you. At what age did he die? Her cackle turned into a cough. Before she could catch her breath, Jahan snatched the stuffed animal from her hands and hurled it into the fire. Cardamom's fur was set ablaze, the gems glowing amid the flames. Don't, she screamed too late, her voice splintered. Let the dead rest in peace, Dada. As she watched the burning cat, Hesna Khatun's chin quivered with fury. She said, may you suffer from my scourge, architect. Jahan headed towards the door as fast as he could. He opened it, but not before he had heard her last words. May you beg God the Almighty, down on your knees, to be taken, for it is enough, it is too much. May he hear you pleading, may he see your agony and pity you, oh, poor apprentice of Sinan, but still may he not let you die. Every morning Balaban sent one of his men down to the harbor, see if the storms passed and the clouds ve left. Each time the beagle came back with the same news, the clouds are there. Chief. Not goin' anywhere. Davud's henchmen were prowling around, inspecting the passengers. Checking the freight being loaded. Having learned this, Jahan knew it would have made more sense to give up traveling by sea. He should have slipped into a cart heading out of the city gates. Once out of danger he could try his luck at another port, perhaps Smyrna or Salonika. Yet, dangerous as it was, he was bent on departing from Istanbul the way he had arrived. And somehow Davud, knowing him well, understood this. Together Balaban and Jahan hatched a plan, deciding it would be safer to arrive at the port in disguise. I could pass as a Roma, Jahan suggested. If they went around in similar attire and banded together, they might pull it off. Balaban wasn't convinced. This could make things harder, on land and in the water. You don't want to be treated like us, brother. It's no paradise being a Roma. Next they considered dressing him up as a merchant. If he gave the impression of being wealthy and important, he might have less trouble while boarding. But as soon as the ship was riding the waves, the sailors would rob him blind. Jahan had to look respectable without looking rich. In the end, it was decided he would pose as an Italian artist, a dreamer of sorts, who had been roaming the Orient, selling his talents and was now returning home, older and wiser. Should anyone inquire about his paintings, he would say they had been shipped earlier. If things went as expected, he should reach Florence in 10 days. Finding him the right costume was no problem for Balaban and his men, though getting the correct size proved tricky. They handed Jahan a sack of clothes, a shirt of linen, a doublet with odd sleeves, a leather jerkin and breeches that could be tied above the knee, each of fine fabric and each too big. Balaban grinned when he saw Jahan. "Signori Hahanyanai, you've shrunk." They laughed like the boys they were deep inside. Balaban's men had robbed the Venetian Doge's clerk in plain daylight, a man clearly sturdier than Jahan. Yet, after a few alterations by Balaban's wife, everything fit perfectly. She insisted on dyeing Jahan's hair and beard with henna. When she had finished, Sinan's apprentice could barely recognize himself in the mirror. His outfit was crowned with a velvet hat, purple on black. By now his bruises had healed. Only the scar on his cheek remained, a reminder of a night he would rather forget. On the day of Jahan's departure, Balaban and his men climbed on a carriage pulled by a donkey. In his honor it was garlanded with flowers and ribbons. So many had huddled into the wagon that the poor donkey could barely move, let alone trot. Cursing the law that forbade gypsies from riding horses, then quarreling among themselves, they tried to persuade one another to stay behind. To no avail. Everyone wanted to escort Jahan. In the end, they arranged 3 carriages. Up and down the streets they proceeded in a gaudy convoy, ignoring the stares of the townspeople, who gaped at them, half in amazement, half in disdain, as if they had descended from a different Adam and a different Eve. Midway through, Balaban's uncle began to sing, his voice, rough and hoarse, but mellow, carried in the breeze. One of the boys produced a reed pipe from his sash and picked out the melody. When Jahan asked what the song was about, Balaban said in a whisper so quiet that Jahan had to crane forward to hear him, "This man goes to a wedding. Everyone is happy, dancin', drinkin'. So he dances, too. He cries. Why does he cry? 'Cause he loves the girl, dolt. And she loves him. They are marrying her to another fella." Jahan's chest felt heavy as the music subsided, first the lyrics, then the tune. The gloom must have been contagious. An awkward silence fell. Close to the port, on a lush hill, the carriages came to a halt. "We'll drop you here, better this way," said Balaban. One by one, they hopped down. Jahan took off the cloak he had been wearing to hide the Italian garments underneath. He hugged each of them, kissing the hands of the elderly and the cheeks of the children. Balaban, meanwhile, didn't budge, leaning against the cart, chewing a straw. When Jahan had said farewell to all, he strode towards Balaban, then he noticed the gypsy had something in his hand, round and blue as a robin's egg. "What's this?" "An amulet. Daki Day made it for you, to protect you from the evil eye." "Where?" "It upside down on the sea, and the right way up when you reach the shore." Jahan bit his lip to choke back the sob rising in his throat. "I'm grateful. Listen, about the harlot. We made inquiries. Seems there were 8 women in that hammam of sorrows." "Right. Well, there are still 8, I hear." "No one left, no one came." "What are you saying?" "I'm sayin', there was no funeral. Something's queer. I don't want you to suffer all your life. Maybe you didn't kill anyone, brother. It was a fraud." "But the dwarf lady," said Jahan. She was on my side. Balaban's side. Sad you're goin'. Glad you're goin'. You are too trusting to survive in Istanbul, brother. Clumsily, the gypsy chief pulled Jahan close and punched him teasingly on his stomach. Brother to brother. Balaban said, who am I goin' to save from trouble now? You can save Chota's son. Will you take care of him? Oh, don't you fret. We'll tell him what a great pa he had. While Jahan fumbled for words that didn't come, Balaban jumped on the carriage, grabbed the reins, his eyes cast down. His men followed suit, patting Jahan on the shoulder. Once they had settled, the carriages sallied forth. Everybody waved, but Balaban. Jahan waited for him to turn and glance back. One last time. He didn't. His long, dark hair flapping in the wind, the gypsy chief stared ahead. As they were about to round a bend, the carriage stopped and Balaban peered back. Although it was too far away for Jahan to be able to tell, he thought he saw the trace of a smile on the gypsy chief's face. He raised his hand in valediction. Balaban did the same. Then they were gone. Pain surged inside Jahan, sharp as a knife thrust into his flesh. He sat on a tree stump, thinking. He did not know what Providence had in store for him, and once again he was diving into it with the recklessness of the ignorant. Even so, there was no going back. As the sun made its way up, he, too, set forward on his way. As always, the harbor was teeming with voyagers, seafarers, and slaves. No sooner had he stepped onto the wharf than its vibrancy and vastness swallowed him. It was one of the best ports, they said. Ships could get in without having to use their oars or pray for the winds to fill their sails. Captains could trust the current to bring them in. The two opposite tides of the Bosphorus, unlike the city itself, were predictable, dependable. On this day, there were plenty of vessels about, though only a few kept their sails ready-rigged. There was a three-masted carrack, sleek and majestic, that was destined for Venice. That was the one Jahan was aiming for. Now that he was an Italian artist, he stared with fascination at each curiosity, and doffed his hat at every woman, nun or damsel. He saw pilgrims, Jesuit priests with hair shirts and cowls, and dignitaries with the permanent stain of ink on their fingers. There was a scribe sitting behind a makeshift desk. People had gathered around him, watching his plume compose magic. Jahan struck up a conversation with an Albanian vendor, from whom he bought honey sherbet. A man was trying to lead a hooded horse, a thoroughbred black stallion, up the ramp from shore to ship. Where were they taking the animal, Jahan wondered. And would the beautiful creature survive the voyage? It was as he was standing there watching the scene that Jahan noticed, at the periphery of his vision, Davud's two deaf mutes. They were wending their way through the crowd, coming in his direction. Jahan held his breath, sipping his drink. They passed by, paying him no attention. A moment later the shrillest scream pierced the air. "Stop, you bastard!" That magnificent horse had risen up on its hind legs and knocked the page straight into the water. Laughter rippled through the port, quickly muffled by yells and cries as the horse, still hooded, cantered down the ramp, running headlong into the spectators. Blocked by bodies and boxes on every side, he was not able to bolt as freely as he could have wished. Still, unwilling to stop, he trampled whatever was in his way. The page, saved from the water and dripping with fury, was shouting orders and curses. Jahan caught up with him. "What's the horse's name? What the hell you a skin? Tell me its name. Jahan said, losing patience. The man raised his eyebrows. Ebony. Jahan scurried after the horse. The hood had slipped off, but seeing its surroundings had only increased its panic. Ebony, Jahan called, over and again, keeping his voice as level as he could manage. Horses did not exactly recognize their names. Yet they could catch a familiar tone when they heard one, just as they could perceive the intention behind it. Hemmed in, the stallion was revolving, neighing and tossing its head. Nervously, Jahan stood in front of it, showing his empty hands. He approached. Step by step, one soothing word after another. Had it not been tired, the horse would not have allowed him to get near. But it was. Grabbing it by the reins, Jahan caressed its neck tenderly. On an impulse, Jahan turned back. There, only a few yards away, stood the deaf mutes, staring at him without so much as blinking, their expressions impossible to read. Were they suspicious or simply intrigued? Having glanced once, Jahan dared not do so again. A knot gripped his chest. A trickle of sweat rolled down the nape of his neck. His clothes felt ridiculously heavy as it occurred to him what a nuisance they would become should he need to make off quickly. He had two pouches, one inside his robe, the other sewn into the hem of his shirt, courtesy of Balaban's wife. If he were to run now, the coins would jingle, adding to his discomfort. It was as he was contemplating his options that the crowd, as if slid from side to side by an invisible knife, parted. The French ambassador was coming. The man who had dissected Chota's body with a dispassionate curiosity. Beside him was his wife, attired in an embroidered jacket bodice and the greenest velvet gown, holding a handkerchief to her nose against the stench, her eyebrows puckered. They sauntered by without recognizing him, heading for the ship he had set his sights on. A flock of servants were at their heels, carrying boxes and cages in which hissed, cooed and squawked creatures of all kinds. Monsieur and Madame Breves were returning to France, taking their private menagerie with them. There were peacocks, nightingales, and parrots, their feathers bright as springtime. There was a falcon, a hawk, and an exotic bird with an enormous beak, a gift from the Sultan. But it was the monkeys that everyone was jostling one another in order to see, a female and a male, dressed as a miniature noblewoman and nobleman. Clad in silk and velvet, the two monkeys were watching the crowd with partly frightened, partly mirthful eyes. The female monkey bared her teeth from time to time, as if she were laughing at the humans. The way they were laughing at her. Taking advantage of the commotion, Jahan slipped away, setting a steady, swift pace. Not once did he glance back. He steered a zigzag path through crates, ropes and planks, amid sailors, porters and beggars. There was another carrack far ahead. He had no idea where it was bound, but he felt pulled towards it. It occurred to him that Davud might have guessed his intention to go back to Rome, and advised his guards to keep a close eye on all vessels to Italian ports. It would probably be wiser to take a ship in a different direction. He could then disembark at the first port and make his way to Michelangelo's land. With this conviction he reached the carrack and climbed up the plank. "We don't take on strangers," said the captain after listening to him. "How do I know you're no criminal?" "I'm an artist," Jahan said, and, fearing he might ask him to paint his portrait as proof, he added, "I draw landscapes." "Funny trade you've got. You get paid for that." "If I find a generous patron." "Fancy that," the man remarked dourly. "Some of us break our backs." You live. A dainty life. Nay, you can't come. You'll bring us bad luck. I bring good luck, I can assure you, Jahan said. To prove my trustworthiness, allow me to offer this. Taking out his pouch, he emptied it on the table. The captain's eyes glinted. He reached out for a coin and bit its edge. Fine, get a move on. Stay in the hold. You may eat with the men. Make sure I don't see you around. Jahan gave a tight nod. I promise you won't. They were not raising anchor for another day. Jahan spent this time waiting below in an airless cabin. Only when they set sail did he muster the courage to go upstairs. The city glimmered in the distance, the bazaars, the coffee houses, and the graveyards with cypress trees and upright stones with turbas. The place where he had learned to love and learned never to trust love. He saw the minarets of the Suleymaniye and the Shehzade mosques, the Father and the Son. He saw the dome of the Hagia Sophia, a glint on the horizon. And he saw Miramah's mosque, as secretive as the woman it was named after. Putting his right hand on his heart, Jahan saluted them, acknowledging the sweat and the prayers and the hopes that had gone into building them. He hailed not only the people but also the stone, the wood, the marble, and the glass, the way his master had taught him. The seagulls followed them for a while, shrieking their goodbyes. When the gusts blew more strongly, they returned to the city. Strangely, their leave-taking felt as gloomy as his own. The curse. How could she call it such when it was a gift, Jahan thought at the beginning. Gradually he would recognize how life had outwitted him. What he had taken to be a gift he would learn, later on, was a scourge. What he had received as a bane he would come to see as a blessing. But back then, following Dada's advice, he was thinking, who among all the artists and architects in the world would not wish to live 100 years or more, never fearing that time would come to an end in the midst of a new work, which could, for all one knew, turn out to be the best he had ever done. Without fear of death, Jahan was spared fear of failure. Exempt from such apprehension, Jahan could design more, design better, perhaps even surpass his master. Determined, excited, he traveled to one port after another. He went to Rome, France, England, and Salamanca, where he expected to find Sancha, but there was no trace of her. That he worked hard and asked for little money, together with his knowledge, kept him in demand. Although he was no member of any guild and could not be employed, he was able to ply his trade indirectly, sketching for other architects. Always underpaid. It troubled him slightly that the spell, though it gave him strength and additional years, had not made him look a day younger. While he showed no sign either of debility or of senility, he visibly carried his age. People, sensing something unusual, something dark, asked him how old he was. When Jahan said he was 96, 97, 98, they stared at him, wide-eyed. A glint of suspicion flickered in their eyes, as they wondered whether he had made a pact with the devil, albeit only once had he heard anyone voice this aloud. Whichever way he traveled, south or north, it was the same, human beings sharing a lack of trust, if not a lack of sympathy, for anyone who lived beyond the allotted number of years. That was when Jahan began to think maybe the witch was right. Maybe his master had made a pledge with her. Sinan had lived longer than every major craftsman in the empire. He had raised more buildings than any mortal could ever have dreamed of raising. At some point, he must have smelled like Hesna. Khatun's herbs, though, no matter how hard Jahan racked his brains, he could not recall this. Then, having tired of everything, he must have asked for it to be brought to an end. Shortly before his death, he must have visited the witch for the last time. If so, there must have been a way to break the spell, and by leaving Istanbul Jahan had lost this chance. Years passed by. Almost 100, he took a ship to Portugal, from where, he had heard, one could sail to the New World. One sunny afternoon, on the front deck, he noticed a man, willowy and slender. His heart leaped. It was Balaban, sitting between a coiled rope and a cleat. Unthinking, he lunged forward, chuckling, until he noticed, too late, that it wasn't him. "I'm sorry, I thought you were someone else." "A friend, I hope," the stranger said. "Come, sit, enjoy the sun while it lasts." He rambled on about his troubles, his voice rising and falling. He claimed to have had too many sins from which to flee. He was going back to his family, a wiser man. Tired of talking, he asked, "What is your skill?" "I build. I am an architect." "You should go to Agra, then. Shah Jahan, your namesake, is building a palace in memory of his wife." Although he shrugged, Jahan was intrigued. "What happened to her?" "She died in childbirth," the stranger said sadly. "He was quite devoted to her." "It's not exactly my route." "Change your route," he said. Just like that. In the year 1632 Jahan arrived in Hindustan, in order to see what the plans for this palace, which everyone was raving about, were actually like. Some cities you go to because you want to, some cities you go to because they want you to. The moment he set foot there, Jahan had the feeling that Agra had been pulling him, leading him all along. On the way there he had heard so much about the Shah and the city he wished to glorify that when he reached Agra it was almost as if he were returning to a place where he had been before. He wandered around, inhaling the smells, which were bountiful and pungent, the sunlight stroking his skin, the faintest ache on his scar. Jahan went to see the construction on the bank of the Yamuna. There, with the help of a traveler who spoke a bit of Turkish, he was introduced to one of the draftsmen. After hearing his credentials and seeing the seal of Sinan, the laborer took Jahan to their overseer. A strapping man with a protruding nose, bushy eyebrows and a bashful smile, Jahan instantly liked him. His name was Mir Abdul Karim. "Your master was a great man," he said in a voice strengthened from explaining things to people, inferiors and superiors alike. He pored over the few designs Jahan had brought along, inspecting them with meticulous care. Placing a cup of honeyed milk and a set of quill pens on the table, Mir Abdul Karim showed him several drawings of the construction project, asking his opinion of each, which Jahan gave in earnest. The overseer said nothing, though a mirthful glitter in his eyes suggested his satisfaction at the answers. Next Karim asked Jahan to draw a floor plan based on the measurements he provided there and then. When Jahan had finished, the overseer seemed content. Taking a quiet breath, he remarked, "You cannot go anywhere before you meet the Grand Vizier." In this way, after another round of introductions, Jahan found himself summoned by the Shah. Seated high on his peacock throne, his heavy-lidded eyes gleaming with loss and pride, his beard and mustache white with grief, and his attire devoid of jewelry and ornaments, he reminded Jahan, in more than one way, of Sultan Sulayman. The Shah sorrowed over the death of his beloved wife, Mumtaz Mahal, the paragon of the palace, the woman who had borne him 14 children in 18 years. Her body had been buried on the banks of the river Taptai. Now they were bringing her to Agra to be reburied for eternity. He had loved her more than any woman and at the expense of his other wives. They said such was his devotion to, and confidence in, her that she would read all his firmans and, should she approve, put the regal seal on them. She was not only his consort, but also his companion, confidant, and counselor. In her absence he was inconsolable. He still visited her private apartments at nights, as though chasing her fragrance, or apparition, and when confronted with the emptiness of the chambers, he burst into tears. A younger Jahan would have been nervous to meet the bereaved Shah whose name he shared. His face would burn, his palms would feel clammy and his voice would quiver for fear of saying something wrong. Not any longer. Having neither secrets nor expectations, he could stop railing at himself and be simply an observer, calm and unruffled, and free. Wherever this new temperament had come from, he wished, belatedly, he had attained it before, while standing in front of every sultan, sultana, and vizier who had appeared in his life. The placid humor of his master that he once so disparaged he now held dear. The Shah inquired about Sinan's works, of which, surprisingly, he was well aware. Each question Jahan answered briefly but candidly. Unlike the ruler's ancestor, Babur, whose mother tongue was the same as Jahan's, the Shah spoke no Turkish. They communicated with the help of a dragoman, who translated from Persian to Turkish, Turkish to Persian. Words in common were captured and held, like butterflies caught in a net between them. The meeting having reached an end, Jahan was being ushered out, walking backwards, when the Shah said, "You never married, I heard. Why is that?" Jahan stopped, his eyes cast down. Silence thicker than honey covered the hall. It was as though the entire court was waiting to hear what he had to say. "I had pledged my heart to someone, Your Highness." "What happened?" "Nothing," Jahan said. Those who grew up with stories of love that inevitably ended in rapture, revelry, chivalry, or calamity could not fathom why for many people love amounted to naught, eventually. She was beyond my reach and did not love me. It was not meant to be. "There are plenty of women," the Shah said. Jahan would have liked to say the same thing to him. Why did he still mourn his wife? What he could not put into words, the Shah understood. A thin smile etched on his lips as he said, "Maybe not." The next afternoon, Jahan received a letter from the palace nominating him as one of the two chief royal architects for the illuminated tomb, the Raza-i Munawwara. He would be paid generously in rupees and ashrafi, and every 6 months rewarded accordingly. But it was one line, in particular, that stayed with him. "I hereby ask you, Jahan Khan Rumi, the builder of memories, the descendant of the respectable master Sinan, who was second to none, and was followed worldwide, to contribute to the raising of this most glorious tomb, which will invoke the admiration of generations after generations, until the day of judgment, when no stone will stand upon another under the vault of heaven." Jahan accepted, despite himself. He joined the team of builders and, even though he was in a foreign land where he knew not a single soul and had no past to recall should the present prove too grueling, he felt strangely at home. The project was massive, expensive, fraught with difficulties. Thousands of laborers, masons, stonecutters, quarries, bricklayers, tile-setters, and carpenters were toiling at full tilt. It was possible to hear a babel of languages moving from one place to another. There were sculptors from Bokhara, quarrymen from Isfahan, carvers from Tabriz, calligraphers from Kashmir, painters from Samarkand, decorators from Florence and jewelers from Venice. It was almost as if the Shah, in his determination to see the building completed as quickly as possible, had called on every craftsman on earth who might be of use to him. Implacable, stubborn, he held sway over everyone to the point just short of drawing the designs himself. That he had some knowledge in the craft made life harder for his architects. Jahan had never met a monarch so involved in a construction. Every 2 days the Shah would hold a conference with them, asking questions, stating opinions, and coming up with new impossible demands, as crowned heads often tended to do. Shah Jahan was a man who pledged his wrath in steel, his love in diamonds, and his grief in white marble. Under his auspices Jahan wrote to a number of masons in Istanbul, inviting them over. He was delighted when Isa, his favorite student, agreed to come. He felt compassion and admiration for him and for all that he could achieve with his talents and his youth. He wondered if Master Sinan had regarded them with similar feelings. If so, it was a pity that Jahan had not understood. There were elephants on the site. Restlessly, they carried the heaviest marbles and planks. Sometimes in the afternoons, under the setting sun, Jahan would watch them wallow in puddles, a thrill of affection running through him. He could not help but think if human beings could only live more like animals, without a thought to the past or the future, and without rounds of lies and deceit, this world would be a more peaceful place, and perhaps a happier one. I got married. The Shah, having remembered our exchange, had given orders to find me a good-hearted bride. They did. My wife, 66 years younger than me, was a woman of a kind disposition and wise words. When she was 2 months with child, she had lost all her family in a flood. As Marabi the poetess had once done, she declined to join her husband on his funeral pyre. Her eyes were darker than all my secrets, her smile was always ready to blossom, her black, lustrous hair flew between my fingers like perfumed waters. Many a night, admiring her profile in the candlelight, I told her what she already knew: I'm too old for you, Amina. When I die, you must marry a young man. Don't put a curse on us, husband, she would say each time. Hush, now. The next autumn Amina's baby was born, a boy with dimpled cheeks. I loved him as if he were my own. I named him Sinan, and, remembering my master's first appellation, I added Joseph, and, out of respect for my wife's family, I named him Muhammad, after my father-in-law. Here he was, our son, Sinan Joseph Muhammad, no other like him in this vast expanse of countless souls and even more gods, thriving under the Agra sky, each day growing taller, stronger, an Ottoman lad in India, although I had been a fake Indian in the Ottoman lands. He has his mother's radiant complexion and hazel eyes. The occasional frowns on the broad sweep of his forehead hint at his impatience and curiosity about the inner workings of each thing he observes. When he began cutting teeth, his mother and his many aunts placed several objects in front of him to divine the path he would follow in life: a silvered mirror, a plume, a golden bracelet and sealing wax. If he chose the mirror, he would be keen on beauty, a painter or a poet. The plume, he would be a scribe. The bracelet, a merchant. The wax, a high official. Sinan Joseph Muhammad was still for a moment, scowling at the items scattered at his feet, as if they contained a riddle to solve. The women, in the meantime, kept cooing and calling him, so that he would pick what they had in mind for him. He ignored them. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he reached out and grabbed the amulet on my neck, Daki Day's protection against the evil eye. What does that mean? Amina said, looking worried. I chuckled, pulling her close to me, regardless of what her sisters might think. I said, nothing bad, trust me, it just meant that he would make his own decisions, no matter what they laid out in front of him. When we go out, the three of us, the whole town gawks at us. At times I come across men who, with their lewd jokes and jarring laughs, insinuate what a lucky rotter I am for having such a wife, or they ask how I manage to satisfy her at my age. So we find another way of walking on the streets. My wife, with the child in her arms, saunters ahead of me. I fall behind, trudging slowly, contemplating them, her tenderness as she caresses the boy's head, his trusting, winsome smile, their murmurs like the distant soughing of waves from a city now far away. I take it all in, conjuring another moment in time, knowing that after I am gone they will still be strolling, nothing will change. And the knowledge of this, instead of filling me with sorrow, fills me with hope, yes, tremendous hope. There is nothing about my wife that reminds me of Mirama. Neither her voice, nor her mien, nor her temperament. On starry nights when she lies on top of me, her warmth covering my skin like a mantle, when I am ashamed of my age and aroused by her softness, she slides onto me like a sheath onto a sword, her beauty swallowing my ugliness, whispering into my ear, God sent you to me. I know that I would have never heard such words from Mirama, even if we had been destined to be together. No, my wife could not have been more different from her. And I could not have been more content. Yet, not a single day has passed since I left Istanbul without Mirama crossing my mind. I still remember her. I still ache. A traveling pain that moves so fast from one limb to another that I cannot say whether it exists. She is the shadow that follows me everywhere, towering above me when I feel low, draining the light from my soul. A year after I started working for the Great Shah, I was asked to design the dome of the illuminated tomb, which they now name the Taj Mahal. I, too, have had a change of name. Though they still call me Jahan Khan Rumi, everyone, even little children, knows me as the dome maker. I inspect the site every morning. It is a long walk and takes me a while. The other day, a novice turned up with an elephant by his side. Why don't you let the beast carry you, master? They helped me to climb up. I sat inside the howdah and looked at the workers, toiling endlessly, building for God, building for the sovereign, building for their ancestors, building for a noble cause, building without knowing why, and I was so glad I was up there alone and not down there with them, because I could not stop the tears from streaming down my face and I sobbed like the frail old man I have become. I am aware that I won't be around to see the completion of the Taj Mahal. If I don't die soon, it could only mean Dada's curse still holds. Then I should abandon this land on my own. I have left instructions for Isa and my pupils. Should they wish to follow my advice, after all, with apprentices you never know who will continue your legacy, and who will let you down. It doesn't matter. With or without me, the building will be raised. What my master did inside the dome of the Shehzade Mosque, our first major construction, where there were no accidents, no betrayals, and we were as one, I shall do inside the dome of the Taj Mahal. I will hide somewhere a detail for Mirama, which only the knowing eye will recognize. A moon and a sun, locked together in a fatal embrace, such is the meaning of her name. We have been told to inscribe on pure marble, in this world this edifice has been made / to display thereby the glory of the Creator. I would have liked to add, underneath, and the love of another human being. The four borders of the Taj Mahal are designed to be identical, as if there were a mirror situated on one side, though one can never tell on which one. Stone reflected in the water. God reflected in human beings. Love reflected in heartbreak. Truth reflected in stories. We live, toil, and die under the same invisible dome. Rich and poor, Mohammedan and baptized, free and slave, man and woman, sultan and mahout, master and apprentice. I have come to believe that if there is one shape that reaches out to all of us, it is the dome. That is where all the distinctions disappear and every single sound, whether of joy or sorrow, merges into one huge silence of all-encompassing love. When I think of this world in such a way, I feel dazed and disoriented, and cannot tell any longer where the future begins and the past ends, where the west falls and the east rises. Author's note. I am not sure whether writers choose their subjects or whether their subjects somehow come to find them. For me, at least, it felt like the latter with the Architect's Apprentice. The idea for this novel emerged for the first time on one sunny afternoon in Istanbul, while I was inside a cab that was stuck in traffic. I was looking out of the window and frowning, already late for an appointment, when my eyes moved across the road to a mosque by the seaside. It was Molla Celebi, one of Sinan's lesser-known beauties. A gypsy boy was sitting on the wall next to it, pounding on a tin box that was turned upside down. I thought to myself that if the traffic did not clear any time soon, I might as well begin to imagine a story with the architect Sinan and gypsies in it. Then the car moved on and I totally forgot the idea, until a week later a book arrived by post. It was Gulruni Sapoglu's The Age of Sinan, Architectural Culture in the Ottoman Empire, sent by a dear friend. Inside the book, one particular drawing caught my eye. It was a painting of Sultan Suleiman, tall and sleek in his kaftan. But it was the figures in the background that intrigued me. There was an elephant and a mahout in front of the Suleimani Mosque. They were hovering on the edge of the picture, as if ready to run away, unsure as to what they were doing in the same frame as the Sultan and the monument dedicated to him. I could not take my eyes off this image. The story had found me. While writing this book I wanted to understand not only Sinan's world but also those of the chief apprentices, workers, slaves and animals who were there alongside him. However, when one is writing about an artist who has lived as long ago, and produced as much, as Sinan, the biggest challenge is the reconstruction of time. It took from 7 to 9 years to finish a mosque, and Sinan constructed more than 365 buildings of various sizes. So, in the interests of narrative pace, I decided to jettison a strict chronological order and to create my own time frame, with actual historical events absorbed into the new timeline. For instance, in reality, Mirama got married at the age of 17, but I wanted her to marry later, to give her and Jahan more time together. Her husband, Rustem Pasha, died in 1561, yet, for the sake of the story, I wanted him around a bit longer. Captain Gareth is an entirely fictional character, but he is based both on European sailors who had joined the Ottoman Navy, and on Ottoman sailors who had switched sides. Their stories have not yet been told. It was a conscious decision to bring Taqiyuddin into the story at an earlier point in history. In fact, he became the chief royal astronomer at the time of Sultan Murad. But the trajectory of the observatory was important to me, so I shifted the date of Grand Vizier Sokollu's death. The painter Melchior and the ambassador Buzbek were historical characters who arrived in Istanbul around 1555, but I have fictionalized the moments of their arrival and departure. In several books I have come across allusions to a group of Ottoman architects in Rome, but what exactly they were doing there remains obscure. I imagined them as Sinan's apprentices, Jahan and Davad. And there really was an elephant named Suleiman in Vienna, whose story has been beautifully narrated by Jose Saramago in The Elephant's Journey. Finally, this novel is a product of the imagination. Yet historical events and real people have guided and inspired me. I benefited enormously from a great many sources in English and Turkish, from Ogir Gazalin to Buzbek's Turkish letters to Medan and Istanbul in the 16th century, the city, the palace, daily life. May the world flow like water, Sinan used to say. I can only hope that this story, too, will flow like water in the hearts of its readers. Elif Shafak.